5 years ago, scientists made a disturbing discovery. Mysterious dungeons appeared in the world, becoming a new reality for humanity, causing fear, and at the same time a desire to unravel their hidden secrets. These structures appeared almost simultaneously in different corners of the planet, and along with them numerous monsters burst into the world, bringing chaos and fear, destroying any sense of security. Later, this incomprehensible phenomenon was dubbed the Great Panic, because at that time the world was gripped by universal horror, and humanity realized it would never be the same as before. One of the most dangerous dungeons, Chikaho, grew right in the heart of Sapporo on Hokkaido and turned into a constant threat to the residents. Its entrance opened right near the gates of the famous Odori Park, and the place that once was full of joy and celebrations has now turned into a symbol of danger and anxiety. Among the human crowd, he accidentally collided with a stranger, and that moment became the first step in a chain of events that forever changed his life. When a friend asked what happened, he replied that it seemed to him as if he had bumped into someone. Around them was a continuous hum of voices, creating a feeling of crowd chaos. This stranger turned out to be Karaboshi Haruki, a 27-year-old young man who dreamed of becoming an adventurer, and mentally noted that there had always been many people in Chikaho, but now the crowd had doubled. Haruki froze and bitterly realized that he was left empty-handed again. His bag was completely empty, and a weight of helplessness and failure overwhelmed him. With bitter irony, he admitted that he was not popular among others at all, and this thought made his loneliness in the crowd even more palpable. During the Great Panic, the Japanese government began awarding the title of adventurers to those who stood out. It was work on the edge of life and death. One had to go underground and fight monsters. Haruki decided that he must work even harder after all. Thanks to these adventures, many people managed to find their place in life and gain new opportunities. He remembered the man from the cafe, a battle veteran, who told that he himself was once an adventurer, and it was this that taught him to keep a cool head even in the toughest situations. Several girls stood nearby. They excitedly recognized the famous blogger Tatsun, greeted him nervously, and said they always read his posts. Haruki only sighed and looked at his phone. Almost no one read his own blog. There were only 4 views on the screen. Tired from a futile day, he headed home, but in his heart an even deeper emptiness than in the bag on his shoulder. On the way home, Haruki thought about how the city was raised from the ruins, but even among the new buildings, the shadow of tragedy still hung in the air. Finally reaching the garage, he opened the door and saw a shocking discovery that made him freeze with surprise and anxiety. Suddenly, right in front of him, the entrance to the dungeon opened, and Haruki could not understand how such a thing could appear in his own house. And even worse, his snow blower was gone. He had long saved 300,000 yen for it, and now could not imagine how to survive the winter without this thing. On the ground near the entrance to the dungeon, he noticed a strange button and a plaque. They immediately caught his eye and made him wary. The next moment, the plaque suddenly flashed with a dazzling light, blinding him and making him freeze from surprise. He felt a strange, piercing sensation and exclaimed that this glow seemed to enter directly into his body, as if part of some other force. In panic, he feverishly racked his brain on how to get rid of that foreign object that had invaded his essence and would not give him peace. Suddenly, information panels flashed before Haruki's eyes, which he immediately recognized as his profile like in a game, but this time in real life. Outside, engines roared, and soon soldiers gathered near the house. They came to check the report about the appearance of a dungeon. They noisily discussed the call from this area, unable to understand how a dungeon appeared in the garage, and persistently wanted to find out exactly where the owner was. When Haruki went outside, he greeted them, but his voice was drowned out in the general noise, and no one heard him immediately. The soldiers continued whispering among themselves until he suddenly shouted again, and this genuinely surprised them. One of them sharply asked where he had come from, which made Haruki only smile bitterly. He felt the absurdity of the situation he found himself in. In his thoughts, Haruki bitterly noted that he was always ignored, and even becoming an adventurer, he never became more noticeable. Memories of school days surfaced, when girls asked where Karaboshi had gone, not noticing at all that he was standing right in front of them. Another memory surged. That man did not notice him at all, even though he was standing nearby, and this feeling of being unnoticed again painfully struck his pride. One of the soldiers asked Haruki for documents, and he obediently handed them over, thinking at the same time how to get out of this strange and awkward situation, which only emphasized his invisibility more. At that moment, he promised himself that one day he would no longer be an empty space. For others, he would prove that he himself was capable of leaving a mark in this world. When asked if he had descended into the dungeon, Haruki denied it. A soldier said with relief that it was good because after setting up barricades, the entrance would become safer. After some time, barricades indeed appeared, and the speed with which the soldiers completed the work impressed Haruki. Everything happened remarkably quickly. The soldiers explained that such a task was part of their duty, and then asked if he had lost anything in the dungeon during that sudden event. Haruki sadly recalled the missing snowblower and reported it, but in response heard only a few sparse words of sympathy, which did not comfort him at all. When their business was finished, the soldiers began preparing to leave, leaving behind the already fortified section and the worried homeowner. As a farewell, they asked if Haruki was going for a run, and he answered affirmatively, trying to hide the true thoughts that were gnawing at him. One of the soldiers sternly emphasized that even despite the barricades, he should be careful, because extra vigilance never hurts and can save a life. Haruki sincerely thanked them for the warning, and not hiding his surprise, said that they had done the job incredibly quickly and very professionally. Suddenly he felt strange glances cast in his direction, and decided it was because of the bright, multicolored shirt he had unwisely worn. When the soldiers left him, Haruki sighed deeply and loudly said that it was time to start a real adventure, and with that he headed to the entrance of the dungeon. Descending down, he placed his hand on his chest and activated the panels. They really appeared again before his eyes, as if in a computer game. Haruki realized that these panels worked only in dungeons, and this thought gave him a bit of confidence. He recalled stories about magical artifacts, those that usually lay in treasure chests, or dropped after victories over monsters and granted people new abilities. Looking for clues, he carefully stared at the panel, studying its interface and trying to figure out what functions it concealed. Pressing the letter H, he decided that it was a novice mark and wondered which rank was cooler, A or C. Haruki decided that artifacts and skills were probably leveled up through some special skill points, and he was most impressed by the skill table, which resembled game mechanics. There he saw the skill Invisibility, which strangely stood at level 0, and this genuinely surprised him. This surprised him even more. Haruki was convinced that this was the skill he had to hone to the maximum, since he had spent his whole life in the shadows. Then he became interested in the section Special Abilities and found the skill Accelerated Growth, which allowed earning more points for victories over monsters. With regret, he realized that he had given all his points to this ability, and because of this lost the chance to develop other, more useful skills. He hoped that maybe later there would be a chance to redistribute points, but he did not wait and again immersed himself in studying the interface. The dungeon itself impressed him deeply. Its atmosphere and unusual appearance took his breath away. The walls emitted a strange glow, but to the touch were like hard clay. Haruki thought that probably their strength was what kept the cave from collapsing. Suddenly a monster appeared before him, a huge centipede, slowly crawling towards him, making his heart beat faster. Recalling data from the wiki, Haruki understood. This was a low-level monster that moved quite slowly and did not pose a great threat. He realized that its most vulnerable spots were the antennae and the head. Without antennae, the creature lost the ability to attack, and this could give him an advantage in battle. Having made a clear plan, Haruki decided to strike the monster's most vulnerable spots. He felt that only this way could he defeat the centipede and emerge victorious from this deadly encounter. However, the first attempt proved futile. His knife didn't even pierce the monster's head, and a wave of helplessness washed over him, forcing him to act even more decisively. Haruki suddenly realized that this creature was much stronger and faster than he had expected, but even after the failure, he was not going to retreat. This was his first real fight. Focusing, he struck again in the same spot, and this time strength and accuracy did not fail him. The monster trembled and finally collapsed to the ground. Having won, Haruki sighed heavily. This first fight turned out to be so exhausting and difficult that it tested his endurance and determination. Looking at the fallen centipede, he instantly decided to act quickly, dismantle the prey, because at any moment other predators could appear attracted by the smell of blood. But suddenly weakness and dizziness overwhelmed him, as if his body was giving out. The first thought was that some disease or poison had struck him down. But he pondered, such a huge amount of experience for defeating a weak monster, strange and noteworthy. In Chicago, he had never seen anything like this there. The prey gave much less benefit and reward. He assumed that the reason might lie in his skill, Accelerated Growth, or in the special traits of the centipede itself. Using the obtained materials, Haruki decided to create armor that, as it seemed to him, could become an indispensable aid in future adventures. After dismantling the monster, he noticed that the obtained parts really allowed him to craft a full set of armor suitable for battle. He also thought that these materials could be sold profitably, but for now, he faced a problem. Everything simply wouldn't fit into his bag. Haruki froze in doubt, whether to leave the remains of the ink together with the meat or try to find another use for them. Remembering that his ancestors always divided monsters into edible and inedible, he couldn't resist and decided to conduct an experiment to check what they tasted like. Cutting off a small piece of meat, he was preparing to taste it, but inside he was torn by doubt whether it was worth doing at all. Having tried it, he felt the slimy meat, an almost complete absence of taste and smell. He was overwhelmed by disgust and disappointment. Haruki concluded that although the centipede meat was edible, it was not particularly useful and should not be eaten regularly. At the same time, he recalled how after the appearance of dungeons the land price skyrocketed, food suddenly became scarce, so he decided to save the meat for a rainy day. Even vegetables became a luxury. Returning home, he immediately took the next step, updating the data and his blog, hoping that this would attract attention. Haruki visited the website Become an Adventurer, where participants sincerely shared experiences, useful information, and strategies for those just starting their journey. He noted that the benefit of visiting this resource was enormous. It really increased the chances of survival, especially for beginners. In addition, he studied Monster Wiki, the information exchange section, and carefully reviewed fresh updates in blogs that were constantly being updated. After updating, Haruki posted a story about his first experience in the dungeon, sincerely hoping that it would attract attention and make him more famous. He sincerely believed that by finding a dungeon right in his own house, he would definitely attract the attention of other users and gather a large audience. About an hour passed and he decided to check the result. Holding his breath, Haruki opened the blog statistics, expecting to see an explosion of views. But instead of the expected popularity, he saw only 3 views. His enthusiasm instantly faded, and he exclaimed that he deserved at least 1 million. In despair, he even began to convince himself that the view counter was broken. That's why it showed such pathetic numbers. Comparing his blog with the materials of leading authors, he stubbornly convinced himself that his posts were no worse than theirs and also deserved attention. Suddenly, his attention was instantly drawn to a fresh update from Bakken Sen, one of the famous Rangers people with the highest positions on the Become an Adventurer platform. Haruki remembered how Rangers often collaborate with big companies. They are given weapons and equipment for free, paid considerable money, and because of this, they shine like real stars in the world of adventurers. Bakken Sen is a burly old man, known for preferring solitary dungeon expeditions, despite his eccentricity and refusal to dress properly, and his impressive stature and experience also allowed him to help train novices. Haruki recalled Masatsugu, another famous ranger, a strategic genius who stormed the most dangerous dungeons and explored them with cold precision and calculation. Masatsugu's greatest achievement was a crazy record, the longest stay in a deadly dangerous dungeon in Japan, at the Shinjuku station, which no one has been able to surpass to this day. But there was no new news from Masatsugu, so Haruki decided that he was on another expedition and exclaimed with admiration that becoming Bakken Sen's apprentice would be a true dream. Among the top rangers emerged Shigure, the only woman in that circle, who had been trained in a dojo since childhood and had never suffered defeat, so even the strongest looked at her with respect. Inspired by their examples, Haruki felt small and insignificant, and once again regretted his invisibility in a world ruled by power and fame. Soon he pulled himself together and suddenly remembered he had a unique magic panel to study and even his own dungeon right in the garage. Realizing this, he decided to use his advantages to become stronger and finally make others notice him. Filled with determination, Haruki set out for the dungeon again, ready to face new challenges and dangerous encounters. During his exploration, he killed many monsters, moved more confidently than on the first day, and felt his strength slowly growing. When the number of kills exceeded 100, he was overcome with slight embarrassment, as if he were defeating defenseless children rather than real monsters. But he noticed that his resistance to diseases had significantly increased, a clear sign of his progress. Reaching the end of the first floor, Haruki raised his head and saw countless centipedes crawling on the ceiling in the darkness. Still dazed, he accidentally destroyed one instantly and could hardly believe his own actions. This encouraged him, and full of confidence, he rushed into battle, destroying centipedes one by one. Haruki happily noticed that he could now kill monsters with a single blow, something that seemed impossible just yesterday. He recalled only the day before he had managed to defeat just one enemy, and he suddenly realized that he had not surfaced for a long time, fully immersed in battles. Reality began to blur slightly before his eyes, and he guessed that this might be a side effect of the skill-accelerated growth. In a few days, he exterminated over 200 monsters for Chikaho. Such a result was simply impossible due to fierce competition with other adventurers. Haruki pondered how rapidly his strength was growing at first. He didn't even notice it, but then he felt that it filled him with confidence. He felt that the physical limit was near, and soon he would no longer have to complete initial tasks, so he decided it was time to change weapons. The current blade could no longer withstand the load. Haruki noticed that the boss was not on the first floor, and no skill points were given for victories, but he firmly decided it was only a matter of time the level would soon start to rise. Boiling with enthusiasm, he headed to the second floor, craving new adventures and loot. Looking around, he saw that the terrain of the second level barely differed from the first, and suddenly remembered, the structure of the floors remains constant up to the 10th. He also knew, the deeper the dungeon the harsher the difficulty, and only about 10% of adventurers reached the 10th floor, the middle level. Almost nothing was known about the lower levels. Most adventurers worked only for themselves and did not want to share their discoveries. The floor became wider with each level, and this only fueled Haruki's curiosity and eager anticipation of meeting new monsters. Strange plants immediately caught his eye, growing directly from the soil and looking completely unusual. When he approached, they suddenly jumped out from under the ground, and he jumped up from the unexpected movement. After he dealt with the vegetable monsters, Haruki was gripped by horror. Suddenly, he remembered how corrosive they were, and only now realized that he had underestimated the danger hidden behind their seemingly funny appearance. The ordeal exhausted him to the last, so he decided to immediately return home to catch his breath and avoid even greater danger. Later, after catching his breath, Haruki began dreaming of a monopoly on the sale of vegetable monsters, especially in Atami, despite the fact that they were often hunted and competition was fierce. But suddenly, his blade could not withstand another outing and cracked, becoming yet another problem that needed to be solved here and now. Haruki decided, tomorrow he would definitely go to the weapons shop, find a worthy replacement, and be ready for battle again. The woman behind the counter was bored, complaining about the monotony and sighing heavily, wondering if she would manage to meet the daily quota, wearily leaning on the counter. Meanwhile, Haruki, savoring the prepared dish, put a piece in his mouth and exclaimed enthusiastically, "The taste is simply divine." He mentally understood, Katori Rasen's culinary skills simply overshadow any centipede meat. The old man sitting nearby smiled warmly and sincerely thanked him for the compliment. The grandfather asked if it was difficult to bring so much fresh onion. Haruki smiled and replied that it was just a gesture of gratitude for his constant help, adding that neighbors should always support each other. The camera slowly glided over the houses, revealing the path a 10-minute walk from Haruki's home to Katori's residence. The old man froze for a moment, then shared memories. Once he and his wife gathered onions, but a monster took her life, and now he often recalls those times with pain. Hearing these words, Haruki froze. He felt embarrassed and sad before the old man who had suffered such a loss. Later, as he was getting into the car, Haruki apologized for having to be fed. The old man gently replied that it was a trifle and sincerely thanked him for the onions brought. Then he asked if Haruki was going to go to the dungeon again, and he confidently answered, yes. Before that, he decided to stop by the store to settle a few more matters. Haruki dumped a huge pile of goods on the counter, causing the cashier to freeze in shock and ask in astonishment what it was and where it came from. At that moment, Haruki suddenly appeared right in front of her, and she screamed loudly out of fright. He asked her to evaluate the goods and explained that there were about 200. The girl looked stunned and wondered silently how was this even possible. She asked again if all of it really belonged to him, and Haruki calmly confirmed. The girl asked him to wait a bit to process such a large volume. After some time, she finished counting and informed Haruki that the total came to 216 shells. Undamaged shells cost as much as 1,000 yen each, while scratched ones only 100. She quickly calculated the sum, ran her finger over the paper, showed him the final result, and clarified that the money would be transferred to the card if he was satisfied with everything. Haruki froze at this amount, sincerely thanked her, and mentally noted that the bonus points from the site gave an additional 5%, raising the total to 161,460 yen. He mentally thanked the centipedes for such a profit, and said aloud that now at least there would be enough money for gasoline. Joyful, he headed to the equipment store, and his eyes literally shone with anticipation of new opportunities. Inside the shop, there was a crowd of equipment and accessories for adventurers, and every item seemed to beckon to adventure. Haruki looked at the two-handed sword with admiration and noticed that such blades were popular among adventurers. He imagined himself with this sword in a dungeon, feeling the true spirit of a hero. But he quickly realized, daggers suited him much better. They would allow him to stand out among others. In his thoughts, Haruki constantly pictured other adventurers, with a gleam of admiration in their eyes, watching as he alone, with only a dagger in his hands, fought monsters. The fire within him instantly went out as soon as he saw the price of the werewolf dagger, 1 million yen, an amount that seemed completely unattainable. As expected, it was a mid-range weapon, attracting with its balance between price and power. The saleswoman approached Haruki, greeted him, and immediately noticed that he was carefully examining the dagger behind the glass. She offered to open the display case so he could better inspect it and feel it in his hands. Haruki was confused and blushed. He did not expect anyone to notice his interest at all. In his thoughts, he admitted to himself that he was more nervous than during a fight with centipedes, but at the same time felt joy from this attention. As soon as the girl asked if he wanted to try the weapon, Haruki agreed without hesitation. Taking the dagger in his hands, he immediately realized that it could only be used in a limited way. He could not unleash its full power. The saleswoman explained, weapons made from dungeon materials choose their owner themselves and do not obey just anyone. She added, a mid-level adventurer simply cannot use a weapon made from the body of a high-class monster. However, if the blade comes from a mid-level creature, even a novice can use it. She smiled and offered him other weapon models a bit more expensive, but with incredible combat characteristics. Haruki took one of them a bit heavy, but quite comfortable and fit well in his hand. Then the saleswoman presented the dagger, Silver Wolf, and with a smile remarked that it seemed to suit him perfectly. Haruki smiled ironically and joked, asking if they even sell equipment that does not suit buyers at all. The girl sighed and explained, people often buy equipment just because it looks nice or is cheap, and then complain that it does not work as they expected. Haruki agreed with her, saying that this job is really difficult and she has a hard time. She added she never leaves such buyers without a proper lesson. Smiling, the saleswoman sincerely assured him that his face showed he was honest, and she had no reason to doubt him. Haruki hurried to confirm that he did not intend to return the purchase. She asked if he was a mid-level adventurer, and Haruki, embarrassed, shyly admitted that he was actually just a beginner. The girl ran her hand over his worn leather armor and noticed numerous scratches, and Haruki awkwardly explained that it was simply due to lack of experience. She sat down opposite him and sternly warned, his actions in the dungeon were too reckless and could lead to tragedy. The saleswoman, with obvious anxiety in her voice, sincerely worried about his life and strongly advised buying more reliable armor for his own safety. She advised him either to change his armor or find another way to protect himself because risking unnecessarily was too dangerous. Embarrassed by her persistence, Haruki finally gave in and said he would buy armor at least for her sake. She announced the final price as if a life depended on it. Centipede armor 50,000 yen, strange mask 500 yen, and the dagger Silver Wolf 98,000 yen. The total turned out to be 148,500 yen. After paying, Haruki left the shop, feeling both joy and creeping anxiety at the same time. When he left, she whispered excitedly to herself, I can't believe I managed to meet the daily quota. She added that to reach this level, she had to put in incredible effort and hone her own skills. This saleswoman was named Yuzuki Akin. She was 27 years old, and she worked at the weapon shop at Chibishi. She smiled with satisfaction, pleased. She had indeed managed to sell even that cursed mask with the disgusting smell, which no one had wanted to buy before because it had no magic. The girl added with obvious pleasure, tricking that boy turned out to be quite easy. Akin couldn't hold back happy with her success. She hurried to the neighboring shop to share her joy. She met the quota and sold successfully. When Yuzuki Akin noticed the backpack that Haruki had forgotten, thoughts suddenly overwhelmed her, and for a moment she pondered the recently concluded deal. She recalled that the dagger Silver Wolf was made from the fangs of a monster from the 6th or 8th floor of Chikaho, so such a weapon was considered very good and made for mid-level adventurers. This made her wonder, why did Haruki call himself a novice when he bought equipment clearly not meant for a beginner? Akin just waved her hand and decided it was not her concern. The main thing was that the sale went successfully. Haruki sighed heavily, looked bitterly at the new equipment, and with a weight in his chest realized how much money he had spent on recent purchases. Then he set off to the Chikaho dungeon, to the first floor, the very one he had already passed through several times. Images of recent events in the dungeon and the garage did not cease in his mind, and he could not understand why Chikaho attracted people so strongly. Life was bustling inside. Adventurers were actively discussing plans, preparing for battles with monsters. Some were hurrying, and others were looking for places with fewer people to avoid sharing loot. Haruki immersed himself in his thoughts and firmly decided that today everything would be different after all. Until now, he had only fought on the first 2 floors. Now his only goal was to reach the lowest levels of the dungeon, test his strength, and prove to himself that he was capable of more. Surprisingly, he suddenly noticed that his level had increased. He remembered that this often happens right after descending to deeper floors. He also gained skill points, but thought that outside the dungeon they did not count, and 2 weak monsters did not give any reward at all. When Haruki came across another monster, he easily dealt with it and thought that centipedes no longer posed a threat to him. He decided that this was the merit of the new blade. which, as the saleswoman assured, performed brilliantly in battle. Haruki decided to move further away from the crowd to where there were fewer people, but significantly more monsters and real experience. Suddenly, as if from underground, a deadly dangerous monster jumped out in front of him, the killer rabbit. One of the men nearby noticed this, and with surprise saw that the rabbit seemed to have crashed into some invisible obstacle. Haruki instantly felt danger. He immediately realized before him was a very serious opponent. This creature, thanks to incredibly powerful paws, attacked lightning fast. Each of its jumps could be deadly. Haruki understood that without new armor, he would not withstand even one blow. Mentally noted that the meat and horns of male killer rabbits could be sold profitably, but at the same time felt the monster's true intent to kill him. The rabbit lunged forward, and Haruki, drawing his dagger, pressed his lips and prepared for a deadly fight. After several tense minutes, he finally delivered the decisive blow and knocked down the monster. Haruki exhaled with relief, but still could not believe that he had really dealt with this dangerous enemy. At that time, other adventurers approached, but they were overcome with disappointment. The rabbit was already dead, and they did not get the prey. Haruki awkwardly admitted that he was the one who delivered the final blow. One of them muttered that the monster had died before they managed to approach. Suddenly, Haruki felt himself start to tremble, and he wondered, could the rabbit have been much more dangerous than it seemed at first? Meanwhile, the adventurers were actively discussing the monster parade, which, as they hoped, had been delayed by the bait. The words about the parade both interested and alarmed Haruki. He still did not understand what exactly the experienced adventurers meant. One of them, with hope in his voice, said that their bait would indeed be able to hold back the enemy onslaught, at least for a short time. One of the adventurers noticed the newcomer, and with a smile asked if her name was really Karen-chan. The girl nodded and confirmed, "My name is Karen." As soon as they heard this, the comrades instantly became lively and sincerely admitted. They were expecting something strange, because they thought the response to their forum announcement might turn out to be a joke or some invention. Karen firmly assured that she was counting on their support. The team introduced themselves, Lars, Shikama, and Haria. Shikama, wasting no time, asked Karen's age. When Haria heard that she was only 18, she was surprised after all. The girl had just crossed the threshold of adulthood. Lars frowned and doubted whether she could manage, but immediately added, even such a company is better than being alone with the novice Shikama. Shikama was offended by these words, especially after Haria's joke that being next to him and his sword was a dubious pleasure. Despite the mockery, Shikama suggested moving on and warned Karen, "Don't overexert yourself and stay close to the group." Karen nodded and mentally ordered herself to check the equipment. No unpleasant surprises. Shikama added that the task would not be too difficult. They usually descended below the 9th floor, and Karen, hearing this, enthusiastically replied that she was ready. Later, when the group stopped, Haria noticed fatigue on Karen's face and, concerned, asked if she was all right. Lars quietly reminded that she was still a novice. It was hard for her to get used to fights at such levels. Shame and insecurity overwhelmed Karen. It was really difficult for her to cope with high-level monsters. Despite everything, she firmly assured that she was fine and refused the offered rest. Shikama praised her courage and said that ordinary girls rarely dared to descend below the 2nd floor because real danger begins there. Lars confirmed his words and seriously added that at such depths, the risk for novices is especially high. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. The whole team immediately became alert. Shikama assumed that the monsters were already very close, but Haria calmly clarified they had not reached here yet, although it was only a matter of time. Karen asked confusedly, "What should we do next?" Haria replied, "Everything is obvious," and Lars suggested to leave immediately to avoid danger. Karen asked with surprise why they were retreating, but Shikama briefly explained, "A parade is approaching." The word parade caused even more questions in Karen. She still did not fully understand its meaning. Shikama shouted in panic that the monster parade is starting. Karen recalled with trembling, "This is a mass invasion of monsters in the dungeon, which can start for various reasons and always carries deadly danger." She knew in such cases adventurers are better off staying away, so she ran after the group but quickly realized they are fleeing without waiting for her. Karen shouted, pleading for them to wait. Shikama, with obvious irritation in his voice, asked why she was lagging behind, and Lars sharply called her a foolish girl. Suddenly, Haria saw a fight unfolding ahead, and despite the protests of others, Shikama decisively said that as a man he cannot abandon someone in trouble. Lars persistently tried to dissuade him, warning that it might be a trap, but Shikama resolutely went forward. Karen, not quite understanding what her companions were arguing about, thought that they were about to move on to a real fight. Karen sighed with relief. There were such strong people nearby. so she decided to hide behind their backs to avoid being hit by the monsters. But suddenly Shikama sharply pushed her back, and an evil smile appeared on his face. He pretended and apologized, then said that someone definitely had to become the bait. Karen, stunned, tried to stop them, but the team scattered in an instant, leaving her alone in front of an avalanche of monsters. In despair, she screamed that she did not want to die and begged for help, not believing that this was really happening. Meanwhile, Haruki, hearing the growing rumble, looked out and saw Karen surrounded by monsters. Still, he decided to intervene, although he perfectly understood. His stats were far from ideal: strength 130, speed 130, agility 130, rank G. Putting on the mask, Haruki mentally reminded himself, now every point of strength, even the smallest, mattered. When the monsters attacked Karen, he instantly and decisively rushed into battle. Bravely throwing himself into the fight, he destroyed the monsters one by one, fighting desperately and fearlessly despite his own limitations and fatigue. After the battle, Haruki regretfully noticed that for each victory, he received only one skill point. Even small achievements filled him with a completely different sense of his own strength and progress. His body was burning, nausea and headache were growing unbearable, but it was in this that he felt a strange pleasure. Haruki immediately associated these feelings with the living, true spirit of an adventurer. Having defeated all the killer rabbits, he sighed heavily and sincerely admitted that he was glad to be alive. Karen tried to say something, but instead a scream escaped from her. Haruki thought that the mask had frightened her and instantly hurried to calm her down when she apologized for the strange sound. He hesitated whether to remove the mask, and at that moment noticed that Karen had taken his hand and began to thank him for the rescue. Through tears, she confessed she was sure of her own death. Haruki felt relief and happiness fill him. He had managed to save her. Collecting valuable materials from the monsters, he thanked Karen for her help and asked her name. The girl named herself Karen Kurosaki. He, in response, introduced himself as Haruki Kuraboshi. Karen looked at him and could not understand why he still had not removed the mask. When they were about to return, Karen suddenly offered to help carry part of the loot, and Haruki, stunned by her gesture, nevertheless agreed. Soon she asked if he was a ranger. Haruki laughed and explained that he was just a novice. The girl was stunned. He single-handedly defeated a crowd of monsters without any experience. Haruki admitted and was surprised himself, but at that moment he simply could not retreat. He inwardly acknowledged that his victory was possible thanks to the skill panel, but decided not to reveal this secret. Haruki suddenly remembered. On the way to the monsters, he noticed a group of 3 adventurers and asked Karen if she knew these people. The girl replied it was they who took her into their team. She said that she met them on a forum and hoped they would help her level up, but her hopes were shattered. Haruki pondered, the true task of adventurers is to protect people. Anger overwhelmed him when he recalled how they abandoned Karen and made her bait. He admitted sometimes retreat is justified, but to thoughtlessly leave a comrade to fend for themselves, that was unforgivable. Suddenly their words surfaced in his memory. Supposedly, they should have fled earlier, and Karen was allegedly just bait. Haruki finally became convinced such actions deserve only condemnation and outright contempt. Meanwhile, Akin, as if proud, loudly boasted. The profits of her shop had increased by a full 200% compared to last year, and she especially emphasized the full 200. The girl, listening to this with disgust, sharply ordered her to be quiet and directly admitted, "Those boasts annoy me." Akin, despite the reaction, still approached and inquired how things were at her shop, then reminded her that although they have similar positions, she is her manager, and reproached her with disrespect. Akin cut in that she holds on only because of greater experience, added that now only results matter, boldly asked who among them is really better, and then insulted her, calling her a mediocre old woman and herself a beautiful young woman with good achievements. The outraged girl sharply demanded explanations, exclaiming, "Who dared to call me old?" Embarrassed, Akin quickly began to apologize and hurried to change the subject. At that moment, Haruki jumped into the conversation, announced that he came to sell materials, and immediately began to explain which ones he wanted to hand over. Seeing who approached, Akin instantly disappeared. In her thoughts, she recalled this client. He had recently already visited her shop. The girl behind the counter looked at the brought materials and immediately guessed these were the horns of the killer rabbit. Karen, carefully examining the loot, said there were about 100 of them. The saleswoman even exclaimed in surprise. She could not believe her eyes. She thought that killer rabbits are too dangerous monsters for beginners and could not believe that this boy could defeat 100 in one night. She also noted that female rabbits of this kind do not have horns, so the real number of killed creatures could be much higher. For a beginner, this seemed absolutely impossible. Later, after counting everything, the girl smiled and thanked Haruki for his patience, said that for 101 killer rabbit horns he would receive from 200 to 2,000 yen, and asked if that amount suited him. Haruki smiled and confirmed that he was completely satisfied with the result. The girl, with a smile, advised him to use the command function, explaining that the system divides the reward among all group members. She added that using this function also accrues service points, making the offer especially advantageous. Haruki agreed and decided to use it. Karen objected, saying she hardly participated in battles, except for helping carry the horns. Haruki smiled and reminded her that her contribution was also important. She carried 48 horns, and therefore deserved a share of the reward, but added that he had one more condition. Akin, listening to their conversation, thought with surprise. Karen really only carried the horns, but it turned out Haruki had single-handedly destroyed all the monsters. When he mentioned half payment for 48 horns, the girl objected, saying the rules did not allow it, and then Akin intervened in the conversation and called her aside. Haruki noticed with surprise that this girl suddenly reminded him of one of the employees from another shop. Akin and the other girl rushed to the cash register. Their argument flared up again, and the indignant girl whispered to ask what was happening. Akin began reproaching her for refusing to recount the amount, and she, sighing heavily, explained it would only add more work, and she was also afraid of the boss's yelling. Akin sharply criticized her, calling her slow and incompetent, which caused even more indignation in the girl. Then Akin stood up again, apologized to Haruki, and asked him to wait a little, leaving the girl completely confused. Haruki agreed to wait. He knew that the resolution of this strange situation was about to come. Akin quickly calculated the sum and reported that the reward for 53 horns and the remaining funds for half of 48 horns had already been credited to their accounts. Haruki thanked her for the promptness and mentally noted that Akin definitely works at the same shop where he had recently been. As soon as he left, the girl pounced on Akin, showering her with reproaches for interference and demanding explanations for her behavior. Akin lied calmly and with a slight smile, replied that the client brings money, so sometimes it is worth ignoring the boss's orders for the sake of such an important guest. The girl accused her of rudeness both with clients and with the boss, and even threatened to complain to higher management. Akin calmly stated that she did not care and assured that the day would come when she would be thanked for her actions. To this, the girl only snorted distrustfully and briefly in response. Meanwhile, Haruki said goodbye and said he would go by car. Karen approached him and asked, "How can I thank you for your help?" Haruki replied that no thanks were necessary, he just wanted to help and did so sincerely. But Karen insisted, let him say any wish so that she could somehow thank him for saving his life. When Haruki heard these words, he froze as if struck stunned and completely unsure how to react. He stubbornly convinced himself this was not what it seemed to him, but only sincere, innocent gratitude. He froze in thought. The age difference was felt sharply. He was 27, she was only 18, and he suddenly doubted his own social skills. He sat in the car, advised Karen not to worry and to forget about it, started the engine, and drove off. At the hotel, Haruki suddenly felt completely exhausted and had to admit today he simply would not make it home. Suddenly, he remembered that he had been walking around wearing a mask the whole time and realized the administrator probably took him for someone scary. The realization overwhelmed him with embarrassment and a sense of the strangeness of the situation. When he took off the mask, he felt freer from anxieties, as if he were in a dream where everything seemed easier. For the first time in a long time, he felt that he was noticed, that he truly existed and was not lost in the crowd. He said with admiration that the mask was a cool thing that gave him this feeling. Later, Haruki set off to that popular tavern he had read about many times on forums. He happily decided to give himself a special day, even if a glass of beer cost 2,000 yen, but a man sat next to him and accidentally bumped him, not even noticing. That man and his companion whispered about the strange guy in the mask, mocking that he was weak and poorly dressed. Overhearing their conversation, Haruki suddenly felt a surge of joy. The strangers were talking about him. He decided to have a drink to celebrate no longer being transparent air. When he ordered another beer, the man next to him froze in surprise. He learned that a person had been sitting next to him all this time. Even the waitress smiled and joked when she took the order from a spot that had seemed empty before. Returning to the hotel, Haruki thought with a smile that today was perfect for his blog. He wrote a post vividly describing his own battle with the parade of monsters. Suddenly, Haruki remembered that Karen had also mentioned her blog. In her post, she told how she was saved, sincerely thanked the one who gave her life back, and swore never to forgive those adventurers. Haruki could not believe his eyes. her 14 posts had already gathered 1,043 bookmarks. This pleased him, so he went to sleep with a light heart. Meanwhile, in a private chat, they were buzzing about the incident. One was telling how an adventurer broke through the parade of monsters. Others doubted the truth and said it was a fabrication, and someone suggested maybe it was a ranger now called Nobody. In the conversation, they said the blogger probably exists, although no one had seen him with their own eyes, and his pseudonym NICHTO made some want to subscribe to his updates. In the morning, Haruki literally lit up with joy when he saw that his post had gained 5 views and even 1 bookmark. For the first time, he felt that he was noticed, and it filled him with motivation. Haruki was already about to return home, but suddenly decided, first, to go down to the dungeon once more and level up. But he quickly realized he couldn't leave until he found that girl. Descending into the dungeon, he felt regret that he hadn't written to her in the blog. Now finding her here would be much harder. And suddenly Karen herself approached him and called him by name. Haruki froze in shock and couldn't understand. How did she recognize him if she hadn't even spoken a word to him before? It was a special moment for him. For the first time, someone addressed him directly. Karen explained that she recognized him by the mask. It had stuck well in her memory. At that moment, Haruki remembered that he was still wearing it, mentally appreciated its practicality, and reminded himself that it had cost only 500 yen. Karen noticed his worried look and gently asked if he was all right. Haruki gathered his thoughts and said that he had seen those adventurers who had behaved suspiciously before. He, with anxiety in his voice, warned Karen not to go anywhere. He feared that those men might harm her. Haruki guessed they came to check if Karen was still alive, and to prevent her from revealing the truth, they might intimidate or even kill her. Meanwhile, the men were tensely preparing for the attack. Haruki was breathless from their audacity. They acted in the middle of a crowded crowd, and even in Karen's presence. He instantly analyzed the situation, anxiously searching for a way to retreat. Haruki realized every move he made could trigger a new threat, an arrow or a sword strike, and he feverishly sought a solution. At that moment, Shikama, one of the attackers, lunged at Haruki, aiming to catch him off guard. Shikama charged the attack, but Haruki was ready. He raised his dagger to defend himself. During the clash, Shikami's sword suddenly broke. He lost balance and fell to the ground. Suddenly, their fight was interrupted by a man who appeared out of nowhere. With one sword movement, he stopped everything and angrily demanded an explanation of what was happening here. Haruki recognized him as the famous adventurer Masatsugu and froze in amazement. His speed was astonishing. He thought he didn't even notice how Masatsugu got between them. Karen instantly seized the chance and tried to explain who those men were that attacked them. Shikama interrupted Karen and, angered, stated that they were the victims, accusing Haruki of organizing a parade of monsters against them, endangering their lives and nearly killing them, while Haruki thought that these were the kind of adventurers appearing now. Hearing this, the people around burst into discussions and outrage, condemning the men who could so cruelly abandon someone in danger. Masatsugu clarified, was it really so? Haruki calmly explained that in fact everything was quite different. The men went underground together with Karen, but upon encountering the parade of monsters, they abandoned her to save time and rescue their own lives. Having heard the explanation, Masatsugu sincerely sympathized with Karen and noted how hard it had been for her. Shikama tried to object, outraged that Masatsugu trusted Haruki's words more than theirs. Masatsugu sharply interrupted him. They had already pointed weapons at another person, so their words were worthless. Shikama pointed at Haruki and exclaimed that he was also armed, but Masatsugu calmly objected from his appearance. It was clear that Haruki was only defending himself. At that moment, police officers arrived at the scene to sort out the situation, and frightened Haria asked Shikama what they should do now. When the police recognized Masatsugu, they immediately showed respect and looked at him with admiration. Haruki, observing, thought that now the police would settle everything and the conflict would finally be resolved. Karen addressed him, saying that everything was settled, and asked if everything was all right now. Haruki replied that it would be great if this really was the end of the story. He added that they were saved only thanks to Masatsugu's intervention. When the police took away the attackers, Masatsugu approached Haruki and asked his name. He, blushing, said Karaboshi Haruki and added that his nickname on the site was Nobody. Masatsugu remarked that Nobody sounded quite powerful, which surprised Haruki. He did not understand whether it was sarcasm or a compliment, but he thanked him anyway. Masatsugu explained, he gave such an assessment because Haruki was not scared even in such a dangerous situation, probably because he spends a lot of time in dungeons, and such a reaction was already usual for him. He also noted that this was truly an outstanding skill. Haruki agreed silently, but modestly denied it aloud and thanked him for the words. Masatsugu continued, noting that Haruki had a good eye, and advised him to stay away from the city for some time. When Haruki asked if this could be an assassination attempt, Masatsugu admitted the possibility existed, but he himself would deal with that trio and solve the problem. Haruki tried to object, thinking that Masatsugu should not be burdened, but he explained his motives. He firmly warned that such a stunt by adventurers would make people consider all of them like that trio, would ruin the reputation of everyone, even himself. Haruki thought to himself that Masatsugu impressed him not only with strength, but also with his responsibility. Masatsugu assured that he would stay in Sapporo for some more time and advised Haruki not to worry. He emphasized that the trio was rotten through and through and required decisive intervention to prevent further trouble. Haruki agreed and entrusted the matter to him. Meanwhile, people around began asking Masatsugu for autographs. For the first time, Haruki felt interest in someone's statuses and decided to check Masatsugu's data with the eyes of characteristics, knowing it was a rare chance to see information about a top ranger. Masatsugu's status stunned him. Endurance only 12 out of 30, recovery just 7 out of 30, strength 11 out of 30, physical standard 9 out of 30, speed 13 out of 30, agility 9 out of 30. Combat skills blazed, one-handed weapon mastery 8/10, holy blade 3/10, armor maximum at 10, light armor 3/10, shields 8/10, intuitive skills anticipation and detection 3/10, judgment 5/10. Special skill divine protection at maximum level. Haruki shone with admiration and finally decided to follow Masatsugu's example. He froze in amazement. Looking once again at Masatsugu's characteristics, he realized that becoming such an outstanding adventurer was almost impossible. The thought that Masatsugu was a top ranger in the divine armor of Shinigami stunned him. Haruki wondered if God himself was helping him through divine protection, and he eagerly wanted to learn more, but the status button suddenly disappeared. Haruki got scared. Masatsugu had moved out of the range of his tablet, and the information about the characteristics simply vanished. Despite everything, he was glad at least he managed to see the basic skills of the legendary adventurer, and at that moment Karen approached Haruki and spoke to him. She asked, "Take me with you to the dungeon." Haruki was surprised, but Karen quickly clarified she did not mean this dungeon, but the one he wrote about in his blog. Haruki froze in surprise. He could not understand how Karen found out about his article. She explained that she came across his nickname, Nobody, on the forum. Karen often read new posts, and once accidentally came across his post about the dungeon that suddenly appeared right in his house. She said that in her free time, she scrolls through the freshest articles on the forum. Haruki felt both surprise and joy at the same time. For the first time, he found himself face to face with his reader, and Karen, full of enthusiasm, insisted that they set off for the dungeon. Haruki, sighing, tried to explain that his town was a complete backwater, where there was nothing interesting except the dungeon itself. He anxiously asked if Karen's parents would be worried about the trip, but she calmly assured him that everything was fine. Sitting in the car, Haruki couldn't help but think, Karen really looked like a true adventurer. She was ready to put her own life on the line to achieve something, and seemed to understand what it meant to lose something important. When they arrived at Haruki's house, Karen excitedly saw that the entrance to the dungeon was hidden right in his garage. She noted that it was probably very convenient to have the dungeon so close to home. Haruki reluctantly agreed. Then Karen asked where she could sell items or weapons that she would acquire. Haruki sighed and explained. In his town there were no shops or markets. It was a real province. Karen couldn't believe her ears when she heard that there wasn't even a weapon store here. Haruki irritably snapped that you couldn't even order anything online here, and asked her not to ask stupid questions or look at him so judgmentally. Karen, trying to grasp at any hope, said that at least they have a dungeon, and Haruki admitted that it was indeed their only advantage, so he suggested heading down. Karen nodded and they went down. On the way, Haruki asked if she knew what monsters lived here, and Karen confidently replied that they were centipedes, for which he praised her for carefully reading his blog. He assured her these monsters are not too dangerous, but warned they can damage armor, so be careful. Karen confirmed that she understood. Haruki glanced at her equipment, simple clothes with a cloak, a root staff, and leather boots, and immediately noted this staff destroys materials that can be obtained from monsters, so it is not popular among adventurers. Moreover, the Banama V model was complicated to use. She is a real maniac, reads all the latest blog updates, but chose not the best weapon, he thought, and decided to ask her about it later. Going deeper, they encountered the first centipede. Haruki confidently said it was not dangerous, but Karen got scared and admitted that her heart almost stopped. Haruki pointed at the monster and offered Karen a rare chance to kill it herself. Karen froze in surprise, and Haruki calmly pressed the centipede's head with his foot, showing that its weak spot was the head, and insisted that Karen finish the fight. Karen was surprised by his cold-bloodedness and asked, wasn't he disgusted? Haruki smiled and replied that he found centipedes cute, admiring their legs and movements, and Karen begged him to be quiet because she was feeling sick. Then Haruki asked Karen if she would also look away when a truly horrible monster appeared. He noticed that although this centipede would not kill her, any other monster would do it easily. Haruki warned her that if she turned away from disgust, it would be her end, and directly asked was she that little girl who fears every insect, or a brave adventurer who can look danger in the eye. After these words, Karen gritted her teeth and dared to kill the centipede, although the very thought made her nauseous. Haruki mentally noted that leveling up is always difficult and unpleasant. Karen asked with interest how long Haruki had already been an adventurer. He replied that it happened only this year, and Karen happily noted that she had also started relatively recently. Then she asked if Haruki had ever practiced martial arts, and he honestly admitted, never during his student years. All his time went only to study and work. Haruki recalled how, at the very beginning of his career, he realized that the company where he worked was dubious. People were forced to work overtime and live in constant stress, and Karen decided that this could have made him stronger, unlike her. Haruki only smiled and explained that his strength was mostly due to equipment and experience, so he advised Karen not to quit training in his dungeon, because there she would become stronger faster. Karen was sparkling with enthusiasm and declared that she was going to exterminate all centipedes, and Haruki gently asked her not to overdo it. They continued mercilessly destroying monsters. Haruki thought to himself that Karen was already managing on her own, but it was still dangerous. He could not help but notice that her development pace differed from his own, probably due to his unique skill of accelerated growth. Later, Karen, apologizing, asked to take a break. Haruki agreed and suggested resting a bit. In his thoughts, he praised Karen for her courage and endurance. She never complained despite difficulties and always gave her all. Deciding to help her, he glanced at her status. When Haruki looked, he was breathless. All of Karen's attributes, recovery, strength, magic, control, speed, and agility, showed 0, and her rank was marked as novice. Haruki recalled Karen's words about her fear that centipedes might appear in her nightmares, and with trembling, he thought how hard it really was for her despite all her determination. When he realized that her attributes were related to magical abilities, he was breathless. He felt that Karen probably possessed magic, that rare, almost unstudied magic that most adventurers dream of. Seeing before him the owner of such valuable abilities, Haruki's thirst for knowledge ignited, and he intensely wanted to learn more about her powers. He suddenly became curious why she was hiding her abilities, and he guessed it was for the same reasons she hid her skill panel. Haruki sadly noted that novices often harm others because they do not know how to properly use their abilities. He also added, sharing such information with strangers is extremely dangerous. He wanted to cautiously hint to Karen about his suspicions, but instead he directly asked her if she possessed magic. Karen became wary and asked why he was asking such a question. Haruki realized he had rushed and began to explain that her equipment reminded him of a girl mage. Karen smiled and corrected him. Magical girls usually wear dresses. Haruki, embarrassed, admitted that he did not know that. To ease the tension, he cautiously suggested that the very presence of magical weapons might indicate magical abilities. Then Haruki enthusiastically offered to share skills for better teamwork, but Karen calmly explained that even having magic, no one reveals it until reaching a high level because it is too dangerous. Haruki was convinced of his suspicions. Karen really knew how to skillfully deflect unwanted questions. He lingered in thought how rare these magical skills are and whether this is connected to traits like luck. Haruki noticed that he did not have the skill, luck, and suggested that it might be related to magical abilities and rather resemble some kind of lottery. Meanwhile, Karen could not calm down. She was tormented by the question of what Haruki was thinking and where he would go next. Suddenly the ground shook, and their thoughts were interrupted. Haruki instantly felt danger and suggested escaping the dungeon. Karen agreed, and they rushed to find an exit. Haruki heard a rumble, as if structures were collapsing, and wondered what it could mean. He figured maybe this is a parade of domestic centipedes. They are not very dangerous by themselves, but when there are many of them, it can turn into a serious problem. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, a monster appeared right in front of them. Haruki realized a giant centipede stood before him, a creature that was supposed to appear only after the 8th floor of the dungeon. He remembered that this creature is extremely poisonous, insanely fast, and has an exceptionally sharp sense of smell. Realizing the danger, Haruki ordered Karen to stand behind him and cover his back. He explained, rare monsters like this centipede are sometimes stronger even than bosses, although they appear very rarely. During the fight, Haruki was wounded, and this instantly complicated the whole matter. Suddenly, Karen unleashed magic to protect him. Her efforts finally paid off. She held the monster back. Haruki immediately took advantage of the moment and plunged his dagger straight into the monster's head. Once outside, Karen admired the beauty of the world around her with genuine wonder. Haruki suddenly realized he had never even noticed this before. Nearby, he noticed a building with a sign, a place where equipment and materials were bought and sold. He was truly surprised. Karen looked at the building and froze. It definitely wasn't there when they were descending into the dungeon, and the sudden appearance of the store stunned her. Haruki pondered, looking at the street. As usual, companies choose places for shops by counting people and seeing how much money they have. He noticed that opening a store in a remote corner where only 2 people live seemed very strange, but inside he was glad after all, they had somewhere to deliver the materials. Entering inside, Haruki saw the saleswoman. She greeted them and offered to look at the assortment, although there were few goods. Haruki looked around. The shop was almost empty, and suddenly he recognized in the girl the same saleswoman from the store in Sapporo. She looked upset, tears welled up in her eyes, and she was crying, complaining that she had been sent here. Haruki noticed how she said "here" twice, emphasizing her dissatisfaction. He decided not to rush and to return later, giving her time to calm down. But the saleswoman stopped him instantly, reproaching him for wanting to leave a crying girl alone. She kept complaining that she had given so much to the company, and what happened was clear cruelty and discrimination against women, and Haruki was struck by the strength and sincerity of her emotions. Akin, still complaining, explained that she was sent to the wilderness, although she had indeed increased sales. She blamed the interference of another store in this. Haruki timidly asked if she had been demoted, and Akin jumped up and whispered not to say that out loud. Returning to business, Haruki asked if she was ready to buy back their materials. She assured that despite her position, she would remain a professional, and Haruki felt a threat in her gaze if she was about to hit him. Akin carefully examined the materials and determined they brought 96 shells of domestic centipedes, 1,000 yen each. Seeing the shell of a giant centipede, she asked in surprise if Haruki really wanted to sell them. When he asked why, Akin smiled and explained that armor made from the giant centipede shell would far surpass what he currently wears, and making it from the materials would cost less than buying ready-made. But Haruki refused, saying he wanted to sell them. He admitted that he barely escaped alive from today's battle, so first he wants to raise his level. A low rank won't allow him to use powerful equipment. Akin suggested a simple compromise: to take a few shells for herself and sell the rest. She warned that they might be needed later, and if he got rid of everything now, he would regret it later. Haruki nodded mentally despite her displeasure. Akin turned out to be a good person who cares about clients. She finally announced the final price. 8 giant centipede shells were valued at 40,000 yen, and together with the domestic ones, the total reached 138,000 yen. She asked if that amount suited him. Agreeing, Haruki asked to split the money in half. Karen sharply objected. It was mostly his merit. He taught her how to hunt centipedes. Haruki firmly insisted that Karen also contributed to the hunting. The argument dragged on until Akin intervened, reminded them that they had already discussed this yesterday, and finally suggested resolving the issue. An irritated Haruki asked her to shut up for at least a minute, but Akin insisted that they needed to hurry. Haruki decided to compromise with Karen. He offered to take half the money in exchange for her answering a few of his questions, and Karen agreed. Akin couldn't help but exclaim that they still hadn't made a decision, and added that she couldn't stand the bright evening sun. Haruki thought that she was only good at work and helpless in everything else. Akin finally finished the calculations and announced the final amount. Then Haruki suddenly remembered he still had one item left to appraise. He placed the bag in front of Akin, and Karen immediately grimaced with disgust. Haruki explained that during the collection of materials, the item fell out of the centipede's stomach. His calm manner of talking about such things surprised Akin, so she offered 2 appraisal options, simple or detailed. When Haruki asked about the difference, Akin smiled slyly and explained that a simple evaluation would take a minute and cost 1,000 yen because she would do it herself. But a detailed examination would require laboratory conditions. It would take a month and cost 100,000 yen. The deadline and price stunned Haruki. He clarified whether the examination would really be conducted at the Mitsubishi laboratory, and Akin confirmed this. He decided to give a simple evaluation because he was sure the item would turn out to be magical anyway. Akin decided and immediately got to work. She examined the find and said, "This is a magical bag." From the outside it seemed tiny, but it could hold items larger than 20 centimeters and inside a real classroom. Akin suggested, "Shall we buy the bag?" but Haruki refused. She did not give up and offered 100 million yen, decisively explaining that such things have special value due to high transportation costs. Haruki froze for a moment, realizing that this money could be invested profitably, but in the end decided to keep the bag. Akin quietly agreed. She really thought his choice was right. Later, Karen came to Haruki's house, apologized, and quietly asked for permission to enter. She looked around, and her gaze immediately fell on the laptop. Haruki explained, today computers are in few, but thanks to solar panels, he easily uses electricity. Karen enviously noticed that in large houses, there are often restrictions on electricity consumption, especially now when prices are rapidly rising. Haruki invited her to sit and handed over a glass of water. Karen thanked and said that the water is really very tasty. Haruki explained that this is water from his own well, smiled, and joked that after this she would hardly want to drink ordinary tap water. When he reached to swallow, he completely forgot that he still had a mask on. Karen laughed at this. Haruki awkwardly admitted that he really forgot about it. Becoming serious, he asked Karen about her magic. She, with a tremor in her voice, confessed that she possesses magic and apologized for hiding it. Haruki assured that she did the right thing, because spreading such information could become dangerous, and added that it even preserves some intrigue. Karen raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked what exactly he meant. Haruki explained that he considers the life of an adventurer fun, full of adventures and battles with monsters. Karen smiled and joked that Haruki plays too many games, slightly easing the tension of the conversation. Haruki warmly urged her to use magic more often, insisting that there is not a soul in their dungeon, so it is a safe place for training. He said that if she regularly trained in magic, her skills would harden, and she would be able to handle even such dangerous situations as today's, and Haruki mentally admitted that he himself wanted to see her magic in action. Karen agreed and promised she would start using magic tomorrow. But Haruki, interested, asked if she could show it right now. Karen apologized and sincerely explained that it was difficult for her to use magic outside the dungeon. Haruki asked since when she had this ability, and Karen replied that she did not know exactly. She told how her power awakened during one of the dungeon expeditions when she finally believed she could, and for the first time lifted the staff with one hand. Haruki inquired if she had changed the staff since then, and Karen confirmed that she only used this one because it was easier to control magic with it. Haruki began to speculate. He decided that the magic itself might be a property of the dungeon, accumulating in Karen's staff and spilling out as spells. Karen responded, "Do you still have questions, or is that all you wanted to know?" Haruki awkwardly muttered that yes, that was the main topic, but suddenly something occurred to him, and he asked where Karen planned to spend the night today. Karen calmly replied that she would stay here, and Haruki was stunned by this. Her words stunned him so much that at first he did not know how to react. Meanwhile, in the chat Clear the Dungeon at Any Cost, 132nd floor, a group of adventurers was actively discussing the events in Chikaho, and one unnamed fighter noted that everything was shining as if at a festival, so he assumed that the dungeon boss might have been defeated during the expedition led by Masatsugu. Soon Masatsugu himself appeared, and the group greeted him with respect. The nameless fighter could not hold back and asked several questions. What was the reward for victory, how he managed to defeat the boss, and what kind of monster it was. Masatsugu explained that the boss turned out to be a type of lizard. The reward was a magical staff that still needed to be studied, and he would add the details to the wiki. The group hoped the staff would prove useful and nicknamed Masatsugu, Monster Parade Dude. During the conversation, Masatsugu asked if anyone knew the boy from Sapporo who took part in the parade, and said that this adventurer impressed him with his sharp gaze and ability to remain unnoticed. The nameless fighter was surprised that Masatsugu valued someone so highly and promised to help with the search. Haruki, stunned and confused, asked Karen once again if he understood correctly. She really intended to spend the night at his house. Karen calmly confirmed and added, Haruki has another room, so she would stay there. Haruki was confused and firmly objected, but Karen just smiled, insisted, assured that everything was fine, and even joked that not even the collection of creepy masks in the room would scare her. Haruki immediately replied that he had no masks at all, and in his mind he could not understand why Karen did not realize. She had just become an adult, and this situation could look inappropriate. He took off his mask, took a deep breath, and began a serious conversation with Karen, trying to convey to her how serious everything was, and the girl saw his face for the first time and immediately remembered it. Haruki explained, their house stands right above the dungeon, and if monsters break out his house would be the first to go. He insisted that as the only adventurer in the village, protecting the residents was his duty. Karen was surprised, reminding herself that he was actually the only one living in this village, but Haruki insisted that an adventurer must always be ready to protect people. He decisively proposed to divide the duties. One would watch the dungeon entrance, the other would prepare a shelter in case of danger. Haruki asked Karen to go to the hotel and prepare a safe place there. Karen nodded. His logic convinced her. Haruki mentally rejoiced. He avoided an awkward situation. He recalled how rumors spread instantly in villages and feared that people might misunderstand him and call him a pervert. Haruki told Karen about the nearest hotel, a room there costs 5,000 yen per night, and offered to take her there. Karen thanked him. For the next 3 days, Haruki and Karen fiercely hunted centipedes in the dungeon, destroying about 100 monsters each day. When it got dark, they sold the collected materials. Karen quickly mastered combat tactics and easily dealt with 2 or 3 centipedes at once, and her magic noticeably strengthened. Haruki noticed with surprise that his swordsmanship skill had increased, although he had not spent a single point on it. This discovery stunned him. He realized that skills grow on their own while hunting monsters. In the next battle, Karen won. She finished off the 100th centipede of the day. When Haruki suggested ending the hunt and resting until tomorrow, Karen objected. She was not tired yet. Haruki insisted that it was time to stop and quietly added they would continue tomorrow. Karen asked distrustfully if his suggestion was related to having some business to attend to. Haruki admitted that he himself also needed to raise his level. All this time, he had only been covering her in battles. Karen, realizing this, apologized, but Haruki stopped her and suggested taking a day off the next day. Karen agreed but said she would go with him if he decided to go deeper into the dungeon. Haruki insisted that everyone needed rest and reminded her, even a god rests once a week. Setting off alone into the dungeon, Haruki noticed with slight anxiety that he hadn't been here alone for a long time. He pondered how important it was for an adventurer to maintain readiness for danger, not only physically, but also psychologically. On the first floor, he encountered the usual centipedes, on the second archer monsters. Haruki took this as part of his adventurer's job. On the third floor, there was nothing new, and suddenly he wondered, would he be able to reach the fourth? Soon he came across a new enemy, the black raccoon. This monster was lightning fast, had sharp claws, and descended from the tanuki beast. The raccoon launched an attack, and Haruki couldn't help but notice it was even faster than the killer rabbit. He, though with difficulty, managed to deal with the enemy. After the fight, Haruki looked around and estimated he had gathered about 100 materials and at the same time had leveled up 6 times. His backpack was stuffed with tanuki meat. He decided to make soup from it when he returned home. Despite the fatigue, Haruki gathered himself and headed to the 4th floor, where the level boss was already waiting. The monster walked alone, and this surprised Haruki. Throwing himself into battle, he managed to repel the boss's first attack, but his armor was damaged. In the heat of the fight, Haruki felt a rush of adrenaline and joy from the challenge, and eventually managed to defeat the monster. Success gave him a pleasant feeling of satisfaction and a clear understanding of his own progress. Haruki noticed the dungeon beginning to glow and remembered reading about this on the wiki. And this meant one thing: the floor boss had been defeated. He thought that now he should receive some kind of reward. But turning around, Haruki realized he had not collected materials. The boss's body had already been swallowed by the dungeon. The only trophy left was a raccoon's claw and a piece of iron. Haruki thought it might be rare iron, so he planned to appraise it later. He continued on to the 4th floor, but to his surprise, no skill points were awarded for defeating the boss. Reflecting, he recalled the rule. Skill points are given for the first completion of a new floor or for defeating rare monsters, but not for bosses or ordinary creatures, and skills sometimes increase automatically. Reviewing his panel, Haruki unlocked a new skill, mimicry, which allowed copying enemy movements. He decided not to improve it for now. He wants to study it in more detail later. Descending to the 4th floor, Haruki froze with admiration. The surrounding space impressed him with its incredible beauty. A professional habit he acquired while working at a publishing house made him take a closer look at the color palette. He noticed rich dark green tones with bright highlights and gazed admiringly into their depth. His gaze fell on a flower similar to those he had seen before. But before he could even remember, the flower suddenly attacked, firing projectiles. Haruki remarked with an ironic smile that it looked like a potato. He thought about what an amazing dungeon this was and imagined that if he could get further, he would prepare curry with rice for himself. Haruki sighed gloomily upon seeing that the potatoes only had 40 charges and sharply reproached them for not bringing more trophies. He even imagined that the boss of the 4th floor might turn out to be a giant potato. When they decided to attack him together, Haruki felt he could not get close enough. He angrily stated that the boss should not have an infinite supply of attacks and added that fighting him felt pointless. When he realized that the boss had about 100 potatoes, Haruki anxiously wondered if he was still too weak. In the end, the reward for victory really impressed him. Later, Haruki asked if anyone was inside, and Akin replied, "The shop is closed." Haruki bitterly regretted that he couldn't go in and suggested going to Sapporo. Akin asked him not to do that, but Haruki promptly offered to serve her as a client. She noticed that Haruki had again defeated a bunch of monsters, and not hiding her surprise, asked if he really needed to kill a whole 100 to calm down, and Haruki simply replied 100 was quite enough for him. Akin inquired what he had managed to obtain, and if he was tired, and Haruki admitted that he was terribly exhausted. Hearing this, she shouted "Psycho," and Haruki indifferently remained silent and immediately asked about the money. Akin informed him that the boss's claw costs 5,000 yen. It can be forged into a sword, but Haruki would not be able to use it. Then she was struck with realization: magical iron worth 100,000 yen, which is usually mixed with other materials to forge strong items, like tubas, and she added that his dagger was made from this very iron. Haruki's eyes widened with surprise when he learned how valuable this magical iron was. Akin calmly explained that from 1 kilogram, about 10 reliable greaves can be made. Haruki nodded and asked, "What are these stones?" Akin answered indifferently that it was just stones. Haruki did not believe and exclaimed that they had dropped from the boss, so they should be more valuable. She began to examine the stones, turned them in her hands, and said that they were quite hard, like a potato. Their price was 0 yen, and she was not going to buy them. She only noted, if Haruki had ordered a detailed appraisal, perhaps these stones would have turned out to be magical, but for her, they remained just stones. Then she picked up the next item, and enthusiastically announced that it was an extremely rare magical pot. Haruki asked in surprise what she meant by saying "was." Akin explained he stuffed stones into the pot to carry it. Haruki admitted that was indeed the case. She explained this pot multiplies any item you put into it, and how much depends on the mass and volume. She suggested that if Haruki put a gold ingot inside, he would get a new one each time. Thus, the pot would turn into an inexhaustible source of gold. But now, because of those stones, it had turned into nothing more than a garbage generator. Haruki reacted, and disappointment flashed across his face. Meanwhile, Karen, with a trembling voice, asked if Karaboshi Russen was currently in the dungeon. Stones spilled out of the pot, and Haruki began scattering them in all directions, while Akin, sighing irritably, said she understood his depression but asked him to pull himself together and not clutter the entire shop with junk. Haruki asked with a trembling voice how much the item would cost if he hadn't damaged it, and Akin replied that it was an extremely rare thing. Its price would be about 1 trillion. Haruki froze in shock and asked again if it was really true, and Akin gently reassured him, "Don't worry, you will definitely find another one," and added an invitation to the sale happening tomorrow. Later, Haruki checked his post, and to his surprise, saw only 4 views and one like the publication simply failed. In the morning, Karen greeted him and suggested going to the dungeon or descending to the lower floors. Haruki refused and said that first they should visit the weapon shop. Akin has a sale today. In the shop, Akin was talking with an older man named Kitora, surprised and overwhelmed with a wave of emotions. Noticing Karen and Haruki, she quickly apologized for chatting so much and smiling, warmly turned back to them. Kitora-san calmly looked at the new visitors and said that if they needed help, they should feel free to ask. Akin sincerely thanked him. She addressed Karen, not noticing Haruki, and with a trembling voice asked why she was the same and where Haruki had gone. "I am standing right in front of her," Haruki replied. Akin was surprised. Why was he so secretive? And Haruki thought that she had always noticed him before, but now, probably, she had relaxed. In the store, Akin greeted them with a smile and joked that she would give all the money away, but in reality, she just wished them pleasant shopping. The gloves interested Karen, and she asked if they would slip when holding a weapon. Haruki, on the other hand, was interested in the shoes. Akin replied that she had measured his footprints, and the boots would be exactly his size. Haruki, shining with admiration, noticed her attentiveness and smiling, joked, calling her amazing, and Akin proudly responded that her footprint should be called nothing less than Akin-sama. She showed Haruki a dagger and a staff, and he immediately noticed that he couldn't handle them, he couldn't even lift them. Akin explained that these items were from a dungeon, but even she, despite her experience, did not know how powerful they were. Haruki felt suspicion. She was simply entrusted to sell these things, and Akin confirmed that their store was often used as a warehouse for such goods. Karen returned from trying on the boots and joyfully announced that they fit her. Haruki asked if she could lift the staff, and Akin, without hesitation, offered to sell it if Karen managed to do so. Haruki replied, "It will all depend on the price." Karen beamed with excitement looking at the staff, and Haruki, thinking about how quickly she mastered a high-level weapon, felt a slight envy. When they found out the price, Akin named 1 million yen. Haruki decisively ordered Karen to put the item back, but Akin stopped him and reminded him that he promised to buy the staff if she could use it. Haruki asked what the starting price was, but Akin remained silent. Then he decided that they would go to Sapporo. Finally, Akin agreed and, begging not to go, said she would name the real cost. Then she announced the price 10,000. Haruki offered 20,000, but Akin insisted. The staff is worth at least 50,000 yen, since it was obtained on the 20th floor of the dungeon. Haruki offered 30,000, she replied 40, and after a brief dispute, they settled on 35,000. Karen apologized for lowering the price. Haruki examined the dagger and said it suited him. Akin jokingly said that now she was left without money. Haruki noticed that the blade was not sharp at all and asked in surprise why it was needed. Akin quietly explained, "It is a cursed dagger." Haruki asked in surprise again, "What am I supposed to do with this damned blade? It is completely dull." Akin explained, "It is a magical dagger. The more monsters Haruki kills, the sharper it will become." Haruki could not believe that no one had bought this almost divine weapon until now. Akin explained, "The dagger is unpopular. It is extremely difficult to fight with, so only crazy adventurers buy it." Haruki pondered and, slightly suspiciously, asked if there was some kind of trick here. Akin assured that there were no tricks, and without batting an eye, immediately offered to sell a dagger for 1 million yen. Haruki was almost leaving the shop when Akin stopped him lightning fast, lowered the price to 300,000, and declared that it was almost a gift. Haruki asked if he could leave an order with her, and Akin smiled. She had a usual system for delivering goods and equipment, and immediately inquired what exactly he needed. Haruki ordered a carving knife and medicine for adventurers, and when asked about the quality of the knife, said he trusted her choice. Akin nodded and smiled, adding, if he needed anything else he should just tell her. Haruki replied embarrassedly that he understood. In the dungeon, Karen looked at Haruki and asked if he had defeated yesterday's boss. When Haruki realized that she had read his blog, he simply said that he had stumbled upon the boss by accident. Karen doubted, considering herself a burden to him, but he assured her that it was not so. She confessed she dreamed of becoming stronger as soon as possible. Karen knew Haruki felt unwanted, unnoticed, as if completely invisible, and she herself experienced something similar, so she was eager to become stronger and fought for it. Haruki promised they would defeat everyone in this dungeon. They continued the fight with the black raccoons, gritting their teeth and trying to break through forward. Haruki watched as Karen performed magic and thought, this is really cool. He realized that solitary hunting has its advantages, but fighting side by side is much more fun, especially when Karen covers him with her magic. Karen asked him to listen carefully. She was glad that he was committed to the fight, but begged him to conserve his strength. She reminded him that he had fallen right in the middle of the battle back then. She did not know what had happened to him. Haruki apologized, but could not help noticing that Karen had noticeably strengthened thanks to the new staff. Karen enthusiastically confirmed, this staff conducts magic much better than her previous one. She stopped Haruki, not allowing the conversation to be diverted, and asked him to take his actions more seriously. Haruki agreed and promised to be more careful next time. Karen was about to add something, awkwardly turning to him, but their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a slight tremor. At first Haruki thought it was an earthquake, but the tremor quickly subsided. Karen thought that on the surface it probably wasn't even felt. Haruki suggested returning to the hunt, but Karen immediately noticed. He had completely ignored her words. When they returned, Akin asked how many materials they had brought, and Haruki replied, a total of 352 items all intact. Karen looked in surprise at how much the magical bag held, but noticed that 4 more items were falling out. Akin sighed and wearily asked for help from above. Haruki sighed. This would take another 3 to 4 days, and he hoped to at least recover some of the money spent on equipment. Akin suspiciously asked if they were taking revenge on her. Haruki unexpectedly changed the subject and asked if she had recently felt an earthquake. Akin, wide-eyed with surprise, replied that she had no idea there had been one. Everything happened instantly, as if out of nowhere. It was on that very day that the invasion began across all of Japan. A loud sound tore Haruki from sleep, his heart instantly filled with anxiety. Quickly changing clothes, he rushed to the dungeon. Anxiety rose in his chest, and he muttered that he had a bad feeling. Deciding not to ignore the danger, he returned home and called the police. The dispatcher replied that it was the local station, and Haruki explained that an entrance to the dungeon had appeared in his garage and strange sounds were coming from there, so he asked to send someone immediately. The operator promised to send a rapid response team, but asked Haruki to identify himself. He calmly gave his name, Karaboshi Haruki, adding that he was an adventurer. They confirmed that help was already on the way and reminded him to follow the squad's instructions. Haruki agreed. Then he asked to be connected to the girl who had recently been visiting them. It was then that the phone in Karen's room rang. Sleepy Karen picked up the receiver and answered, "It's me." Suddenly, Haruki's voice sounded from the other end. At his words, the girl was stunned with surprise, but Haruki quickly explained that there was a threat of invasion and firmly asked her to gather immediately and come. Karen agreed. Haruki thought that he probably woke her up and shocked her with the news, but still hoped that everything would pass without harm. At the entrance to the dungeon, he was convinced that he was right. Visits to the site associated with this place sharply jumped up. A voice broke from the shadows, asking what he was doing here at such an hour. Haruki looked around and saw Akin. She immediately corrected him. "Call me Akin-sama." He raised his eyebrows in shock. She had opened the shop so early. Akin confirmed with a self-satisfied smile that she was a legendary manager and accepted deliveries early in the morning. She confidently added, among the goods there were surely medicines for Haruki. Hearing this, he promptly declared that he would buy everything she had. Akin looked at him stunned and asked if something serious had happened. Haruki explained it seems an invasion is approaching. Akin decisively said she was running away, but Haruki instantly stopped her, and she tried to break free, insisting she didn't want trouble. Haruki reminded her that she was also an adventurer, so even if she ran away, she might be forced to help. Akin, a bit embarrassed, admitted that her ID was already invalid and hardly anyone would notice her absence. She also asked how Haruki knew about her past. He explained that he guessed by her gait and movements, and also because for a simple shop assistant, she knew too much about equipment. After that, he got back to business and demanded that she sell him medicine. At that very moment, Karen approached the counter to check the situation and saw that the monster invasion had already begun. Haruki looked around and noticed that it was still quiet and calm here. He thought that Karen seemed to have just woken up. Then he explained monsters appear everywhere, just not all at once. Karen asked in surprise, "Are you serious?" Haruki reassured her. As soon as the rapid response team arrives, she will be able to explain the situation, and he will meanwhile go down to the dungeon to figure things out. Karen, confused, looked at him and asked again. He decisively replied that he was going to hunt the boss. Karen tried to stop him, begging him not to do it, it's too dangerous, and Akin supported her and added that Haruki doesn't know how many monsters there are and is acting as if he has lost his mind. Haruki seriously explained that the invasion can only be stopped by destroying all the monsters, but in his voice flashed, maybe killing the boss will turn out to be faster and more effective. Akin understood his plan and agreed, and Haruki clarified that he would first go on reconnaissance, and if the opportunity arises try to fight the boss. He resolutely emphasized that instead of just holding the defense and protecting the city, bold, decisive steps are needed, and Karen immediately said she would go with him. But Haruki stopped her and firmly said that she must stay here. Karen asked in surprise why she couldn't go with him. Haruki, with regret in his voice, explained that her presence would only interfere. Karen froze in astonishment and asked again what he meant. Haruki answered quietly that his advantage is to remain unnoticed by the monsters, so only he can pass by them unnoticed, and Karen must stay. She agreed but asked him not to act so recklessly as last time. Haruki confirmed her request without hesitation. Akin, hearing him humming to himself, involuntarily noticed that he looked a little crazy. Meanwhile, Masatsugu pointed to where exactly the monsters were rushing and decisively ordered to hold the defense and not break the formation so that the enemies would not break through the defense line. Adventurers decisively answered yes and promised to carry out the order. Masatsugu glanced over the defense. It is far from ideal, but for now, thanks to numerical superiority, they are holding. Nearby, the girls found themselves in danger and screamed in fear. Masatsugu saved them and decisively ordered, immediately go to a safe place. The girls gratefully said that he saved them and enthusiastically called him cool. Suddenly, the phone rang on the other end of the line. Bacon asked if everything was all right, and Masatsugu briefly confirmed that everything was under control. Bacon clarified where exactly he was now. Masatsugu replied that he was currently in Hokkaido. Bacon inquired about their situation. Masatsugu explained that they were holding on, but medium-level monsters were already starting to appear. Bacon grimly noted that this was very bad. Masatsugu asked where the other rankers were, and Bacon replied that most were already here, and Shigeru was on an expedition. He added that he just wanted to know where Masatsugu was, but the conversation did not end there. Masatsugu promised to send 10 strong fighters to him and asked to hold out until the arrival of the Rapid Response Squad. Bacon confirmed that he understood, and the conversation ended. After that, Masatsugu sighed and remarked, "They still have a lot of work ahead." In the news portal chat, participants stirred. An anonymous defender from Japan said that help was needed at Shinjuku Station and called free adventurers there. Others began to respond, and Kanagawa wrote that she could not send anyone because they were also struggling. Did she report that monsters are coming out of the sea, and the rapid response squad has not yet arrived, and added that help will probably have to wait a long time. A representative of Kagawa sadly said that their noodle factories are being destroyed and expressed concern for the fate of Udon, and Nagato advised to hold on, noting that now the fate of Udon is in the hands of Kagawa. Masatsugu threw into the chat that the situation in Hokkaido is stable for now, but asked to be careful because many people are in danger here. One of the participants replied that despite the difficulties, he can send a few people to Shinjuku and asked if Masatsugu is nearby. Masatsugu apologized, explained that he cannot go there, and asked for reinforcements. Someone jokingly said that after all this he will propose to his girlfriend. Others smiled and replied that it is too early to rejoice, and Masatsugu sincerely thanked everyone for their support. Meanwhile, Haruki was already in the dungeon, walking forward and firmly saying that he is fighting for the salvation of Japan. He admitted that he is scared comparing it to a night expedition. Then he remembered that he has 2 free skill points. He decided to keep one in case of danger and saved the other in reserve. Soon monsters appeared before him, tanuki raccoons, onion monsters, and giant centipedes. At first Haruki was glad he thought they did not notice him, but suddenly silver wolves appeared before him. He realized that these creatures will detect him by since their sense of smell is extremely sharp. So he decided to attack from afar and began throwing stones at the enemies. Looking around, Haruki encouraged himself and confidently said that he will manage. He called his best weapon stone potatoes, and realizing this, decided to focus on the silver wolves. He threw a stone directly at the side of the wolves, hoping to somehow neutralize the threat. Confident that the other monsters were not as dangerous as these wolves, he rushed into attack, shouting battle cries. After fierce throws, Haruki was breathing heavily, consumed by unbearable fatigue. And suddenly a new enemy rose before him, a huge silver wolf. Looking more closely, he realized this was not an ordinary beast, but a werewolf, a rare mid-level type of silver wolf. Haruki, realizing he could not defeat it, decided to flee. But the werewolf was faster and struck so hard that Haruki was thrown far back. Gathering his strength, he only cursed when he saw the enemy preparing for a new strike. Now he understood the situation was truly becoming critical. Meanwhile, soldiers and residents fought fiercely against the monsters, destroying them one by one. Karen also rushed into battle, decisively helping the soldiers. She asked one of them if everything was all right, and he, with sincere gratitude, replied that he was holding on. Karen pondered. Only 5 minutes had passed since the beginning of the invasion, and now only the weakest monsters remained, and not many of them. Reinforcements had also arrived, and the situation immediately improved significantly. She calmed down for a moment. Maybe this invasion was not so terrible, and her thoughts involuntarily turned to Haruki. Suddenly, someone called her by name. Hearing a familiar voice and seeing Kitora, Karen instantly asked him to leave, warning that it was too dangerous here, but Kitora only smiled and remarked that she was worrying unnecessarily. Karen firmly replied that as an adventurer, she must protect people from monsters, and Kitora did not hide his admiration for her determination. Karen recalled how much time she had spent in dungeons, and suddenly realized that she was no longer the inexperienced girl she had been before. She rushed to help a villager who was being attacked by a rabbit monster and swiftly destroyed the threat. Suddenly, Karen noticed a centipede nearby. Her thoughts instantly switched to strategy. Assessing the distance to the creature, she understood it was time to use magic. But remembering that they were not in a dungeon, the girl suddenly realized she had to act differently. Meanwhile, Akin skillfully dealt with the monsters, saving the residents. Akin, without hesitation, gave the order to immediately restore the barricades. Seeing the wounded peasant, Karen rushed to help him, but Akin sharply stopped her through a glove and sternly warned, "Do not touch wounds with bare hands, you can introduce infection." However, Karen objected. If Akin had held the barricade better, no one would have been hurt at all. Akin pretended not to understand the accusations, and this angered Karen even more. She accused her of everyone seeing her strength, but for some reason she does not fight to the fullest. Akin calmly replied, "Karen's weakness is her own problem, so it's better not to waste words but to use time wisely." Irritated, Karen sharply asked, "Why doesn't Akin fight together with the others?" She openly said that the most important thing for her is to secure her shop, and she is annoyed that it stands so close to the dungeon. A man passing by took Akin's side and advised Karen, "If you care so much about safety, become stronger before the next invasion." He loudly reminded everyone once again, Do not let monsters break through the barricades." Karen nodded as if acknowledging his words. Meanwhile, Haruki sat in the dungeon, replaying every step in his mind. He hesitated whether it was worth spending another skill point. But memories of the past seemed to glue him in place. He did not want to take such a step again. The thought that escape would result in casualties did not let him go. Haruki realized with horror, if he ran away and the monster broke free, someone could pay with their life. He understood that the blame would fall on him, and still firmly decided to stay and fight. When he looked at the werewolf, he saw it was smiling like a human. Suddenly, the monster launched an attack, and Haruki barely held the blow, intercepting it with 2 daggers. Realizing the enemy's strength, he forced himself to become even more vigilant and focused. The next claw strike made him react lightning fast. He began to notice the werewolf's movements, how its center of gravity shifted, but his own body was suddenly overwhelmed by weakness and numbness. Despite this, excitement from the fight surged in Haruki. He could not stop attacking. His strikes became increasingly precise, but the werewolf moved too fast. Haruki suddenly realized, one more such blow and he might not endure. In despair, he put on the mask, craving any power that would enhance his abilities. But the monster struck again. The mask tore off his face. Gathering the remnants of his strength, Haruki sharply launched a counterattack with daggers and finally subdued the beast. Breathing heavily, he felt his last strength slowly leaving him. He managed to notice the werewolf smiling in the last moment. After that, even Haruki fainted. Waking up, Haruki felt something heavy on his stomach. He opened his eyes, and Karen appeared before him. She confessed that she had been searching for him for a long time, always fearing that he might have died. Haruki apologized and asked what was happening upstairs. But Karen reassured him, saying that everything was already over and everyone had survived. Meanwhile, participants in the chat were actively sharing news. Alita wrote, "The invasion is over, and now they are safe." Confirmation also came from Akita. Someone emphasized that, according to wiki articles, killing the boss ends the invasion. Participants heatedly discussed how this knowledge could be used in the future, but constantly warned bosses are extremely dangerous and their lairs are very hard to find. One of the participants mentioned the name Masatsugu, saying only he was capable of that, and jokingly added that because of this he was a real pervert, after which Masatsugu appeared in the chat and sharply expressed displeasure at this nickname. Then he reported that there were no casualties in Sapporo, but upon learning about the situation in Shinjuku, he heard from previous reports that the city was destroyed and there was no contact with Bakken. The soldiers, having finished off the remains of the monsters, gathered near the bodies and discussed among themselves that these seemed to be the last ones. They were struck by why the invasion ended so suddenly, and after searching the internet, they decided it happened because of the boss's death. But the most important question still hung in the air: who exactly defeated him? Meanwhile, Karen and Haruki exited the dungeon. One of the soldiers, seeing Karen, immediately thought that it was her actions that stopped the invasion. It ended just after her entry into the dungeon. But Karen confirmed the boss was defeated by Karaboshi. Hearing this, Haruki felt the taste of glory and laughed to himself, enjoying the feeling. However, the gathered people began to ask who this Karaboshi was. They thought he was just Karen's friend and subtly hinted to her not to downplay her role. Haruki, looking at all that fuss, again felt that no one noticed him and jokingly wondered if he had become a persona non grata. Sadness and fatigue overwhelmed him. He decided it was time to return home. Meanwhile, Karen found herself surrounded by a crowd that began interrogating her, and she was already calling for help. Haruki put on a mask, stepped forward, showed off the werewolf body, and announced that he was the boss of the invasion. People asked in surprise how long he had been standing there, since earlier no one had noticed him at all, and at that moment Akin appeared. Haruki approached her and quietly asked her to sort out the situation. She agreed, but immediately began to mock him, asked what exactly order he wanted and whether he had enough money, then laughed and remarked that without money there would be no orders. Accepting her challenge, Haruki calmly replied that it would be a war, headed back to the dungeon, and called Karen with him, who, a little embarrassed, agreed. Only a few hours passed, and Haruki returned with a mountain of monster corpses. Akin froze in shock at first. She thought it was a joke and pleaded to say he was not serious. Haruki kept bringing more and more without stopping. Akin could not stand it, asked him to come to his senses, and promised to do whatever he wanted if only he would stop. Continuing the task, Haruki suddenly declared that he had an adventurer's coupon. Akin, understanding the meaning of his words, shouted desperately, and Haruki explained that this coupon adds another 5 to the profit from selling materials, and this outraged Akin even more. Later, Haruki learned that that night at Shinjuku Station, the invasion could not be stopped, and monsters covered the entire district. Even with the famous adventurers nearby, the series of failures turned into a real disaster. It was said that all this happened due to the absence of Japan's main military force Masatsugu, the simultaneous appearance of mid-level monsters in 63 locations, and the disappearance of Bakken, who temporarily replaced him. These circumstances forced the rest of the adventurers to retreat. They fled, saving their lives. The news instantly spread across the country and overwhelmed people with a wave of fear and despair. The next day, scrolling through fresh reports about Shinjuku, Karen whispered anxiously, "What will happen to Japan?" Haruki replied that he had seen Masatsugu's blog about the upcoming operation to liberate Shinjuku. He assured that he believed in the top ranker's abilities, but honestly admitted that thoughts about the current state of the city worried him. Haruki strictly emphasized, at their current level, they would be unable to do anything. Karen agreed and added, "We need to become much stronger." They set off to the dungeon and began training. Easily dealing with the potato monsters, Haruki noted that defeating them was very simple, while Karen, exhausted and lying on the ground, indignantly objected that this was not the case at all. She asked Haruki not to mock her, reproaching him for cruelty. Haruki laughed, called her rude, and explained, "To win, one must carefully watch the target and act quickly." He said he understood it might be too hard for her, but Karen stubbornly declared that she would prove the opposite. Haruki ironically suggested trying again, and Karen without hesitation rushed into the attack and resolutely promised to show what she was capable of. Using magic, she destroyed the potato monster and, shining with joy, cheerfully asked, "How do you like it?" Haruki, with a mixture of surprise and disappointment, exclaimed, "What has she done?" Karen, confused, asked again, "What's the matter?" He sadly explained that she destroyed the plant before it even shot out, so now they wouldn't get any potatoes. With regret, he added that he had lost his treasure and couldn't believe she was capable of such a thing. Karen, trying to calm him, gently reminded him that he could always go back down to the dungeon and gather new ones. Haruki jokingly overacted, saying that now the spirit of the potato would haunt her in her dreams. Karen laughed and advised him to start his own potato garden instead of being sad. Thinking over her words, Haruki suddenly realized that it was truly a great idea and, filled with enthusiasm, agreed, which surprised Karen a little. Late at night, he returned to the dungeon to dig up potatoes for transplanting. Whistling, he, as if playing, successfully carried out his transplant operation. Coming outside, Haruki smiled excitedly at his own idea and thought how interesting it would be to start mass potato cultivation, sincerely praising Karen for the suggestion. The soil for the seedlings was already prepared. All that was left was to sit and wait for the result. In the morning, Haruki cheerfully greeted his plants, but his joy instantly turned to horror. Almost all of them had wilted. He sadly concluded that potato plants cannot exist outside the dungeon. Looking more closely, he noticed one it was still faintly alive and wondered how to save it. Suddenly, the plant trembled, and Haruki noticed a jug nearby. Suspecting that the potato might be lacking something, he brought the jug closer to it. The plant took a stone from the jug, buried it under its roots, and noticeably revived. Haruki froze in surprise. The potato not only regained strength, it seemed to shine with a new aura. Haruki suddenly realized that the stone potato, thrown barefoot in the dungeon, might be connected to nutrients needed for the plant's life. When he asked if the potato really needed such elements, the plant nodded. Haruki froze. He couldn't believe he was talking to a plant. The potato moved again, and Haruki, stunned, transplanted it into a pot, then asked if it had a name. The plant twirled as if not understanding, so Haruki suggested coming up with a name for it. At first he said lace, but the plant hit him. He tried to call it preying F, but was refused again. The options little potato and French fry were also rejected. After a series of potato strikes, Haruki finally settled on the name Rhea. He was inspired by the Greek goddess of fertility. The symbolism of this name caught his eye, and he guessed that the plant would like it. Judging by the movement of the leaves, the potato approved the choice. Haruki apologized to Rhea for the thoughtless transplant and sincerely explained that he just wanted to grow potatoes. But the mention of mass farming angered Rhea, and she immediately threw out all the tubers. Haruki froze in surprise when he saw the dried potatoes and asked if she really would no longer yield a harvest. Rhea made it clear with one gesture he was to blame for everything. Haruki was stunned by the unexpectedness. The potato suddenly demanded an apology, and he hurriedly apologized. Later in the dungeon, Karen suggested taking a break. She reminded them that they had been hunting for over 2 hours. Haruki, who did not feel tired at all, initially refused, but eventually gave in to her persistence. During the rest, he dreamily looked at the wall and imagined whether magic was hidden in it, but instantly dismissed the thought. Lately, he had been daydreaming too often. Karen quietly hoped that he would not forget to cover her if monsters suddenly appeared. She quietly asked if something was bothering him and sincerely offered help. And Haruki, lost in his own thoughts, pondered about fertilizers for plants in the dungeon. He was worried that ordinary fertilizer would not suit Rei due to the different soil, and remembering that he watered the seedlings before transplanting, suspected that this was what caused the bulbs to dry out. Karen, seeing his unease, decided that the situation was even worse than she thought. When they got out of the dungeon, Haruki said goodbye to Karen and, smiling, said that they had worked well today. Karen looked at him, and conflicting feelings struggled in her chest. She admired his strength and dedication to the cause, but felt that something was missing in him, and his strange behavior today scared her. Looking at him, Karen silently apologized for her suspicions. Suddenly her attention was caught by Haruki's strange words. He was saying Rei's name and discussing how best to stuff her. Shocked, Karen suddenly suspected that Haruki was living with some girl. Her imagination immediately painted a romantic scene, Haruki and his mysterious companion talking about adventures and night plans. At that moment, Haruki himself, muttering to himself, admitted that he was ready to make a small concession, and this confused Karen even more. A sudden strange sound caught his attention. Opening the door, he saw Karen lying unconscious on the floor in horror and instantly rushed to her, loudly calling her name. Meanwhile, in the adventurers' chat, there was a lively discussion about preparations to retake Shinjuku, and one of the participants reported that Masatsugu and Messine had set out on a mission. There was no news from Masatsugu yet, so no one knew how he got there. Some even joked that he sailed on a swan catamaran. The adventurers' guilds were buzzing. Everyone was waiting for his contact, and the troops had already begun to gather to retake Shinjuku. One of them decisively declared that he would join only if Masatsugu himself was there. It was decided that the most desperate fanatics would be the first to rush in, but doubts immediately arose. Joint actions could reveal each one's secret abilities. One of the interlocutors suggested assembling their own team to avoid risks, but no one wanted to openly talk about their magical items and abilities. All thoughts were already fixed on the upcoming battle in Shinjuku, and someone noted that if they managed to reach the boss, they would face an extremely dangerous encounter. News came about a disaster in another dungeon, and someone asked if anyone was ready to help, but was sarcastically reminded that it was not Shinjuku, but Chikaho, where the situation was already extremely difficult. Fierce argument broke out. Some reproached others for arrogance and empty talk, accusing them of inaction, while others defended the adventurers, saying they risked their lives in the dungeons, and someone sharply advised to shut up and mind their own business, insisting that adventurers know well what responsibility is. Someone told him directly that he was too harsh and advised do a quest if you really want to help. After that, the conversation calmed down and everyone apologized. Meanwhile, Karen came across a monster in the house and, stunned, asked Haruki, "What does this mean?" He calmly explained that he brought it from the dungeon and called the creature Riaya. Karen froze in shock and sharply reproached him for bringing a monster home. Haruki admitted that Riaya was a monster, but firmly assured that she was good. Karen insisted that a monster remains a monster. He tried to convey his point of view. Even monsters strive to survive, and offered to become her friend. He compared the behavior of adventurers with the monsters of the first 13 floors of Chikaho. They also fight for survival, provoking enemies. Haruki firmly said, "This is not about hostility or friendship, this is about survival, so his friendship with Ria will not be a problem." But Karen noticed the monster just hit him. Haruki jokingly said that if Ria hits him, it means she loves him. Karen reminded that Ria shoots potatoes at him and advised to get rid of her. Haruki tried to comfort her, insisted that the hits do not harm him, and persuaded her to stop arguing. After that, he pondered what to do with Ria next. Later, Haruki visited Katori and handed her some more monster meat. Katori praised the taste of the dish and, a bit awkwardly, handed him seedlings. Haruki admired the plants and thought that it took 5 years to grow them, but Katori smiled and explained that everything grows much faster with compost from monster meat. "I could use some of that compost," Haruki asked. Katori nodded uncertainly in agreement and handed him another item. Where it came from was a mystery to her. Haruki had just stepped over the threshold and immediately noticed that Ria was still upset. To calm her, he sprinkled some soil under her roots, and the potato instantly shone. Haruki concluded that soil from monster meat contains substances beneficial for growth. He handed Rei a magic stone, a rare artifact obtained from the bodies of monsters. Potato grabbed the stone, turned to Haruki, and with a smile thanked him with a friendly high five. Haruki asked her not to misbehave, but in his thoughts admitted, despite his care, Rei still behaved quite aggressively. In the dungeon, Karen was in Haruki's mind. He noticed that her skills had grown incredibly, and now she surpassed him in combat strength. But thanks to the unique ability of accelerated growth, Haruki quickly leveled up and did not fall behind her. Then he brought 350 silver wolf pelts to the shop, sincerely hoping that Akame would agree to buy them. She calculated the cost, 187,500 yen, and informed him that the cutting knife he ordered had already arrived. Haruki was surprised by the speed of delivery, and Akame even offered to sharpen the knife, to which he immediately agreed. He noticed that she looked strange, and he was filled with anxiety. After receiving the knife, he also asked about the cost of the service. Akame was thoughtfully silent, so Haruki could not stand it and directly asked what was happening to her. He immediately noticed. Today she lacked her usual energy. Akame replied that she could not always remain the same. Haruki noticed, even her speech somehow became more polite. After a short pause, Akame admitted he was right and suggested sharing the problem if he was ready to listen. Haruki agreed and she finally revealed the truth. The head of their branch in Sapporo had disappeared, and at first, when the store's profits fell, she thought that she was just hiding from the management. But after reviewing the history of her e-card, Akame found out that she had gone to Chikaho. When Haruki asked how much time had passed since the disappearance, Akame quietly replied, already 5 days. Karen clarified, nowhere was it indicated where she had been in the dungeon, only a record of the descent and how long she had been gone. Haruki asked with interest whether Akame herself was going to set out to search. Karen warmly supported this idea, insisting that Akame was strong enough. But she explained that she had to look after the shop. The management would not forgive her if she neglected her duties. Haruki suggested she take a day off, but Akame replied with bitter sarcasm that for her, days off simply did not exist, and this truly impressed Haruki. She added that working here was almost the same as working without days off, and Haruki nodded. She was right. Then Akame proposed the idea of organizing a quest to search for the branch manager and asked if he would take it on. Haruki became interested, calling it his first quest, but immediately clarified that his participation depends on the details. Akame explained, the task is to find the leader on the first 8 floors of the Chikaho dungeon. Haruki raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why did she go there? Akame explained that she took an order from a factory producing equipment for materials from the Silver Wolf and to meet the deadline, went herself. Karen noticed silver wolves live on the 6th, 8th floors of Chikaho and immediately assumed that the leader disappeared there. Haruki agreed but added, searching without exact data is pointless, maybe nothing remains of her. He hesitated for a moment whether he was suitable for such a task and asked when the deadline was. Akame gently suggested giving him a month and advised not to forget the magic bag and to prepare all necessary supplies well. But Haruki refused the quest, which greatly surprised Akame. She sharply asked, why then did he even engage in the conversation if he did not intend to help? Haruki explained that circumstances do not allow him to leave home for long. Akame flared up, adventurers only talk about protecting people in the country, but in reality, they do not care about real problems. Haruki replied calmly and decisively, if there was a person in front of him who needed help, he would help, but now the situation is completely different. He advised to seek help from adventurers from Sapporo. Meanwhile, Karen noticed how Haruki treated Rei tenderly. She suggested taking Rei with them after all, she can move around in a pot. Haruki pondered, could this be normal since Rei is still a monster? Karen assured that she trusted his decision because they are now one team. She reminded once again about Akame's anxiety and advised agreeing to the mission. Finally, Haruki sighed and agreed to take the quest, but set a condition. All expenses should be paid by Akame, just not the main reward. Akame agreed and immediately named the terms, 300,000 yen guaranteed, another 200,000 for completion, and a whopping 500,000 if everything succeeds in one day. Haruki held his breath, such generosity stunned him. Akame even added bonuses, promised to buy everything found at 5 higher price, evaluate items for free and repair equipment, as well as pay for lodging, food, and treatment. She asked, are they ready to accept the quest under these conditions? Haruki could not object. The offer was excellent, so he agreed. Later, Karen sincerely thanked him for the decision, and Haruki replied that there was no need to thank him, but the girl still openly and sincerely expressed her feelings. Haruki shared his thoughts. Earlier, he was praised for talent and for right actions. Now he felt with all his heart that he wanted to help people and would give all his strength to this. He added that it was Karen's words that pushed him to such reflections, but suggested to stop the chatter and move on to preparation after all. Tomorrow they awaited a journey. Meanwhile, Akame, alone in silence, pondered what had happened. She said with glee that she managed to send those idiots to perform the task. She considered the situation ideal. While some were nervous about contracts, others brought her money. She regarded her bosses as naive fools and smiled, saying that it was precisely thanks to such people that her talent could fully unfold. Proudly proclaiming herself the girl of chaos, Akim resolutely declared that the world existed only for her to take its top. Even losing the market and seeing disasters around, she was confident she could not be broken. She considered herself too resilient and determined for failures to stop her. Finishing her thoughts, she laughed contemptuously and called others worthless. Meanwhile, Haruki turned to Rei and decisively said that it was time to prepare. He explained that their path lay to Chikaho and it was far away. Karen, speaking about the dungeon, reminded that the first 7 floors were teeming with silver wolves and asked if they could handle it. Haruki confidently said yes, but warned about unpleasant traps from the 6th level. Traps and treacherous mechanisms appeared again before their eyes, not deadly, but capable of causing a lot of trouble. Karen noted that the monsters there were the same as in other places, but the dungeon was much more complex, and she recalled finding a manual resembling game instructions. Haruki, reflecting on the dungeon, compared it to gaming concepts but immediately cautioned. In reality, they spawn terrible monsters and somehow inexplicably attract people. He said hopefully that the dungeon did have an end, and admitted that he could no longer wait to dive inside. Karen asked how long it would take to reach the desired floor. Haruki estimated that it would take about a month, and resolutely assured that they would definitely manage it. She then asked about the plan of action, and Haruki suggested first stopping by a specialized shop. In the store, Haruki stood and could not get rid of the thought, what is happening to the world? He noticed that when science began to decline, occult things came to the forefront, because science could no longer explain such phenomena. His attention was immediately caught by Ugri, a special type of monsters from the Kusiro swamp dungeon. Having read the description, he was surprised. It was the Ugri who saved an adventurer and pulled him out of a monster encirclement without a single scratch. Haruki decided to take 4 Ugri with him after all. Their effect lasted about a day. Then he noticed Karen, who was examining some device, and asked if everything was all right. She only hinted that he was the one making that strange sound. In the product description, a real wonder, a monster detector that signals when they approach even in the dungeon. The price 200,000 yen for 7 units. Haruki remembered that he had already brought home Ria and a chicken and both were too noisy, so he decided that such a price was too high. Karen smiled and agreed, but admitted that she liked detectors, and they were actually not that loud. In the dungeon, Haruki suddenly recalled that the boss of the 4th floor was a giant killer rabbit. This monster was bulky, clumsy, and significantly slower than the rabbits from their native dungeon. Haruki asked Karen if she had ever fought such a boss, but she only answered no and was ready to move on. In the fight with the rabbit, Karen used magic, and Haruki mentally noted that her attacks became stronger when she was fully focused. Before descending to the 6th floor, he decided to check his skill glasses. At that moment, Haruki suddenly realized Ria is female, and this only confirmed that the name was chosen aptly. After the victory, Karen admitted that strange changes were happening in her, as if the dungeon and Haruki himself had become clearer to her. Haruki guessed that this was related to leveling up and asked her to report if she noticed anything else. Karen agreed and rushed to sort the loot. Haruki suddenly remembered that he had spent 1 skill point to improve his vision. Now, he could see the tiniest cracks in the dungeon walls and decided that this would definitely come in handy. Karen found some herbs and suggested making a stop to survey the area, and Haruki noticed that the colors of the dungeon were becoming increasingly vivid. In a moment, Karen noticed some figure ahead. Haruki understood they had been spotted, and the advantage of the first strike was lost. Suddenly, silver wolves attacked them, but Haruki was able to handle them. After the fight, he realized these wolves were no different in strength from those they had already encountered in their dungeon. Karen suggested heading to the 7th floor. Haruki agreed and added that they needed to draw a map of the dungeon, find the boss, and if something went wrong, retreat. Karen approved the plan. On the way, Haruki asked Karen if she saw any traps, and she replied that she did, but not very clearly. Having confirmed this, he moved on. Suddenly, he fell into a trap, and Karen, worried, rushed to ask if everything was all right, and Haruki calmly replied that he was fine. But Karen immediately felt it was intentional. Haruki confirmed this and simply explained that he wanted to study its structure. Karen reproachfully noted that there could have been stakes at the bottom, but Haruki replied that otherwise they would not have known the boundaries of the trap and the level of danger. Karen mentally promised herself, never leave Haruki unattended again. Soon her gaze fell on a huge wolf, which Haruki called gigantic. Karen turned to him with a request to decide what to do next. He regretted that there was no tank in their group and grimly noted, first they need to bypass 5 traps and only then attack the boss. Haruki thought that the only way out was to dodge and counterattack, but suddenly thought, maybe it's worth moving faster. He decided to open up to Karen and share a secret, asking her to promise not to tell anyone. Having received her consent, he suddenly sharply ordered to bring Rhea. Karen, confused, asked again if he really meant Rhea. Meanwhile, Haruki mentally, without hesitation, invested 8 skill points into development at once. He approached Rhea and suggested using the contents of the pot to replenish ammunition, but she unexpectedly hit him with a potato. Haruki grimaced, apologized for keeping her in the bag, and repeated the offer again. After Ray's attempt, she fired powerfully, and this incredibly pleased Haruki. He gave her the order, attack on signal. Karen mentally noted that she would be nearby and ready to help if something went wrong. At Haruki's command, the attack surged, the monster was destroyed. Haruki, surprised, thought, Rei is not even a year old yet, and she is already so strong. Karen asked in surprise, why did Rei, who was weak not long ago, suddenly become so powerful? Haruki raised his skill panel before her, and barely holding back a smile, explained that it was his secret. Karen guessed that it was a magical item, and Haruki agreed, explaining that thanks to the panel he could enhance abilities. Karen admitted if she had such an ability, she would never let anyone find out about it. Haruki replied that this was exactly why he hid this secret, but still decided to trust her. Karen, pondering his trust, asked if she could improve her skill tree. Haruki confirmed, and Karen resolutely asked to invest all points in magic. He warned that a sharp jump could harm her body, but she insisted. After the enhancement, Karen blazed with excitement over her new abilities and declared that she was now ready to kill any boss, while Haruki smiled and advised her to first learn to control this power. At the same time, Karen immediately showed what she was capable of in an instant. She destroyed 3 silver wolves. Haruki exclaimed in complete surprise. She killed 3 bosses of the 7th floor with 1 strike. She advised not to waste energy on minor enemies and added that Haruki himself should better master his abilities. Karen apologized tiredly, and Haruki noted that he himself barely managed to get out of the dungeon. Outside, Haruki thoughtfully considered the situation, feeling how his strength was finally leaving his body. The clock already showed 6. They had been sitting in the dungeon for over 5 hours and found no clue about the missing Aguimoto, and there was no strength left to descend below the 7th floor. Losing hope was not an option, Haruki thought. Going up to the 8th floor was still too early. It was a step too close to senseless risk and disaster. One of the men shyly apologized for the difficulty of the loot. The skins and fangs he brought were preliminarily valued at 44,000 yen. The man added that they were also assigned a bonus. Haruki asked, split the money in half-half for each. He nodded, confirmed that it was possible, and said that the order was completed. It could be picked up at the neighboring weapons shop. There, a girl greeted them and politely asked if he was really nobody. Haruki was surprised. How did this stranger know his pseudonym? The girl explained that Yuzuki Akim had warned her, if a boy enters the BDSM mask, she should be polite to him. She also confessed that she was Akim's younger sister. Haruki joked that he and Akim were neither friends nor relatives. They were united only by their love of jokes and problems. The girl shyly admitted, despite everything, Akim remained her senpai, and she had already ordered 2 sets of armor for them. Haruki raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked how expensive first-class armor was. The girl explained that the breastplate was made from the shell of a centipede. Haruki froze in shock. These were the same shells he had brought himself. He could not believe the order was fulfilled so quickly, and the girl added that professionals handled it because the matter was extremely important. Haruki asked how much he needed to pay for 2 sets, and the girl confidently replied that he did not need to pay. He asked in surprise why. She explained that this had to be done. Adventurers are catastrophically lacking nowadays, and many need help. All the strongest and bravest went to Shinjuku, but none reached the 8th floor. In the end, only Haruki agreed to fulfill their request. The girl begged him with tears in her voice to do everything possible to save their senpai. Haruki promised that he would do everything in his power. He suddenly realized how much they loved their mentor and firmly decided he must save Okumumoku. Haruki looked at his post and, stunned, thought, is this a joke? The publication had 14 views and 10 comments. He greeted the readers, called himself nobody, and said that he had started hunting silver wolves. At first he was afraid, then he was convinced that they were cute like puppies, but taming them was too dangerous. Then he wrote that he took a quest to find a missing adventurer in the Chikaho dungeon and set out the same day, guessing that she was between the 6th and 8th floors, so he decided not to rush but to proceed carefully. In the comments, people argued why he took on such a quest. Someone sincerely wished him luck, while others mocked and called him a noob. Others wrote that beginners take tasks thoughtlessly. someone left a harsh review, called the article pathetic, and stated that adventurism was not to his liking. There were even harsher words. He was accused of desecrating heroism, urged to think about those who had already died in the dungeons, and predicted that he would be the next corpse, and one user even advised the author to leave Japan. Reading these comments, Haruki felt joy for the first time he was discussed so actively. He marveled at the speed with which people write and admired their reaction. In response, he warmly thanked everyone for their thoughts, agreed with the majority, and once again expressed heartfelt gratitude. Finishing the post, Haruki felt that he had to try even harder and immediately began continuing work on the task that very day. In the dungeon, Karen addressed him and urged him to move forward. Haruki felt that she was truly strong. He didn't even have time to do anything, and she was already acting decisively. He tried to object and began to explain that the plan was not yet complete, but Karen decisively said, "Leave everything to me." Haruki felt upset. He wanted to handle the task on his own. He thought it was easier for him to get along with people when they gave him a chance to prove himself. Karen, lost in thought, realized that Haruki barely endured the constant criticism of his blog and felt that she should support him more. She was convinced that Haruki did not deserve such a harsh reaction, a bit strange, but a good person, so next time she would help him and repay him for saving her life. She now proudly declared that she had the strength to prove it. Later, Haruki joked with a smile, reproaching Karen for trying too hard. They decided to rest a bit and regain their strength. Karen said that the boss of the 7th floor was the Silver Wolf. Haruki confirmed and added that there were still no traces of the adventurer Yuisan, only the 8th floor remained. Descending to the 8th floor of the Chikaho dungeon, Haruki froze at the high ceilings and at how strikingly the decoration changed with each level. Tall grass caught his eye. It hid everything underfoot and confused the search for a path. He felt it was another trap, so he paused and did not rush forward. Karen noticed 2 silver wolves and immediately warned Haruki. He ordered her to stop. A monster appeared ahead, a long-armed goblin with a grotesque face. Such creatures were not supposed to appear so deep. Haruki instantly recognized him as a dog handler, a goblin who walked alongside the silver wolves as if walking them. Haruki sharply commanded Karen to retreat while he analyzes the situation. He realized that the monsters were wounded and limping creatures that became aggressive due to their thirst for revenge against adventurers, and such opponents are especially dangerous. Karen followed his instruction and released a magical strike. Haruki also rushed into battle against the dog beast. He felt the enemy's strength and continued fighting alongside Karen. Despite the danger, Karen did not retreat. She turned to Haruki to coordinate their actions. She attacked with magic. Again, the enraged monster charged straight at her. Seeing the danger, Haruki shouted to Karen, "Run," but he himself rushed into battle. After delivering a blow, he decisively declared that he would not allow her to be harmed. Finally, Haruki managed to defeat the monster. Stunned, Karen exclaimed his actions simply amazed her. Haruki quietly reassured her, said he was fine, and informed her that his level had increased. He admitted fighting monsters alone takes too long, and Karen agreed. Then Haruki decided to change tactics. He opened the bag and showed Karen his secret tool, slippery eels. Karen asked in surprise, "What kind of eels are these?" Haruki explained that they supposedly protect against monsters. When she asked why he took them out right now, Haruki explained, the fight was prolonged, so if it became dangerous, the eels might come in handy. He wrapped Karen's hand with the eels and carefully watched her reaction. At first, Karen was embarrassed, then, feeling obvious discomfort, she exclaimed, "Why is this even necessary?" Haruki insisted, "Hold the eels with both hands, it will be safer that way." Together with the eels, Haruki managed to scare the monsters by demonstrating dominance. Karen watched and couldn't believe it. Now Haruki looked more like a monster than those silver wolves. Yukui lay on the ground, exhausted and overwhelmed with despair. She sharply realized she couldn't even move. Her left leg was broken. She bitterly regretted her recklessness, understanding that she had paid too high a price. She thought that if she had medicine, everything could have turned out differently, but what tormented her most was that she went into the dungeon for the silver wolves. She reflected on her desire. After all, when the silver wolf's fur darkens, it becomes much more valuable, and deeper in the dungeon such wolves occur more often. She imagined how her shop in Sapporo would become famous for the highest quality goods, and how people would recommend her products. She dreamed of leaving all competitors far behind, and finally getting rid of her hated rival Akim. It was ambition that drove her into this, without food, without water, completely alone. The only thing that had saved her so far was special equipment that blocked body odor, but even that now seemed useless. She laughed bitterly. This protection only prolonged her suffering, because no one would even think to look for such an ordinary person like her. She tormented herself with reproaches for reckless decisions that had driven her into a dead end. Her thoughts turned into panic. Humiliations, fear of death, and helplessness appeared before her eyes. She kept repeating that she was scared, calling for help in the hope that someone would hear. Suddenly a monster appeared and a confident voice sounded. She was found. Seeing a person in front of her, Yumai exhaled with relief, but as soon as she looked at Haruki, shock and fear overwhelmed her. Fear gripped her so tightly that she fainted. Karen, watching, said ironically that Haruki scared Akko to death. Regaining consciousness, Akko sharply got up and cried out in pain. Haruki noticed her movement, and with a smile said that she had finally woken up, introduced himself as the adventurer, Naoto, and explained that he and Karen had taken a quest to rescue her. But as soon as she looked at Haruki, Akai's heart skipped again, and she began to lose her balance. Haruki tried to stop her, begging her not to faint again. He and Karen would not be able to carry her because of her weight. In despair, she shouted for him not to touch her, called him a monster, and begged that if he wanted to disgrace her body, he might as well kill her immediately. Haruki gently tried to calm her, saying it was good that she was so cheerful, but asked her to pull herself together. His words confused Oku, and she asked distrustfully what exactly he meant. Haruki explained that he and Karen had taken on the task of finding her, and colleagues from Mitsubishi were already waiting for her return. She was about to speak again about her leg, but suddenly felt the pain disappear. Karen explained that she had used a restorative remedy and asked if she felt better. Ak exhaled deeply with relief and confirmed that the pain had receded. She said that now she could walk on her own. She sincerely thanked Haruki and Karen, not hiding her joy. Even her leg had healed. Haruki reassuringly replied that the company had already taken care of the medicine payment, so she should not worry. Akko thanked them again, and they continued on together. On the way, Haruki slipped slippery eels to Ajui, and her frightened reaction again raised alarm and nervousness in the air. Soon the group reached the gate with an elevator mechanism that allowed movement between the already opened floors. Haruki said that now only reaching the gate remained and they would be on the surface. Ajui was delighted, anticipating the return. Suddenly an enemy lunged at Karen. Haruki shouted to her anxiously, but their words were suddenly drowned out by a voice solemnly proclaiming, "The time for the meeting has finally come." Before them appeared adventurers who once left Karen to die, and mockingly greeted Haruki, calling him the masked goat, and noting they hadn't seen him for a long time. Haruki immediately recognized them, and understood now the matter was serious. Shikama strictly warned everyone not to make sudden movements, and his partner Haria drew a bow and aimed an arrow, as if threatening fiercely. Shikama remarked, if Masatsugu only advises avoiding a certain shop, no one will come there anymore. He hinted that people would start taking orders elsewhere, and Ajui would have difficulty coping with her duties. Ajui indignantly retorted that customers cannot just stop coming, and Lars mockingly said she worried too late. She got angry and exclaimed, did they deliberately irritate the monsters and unleash them on her? Haria sharply interrupted her and ordered her to shut up. In Haruki's memory, it again surfaced how Masatsugu saved them from a monster attack back then. Then he directly asked what was the reason for their actions. Shikama answered simply, it is obvious they came for revenge. Ajui tried to explain aloud the absurdity of this. Even if they achieve their goal, nothing will change. But Shikama said coldly and mockingly, they don't care. Her threats to report to the authorities and seek revocation of their licenses did not move them at all. Shikama said with contempt that Audrey foolishly thinks she can get out of the dungeon. Lars blurted out a disgusting thought that the girls would become their reward. He said he wanted Karen, and Shikama supported him, only noting that Ajui was too old for him, while Harai would suit him. Ajui, looking at this, fell into despair and decided that things could not get worse. When Lars addressed Haruki, he contemptuously advised to kill the goat in the mask as soon as possible. Saying, lie down, he also kicked Karen, adding even more humiliation to the situation. Although she was scared, Audrey shouted to Haruki, run and call the police. Lars noticed with surprise that Haruki disappeared, and only later did they realize, if he manages to break out to the surface, their situation will become dangerous. Lars began to threaten, saying that he would hand Karen and Audrey over to the monsters to lure Haruki out, and advised Shikama to erase all evidence so that when the police appeared, it would look like Haruki had made everything up. With a smile on his face, Lars quietly crept up to Karen. He was going to kill her. But suddenly Haruki appeared and stopped him, stepping in to defend. Lars shouted in shock, asking where he had come from. Haruki immediately ordered, Audrey, grab Karen and take her to a safe place. Audrey looked at him in surprise, but instantly obeyed and led Karen aside. Shikama commanded Haria to attack, and he released an arrow. But Ria stopped the arrow. She simply smashed it with a potato. Haruki could not help but praise his ally for her agility, while Karen and Ajui managed to retreat. He mentally noted their withdrawal was successful. Enraged, Haria exploded with threats, and Shikama rudely demanded that Haruki come out of hiding. Watching them, Haruki ironically marveled they didn't even sense him nearby, and he mockingly laughed at their pathetic detection skills. Putting on a mask, he suddenly appeared before them, causing Lars to freeze in astonishment. Shikama mockingly began to reproach Haruki, calling him a coward. Haruki calmly replied that he had been standing in front of them all this time and had not even moved from his place. Lars, turning red with anger, barked that Haruki had once again gotten in their way, and he replied that he had not done anything bad last time, which made Shikama laugh sarcastically. He asked if Haruki was again counting on Masatsugu's help. Masatsugu confidently stated that this time he would manage on his own. His words suddenly made Shikama doubt, was he really serious? Haruki sharply reminded them that they had wronged Karen and asked if they considered it a joke. Lars rushed to excuse himself, saying it was an accident, asked Haruki to forgive him, but his words sounded empty and unconvincing. Continuing the dialogue, Haruki sarcastically blurted out, "Was the fall of my blog also a joke?" Shikama confusedly asked what he meant. Haruki said that his post had gathered 10 negative comments, and the number of unique readers had dropped to 6. Subtracting the regulars, it turned out that only 3 new ones had read it, and he hinted that it was exactly them. Lars mockingly noted that Haruki had so few readers. Shikama admitted that they really wanted to offend him, but instead received grateful replies from him. Haruya added that he was at least glad for some reaction, and all 3 ostentatiously sympathized, openly mocking. Haruki mentally called them scoundrels, and feeling the tension inside growing, decided never to mention his blog again. Suddenly he felt that something was approaching, and fearfully thought as if a parade of monsters was about to begin. Shikama suddenly realized that the situation had changed, shouted, "Run," and warned that something terrible was coming. Suddenly monsters appeared, a parade of goblin watchers, whom Shikama called audacious creatures. Haria shouted, "We are surrounded." Haruki surveyed the situation and noticed with surprise that his one-handed weapon skills had suddenly increased. To prepare for battle, he resolutely decided to use his skill points. This did not go unnoticed. Shikama, seeing the interface, exclaimed in surprise, "What is this?" Without wasting time, Haruki pointed out the retreat direction, but Shikama waved off his instructions and coldly reminded him that Haruki was not their commander. A battle with the monsters broke out. Haruki bitterly felt how high the demands were for skills and coordination to survive on the 8th and 9th floors. He realized that strong allies were needed for success, so he suggested focusing on destroying the monsters and retreating, but this again angered the enemies, who ordered him to stop giving commands. Haria accused him of overconfidence. Suddenly, in the heat of battle, a monster sneaked up from behind and began breaking Haria's arrows. At that moment, other creatures attacked him. Haria was driven into a dangerous position. Seeing the danger, Shikama rushed to help Haria, but Lars grabbed his arm and stopped him. Haruki looked at this confused. He did not know what would happen next, because the enemies were losing control of the situation. Lars decisively said that he would break a path for them. He desperately wanted to save Haria, but it was already too late. Rage clouded his mind. Shikama, cursing, rushed into battle, but in a moment found himself surrounded by enemies. At that moment, Haruki rushed to help him. Saving his comrade, he asked in surprise why he had rushed forward so thoughtlessly. Shikama admitted that he had never encountered such a large number of enemies at once. Understanding the situation, Haruki mentally agreed. Such a huge parade of monsters was rare, but this time everything looked completely different than usual. Saying frankly that they would not survive without a fight, he tried to encourage Shikama, repeating that they were still alive and their comrade had not died either. But Shikama, filled with despair, sharply interrupted him and threw all the accusations at Haruki. They continued to fight side by side, but the fatigue from the continuous clash was becoming increasingly noticeable. Lars could not withstand the tension. He shouted, "This cannot be," and fainted. Shikama, seeing Lars's condition, cried out in despair, "Why, despite all efforts, does the number of monsters not decrease?" Haruki again asked himself the same question. He had already counted over 300 enemies killed, but their bodies disappeared into the depths of the dungeon, and nothing around changed. Then he realized that the dungeon instantly regenerates monsters, making them unnatural. Shikama, exhausted from despair, continued to shout and curse until he was swallowed by the monsters. Seeing this, Haruki turned to Ria and resolutely declared that they would break out at any cost. He ordered carefully search for anything that could explain the situation. After analyzing everything, Haruki guessed that a core was hiding nearby, a tumor guarded by creatures. Convinced of his suspicions, he removed his mask and, like a shadow, sneaked past the monsters, remaining unnoticed. Praying for it to finally end, he struck the place he considered the source of the enemy's appearance. After the strike, he felt nauseous, but he managed to notice the levels had increased. When the monsters tried to attack, Ria instantly rushed to protect Haruki. He thanked her and said with relief that now the enemy's bodies no longer disappeared and no longer regenerated. Realizing that the plan worked, Haruki joyfully exclaimed that they needed to gather strength and break through to the gate. After that, he put his mask on again. Meanwhile, the police were chatting about the events and confirming everything happened exactly as Masatsugu predicted. They also recalled that the boys already had a history of bad behavior and had been behind bars more than once. The commander spoke with sadness and asked why it was so hard for them to change. The squad rushed to help Haruki, and the commander firmly emphasized their main task is to capture the Shikami gang at any cost. When the elevator doors opened, they saw a parade of monsters approaching them, and the commander decisively ordered, "Prepare the crossbows for battle." But Haruki tried to stop them and loudly declared, "I am a human." When they saw Haruki, the mask hanging in the air, and the strange plant in his hands, the people were frightened. They thought a monster was before them. He instantly calmed them down, explaining that he was actually just a human and an adventurer. The commander hesitated but still asked about Shikamo. Haruki quietly replied that they could no longer be saved. One of the officers suddenly noticed an important detail, and the commander immediately ordered to cover Haruki, warning that the arrows might hit him too. Haruki nodded and promised to be careful. The commander gave the order to prepare weapons and firmly emphasized, Haruki's life is now above all. Suddenly, he felt something slippery under his feet. It was Ria. Later, upon reaching the gate, Haruki heard praise from the commander, and he ordered them to retreat one by one. In the elevator, the police noticed Haruki's strange equipment. The officers were surprised that he fought with a short sword and were keenly interested in his mask. They asked if it really enhanced physical abilities and if the plant in his hands was a monster. Haruki firmly confirmed that he had tamed her, which shocked the police even more. One of the officers asked confusedly if he was joking. The commander sharply ordered to stop the chatter, adding that there would still be time to talk upstairs. He thought to himself, Haruki was the first to tame the monster. Although outwardly he is an ordinary fighter, he stood alone against the entire parade and tamed that creature. But one of the officers recalled, Haruki turned out to be the very same adventurer from the rumors. The commander inquired whether this was really that famous person. The policeman himself confirmed that he was seen near Masatsugu and Lassen, so many suspect that he might be a rancor. At the same time, he called it a BDSM mask, hinting at how strange this equipment was. Later, Haruki anxiously asked Oi about Karen's condition. She was surprised by his concern and apologized for leaving him alone on the battlefield, and Haruki assured her that he was fine and thanked her for taking care of Karen. Oi sincerely thanked him for the help and admitted that her actions were just a drop compared to his feat. Karen, gritting her teeth in pain, suddenly called Haruki, then stood up and exclaimed that she was glad to see him. Haruki anxiously asked how she was feeling, and Oi warned not to make sudden movements. Karen and Oi explained that there was a torn wound on her back. Medicine had already been given, but due to blood loss, the girl was very weak. Oi added that it was precisely the quality armor that saved Karen from death. She praised Haruki for surviving the monster parade and said that the police had already told everyone about his heroism. Haruki was about to object, but Oi gently interrupted him. She sighed and said that he should not take on an extra burden. Karma had already done its work. Those who behaved shamefully finally received their due punishment. She asked Haruki not to despair and to hold on. Karen, exhausted by guilt, could not stop thinking about her role in what had happened. She was tormented by guilt and believed, if not for her injury, the tragedy could have been avoided. She was convinced that if she had been more attentive, everyone would have been saved, and she tormented herself for the fact that Haruki had to risk himself for her. Finally, Karen approached him, whispered an apology, and confessed that she felt miserable and unworthy of forgiveness. However, Haruki immediately asked what she was apologizing, for he was sincerely surprised by her words. She was sure all the troubles happened because of her presence. Haruki lightly tapped Karen on the head, shooing away gloomy thoughts, and said sternly, "Don't talk nonsense." He warned grimly that if she kept blaming herself, she would get more. Karen asked offendedly not to hit her anymore. Then Haruki added that those who wronged them would have found any excuse for conflict anyway. He asked Karen not to torment herself with thoughts like, "What if you hadn't come? It wouldn't change anything now," and honestly admitted he was to blame. He hadn't surveyed the area carefully enough, and because of that Karen suffered. Karen objected. She said she was the last in the group, so she should have been the first to notice the threat. But Haruki replied bitterly, if he had been stronger, none of the comrades would have died. Karen burst into tears, and Haruki, barely holding back tears himself, admitted that he lacked courage. He reproached himself for not teaching others the necessary skills and not saving them, insisting that all the blame was only on him. Karen reached out her hand, but he gently pulled away from her. Haruki suggested becoming stronger together so that such tragedies would never happen again, and Karen agreed. Later, Haruki, under the nickname Nothing, wrote in a blog about the quest in Chikaho, the one he completed only at the end of the day. He did not hide his joy he survived, although he had to fight crowds of monsters. The level increased, but he honestly admitted that he was still a novice and, despite the fatigue, planned to train for another 3 weeks, and at the end expressed hope that he would be noticed. Karen, reading this post, felt anxiety. Usually serious Karaboshi-san suddenly began to write emotionally, and this worried her. Meanwhile, Haruki shone from new readers and again repeated to himself that he would become stronger. In the adventurers' chat, they started talking about him. Someone recognized in him the mysterious masked warrior. He was described as one who wears a cursed mask, has a flower pot on his back, and uses tentacles. Some even doubted whether he was a human at all, and not some kind of monster. One of the participants said he saw Haruki use the taming skill. People argued about his strength. They said he dealt huge damage and easily dealt with enemies. Some said the fight was at level 8, others at level 10, and the disputes only fueled the rumors. Haruki thought he really became better at hiding, but he constantly reproached himself that after meeting Oiso-san, he did not train properly, although he so wanted to become stronger. Karen sincerely admitted her abilities also grew, although she had not yet spent skill points. Haruki gently explained that some skills develop by themselves and emphasized that her efforts were not in vain. Karen replied, now, thanks to training, her staff no longer hits her on the head during powerful spells. Haruki mentally rejoiced her work was bearing fruit. Later they met Akami. She reproachfully said, do not come without a reason, it is already hot in the shop. Laughing, Haruki asked if she could say something friendlier. Akami admitted that their long absence had been troubling her. She was worried, and even thought that Haruki might have died. In response, Haruki set about making amends. In 10 minutes, he had already returned with a huge haul. Akami froze in shock and exclaimed that his question could ruin her shop. How many carcasses did you bring? Haruki calmly replied, about 5,000. Akami gasped, this is my end, but curiously asked where he got so much loot. Haruki smiled and explained that they brought a month's supply of trophies just for her reaction. He was expecting a radiant smile, but Akami replied that she would rather drown in her own tears. Later, she announced that she was adding the promised 5% on top. After calculating, she named the total amount. Haruki froze at her sudden silence. Akami voiced the final amount, 3,055,500 yen, and with bitterness in her voice declared that she had been robbed. Karen and Haruki recounted, stunned, and wondered if she was mistaken after all. The amount could have been even larger. Akami bitterly replied that she would gladly change the situation, but now she was in despair because her shop was practically destroyed. After calculating everything, Haruki asked to pick out armor. Akami immediately came to life upon hearing that he would be spending money again. He decisively explained, for the next mission on the middle floors, they needed mid-tier armor, and for Karen, he ordered a full set of armor. Akami firmly agreed and promised to do everything to get her money back. Haruki, laughing, warned that if the armor turned out to be bad, they would return it, and Akami assured that she would try. Then she suddenly turned to Haruki, broke off her sentence halfway. He wearily waited to hear what else this girl would say. Akami sincerely thanked him for Oiso's help. He awkwardly replied that she should just prepare the armor by tomorrow. On the 6th floor of the dungeon, Haruki fought monsters resembling eggplants, jokingly calling them dishes salty nibitashi and fried tapenki, adding the phrase, sit on the knife. On the 7th floor, they were ambushed by a fight with a monster in the form of a rooster. And on the 8th, a monster in the form of a melon appeared, which they later ate. Akami sharply turned around and again accused Haruki of destroying her shop, but her attention was immediately drawn to the items he brought from the boss, and Haruki asked what she thought about them. Akami smiled and happily noted that the found stone had magical properties. It heats up from touch, so it would be useful for cooking. When asked about the other items, she explained simply, a meter of plush costs 10,000 yen and can be used to create bowstrings or other weapons. Then she glanced at the Cox-Hogman necklace and wondered what it was for. Haruki guessed that it might be cursed and warned Akami, be careful before using such things. After a thorough inspection, Akami assumed that the necklace probably increases agility, and for that she earned Haruki's approval. Having accepted the necklace for further research, Akami immediately got to work. But when Haruki and Karen were already about to leave, Akami suddenly stopped them apparently. She still had something to say. In the display case, Haruki recognized the same dagger that he had previously failed to lift. This time, he decided to try again. Surprisingly, he was able to lift it, although he noticed that the dagger was somewhat heavy, but soon he got used to its weight. Akami felt that the dagger suited Haruki perfectly, as if it had been forged just for him. He, smiling, jokingly called her observant, and then asked Karen if she liked the new cloak. Karen tried on the cloak and admitted it was a bit difficult to move, but overall she liked it, and Haruki nodded approvingly. In his thoughts, he concluded that he was now fully equipped, but his heart tightened with regret his reward of 3 million yen had already been spent. Then Haruki, with a spark in his eyes, suggested Karen to venture into the dungeon to test the new equipment. Karen agreed, but in her thoughts, she was still gripped by a burning desire to taste the melon from the 8th floor again. On the 9th floor, Haruki warned that new monsters would be lurking there, so they needed to be on guard. Karen obediently nodded. Soon they came across the first monster, and Karen jokingly called it Cutie. But the creature suddenly attacked, and Haruki destroyed it with one blow, noticing that his new weapon cut flesh like paper. He reminded Karen, even creatures that look cute remain dangerous. Moving further, they easily exterminated monsters one after another. Finally, Haruki noticed the end of the level, the last location of the floor. Karen guessed there must be a boss here, most likely a giant. Haruki agreed. And indeed, the floor boss appeared before them. He looked like a half-human with a gigantic weapon in his hands. Karen shuddered and whispered that he was terrifying. Haruki understood. Her fear was caused by the pressure of the enemy's power, which far exceeded her own, and decided that Karen must overcome this fear to grow further. At that moment, Haruki realized, with their equipment, defeating the boss would be incredibly difficult. Seeing no weak spots, he warned Karen to stay away from direct attacks. And he rushed towards the monster, preparing for battle. Haruki mentally noted how huge, and at the same time incredibly agile this opponent was. Suddenly the monster noticed Karen and rushed straight at her. Haruki sharply shouted her name and called Ria, and she, instantly activating the skill, bombarded the monster with a hail of potato shots. Haruki sharply grabbed Karen and pulled her to a safe place. Having made sure she was safe, he realized how dangerous that moment was. Haruki concluded, their fighting style needs to be reviewed and improved. Karen, still in shock, suddenly blurted out, why did he save her? Haruki only asked in surprise, did not understand the meaning of her words. Meanwhile, near the entrance to the dungeon, other adventurers were whispering about the return of the squad of rankers, who looked utterly exhausted. One of them reported they encountered serious problems. Haruki, still under the impression from Karen's question, couldn't hold back and asked why she said that. The girl confessed she considers herself not strong enough and feels that she is the weak link. Haruki hurried to calm her down, explaining that confusion during danger is completely normal. Karen sharply reminded him that they are partners and demanded to know why he didn't trust her at the most important moment. Haruki guessed what she meant, the desire to overcome difficulties alone. Karen confirmed his guess, honestly admitting that she is aware of her weaknesses and doesn't want them to interfere with their travels together, so she asked Haruki to trust her. When Haruki asked how exactly he should do that, Karen replied that he should fight at his own pace and not worry about her during the battle. At first Haruki hesitated, but seeing Karen's determination, he still trusted her and promised to rely on her strength. In his thoughts, he quietly admitted to himself he had always believed that he must protect Karen at any cost. But now he felt he cannot hinder her development and decided to give her the freedom to show herself. They rushed into battle with the floor boss. Haruki took off his mask, instantly launched a sudden strike, and unnoticed struck the monster with a dagger. Karen mentally decided to support him with magic and cheered up, noticing that Haruki was doing well. Meanwhile, Haruki was devising a tactic. Assuming the boss was a clever demon, he decided to make that cleverness his trap. Karen and Haruki combined their forces and together defeated the boss. Shouting a joyful hooray, both collapsed from exhaustion due to the sharp level increase. They carefully examined the spears of various sizes lying on the floor. Haruki shook his head. They wouldn't be able to use them. They lacked skills in handling such weapons. Meanwhile, Karen noticed small spears. Rhea suddenly grabbed one of them, but Haruki snatched the spear away, scolded her for disrespecting Karen, and decided to keep it for himself, saying he would learn to wield it, while Rhea only snorted in displeasure. Karen nodded. She supported Haruki's decision, and he suggested moving on and descending to the middle floor. When they reached the middle floor, an amazing panorama suddenly unfolded before them. Karen and Haruki froze in amazement. Although they were still in the dungeon, the sky spread around them. Karen noticed that although they were wandering in darkness, the spaces seemed endless, and she asked where this road led. Reviewing his stats, Haruki suddenly noticed he had acquired a divine gift. This intrigued him, and Karen asked what it meant. Haruki explained that the divine gift is a heavenly blessing, which Masatsugu-san also possesses. He suggested that it can only be obtained after reaching the middle floor, and Karen simply glowed from this discovery. Haruki noticed that the name of his gift was somehow related to fabric, and awkwardly admitted that he had no idea why. Karen smiled and joked that maybe there are gods somewhere who control fabric. She jokingly suggested her gift could be called human. Haruki honestly admitted that he didn't understand anything, but smiled and added that her gift was probably better than fabric. At that very moment, they noticed Riaya had received the Earth gift. Later, Haruki decided to check his blog. In a new post, he vividly described recent adventures. He said that after defeating the boss of the 9th floor, he reached the middle level, and noted that although it was a dungeon, the place more resembled an open meadow under the sky. Haruki wondered if this road led to another dungeon. He admitted that he had now become a middle-class adventurer and still had to get used to the new status, but emphasized he could not stop. He needed to become stronger, so he worked hard on himself every day. His gaze fell on a message. At first, Haruki was glad, but instantly pulled himself together and decided to check the inbox. Among the messages appeared an invitation from Kagemitsu. In the system chat, he was added along with that adventurer. Kagemitsu immediately, a bit embarrassed, apologized for the sudden invitation. Haruki admitted that he was surprised he did not expect to receive a message from Kagemitsu himself, the top ranker of Hokkaido. Kagemitsu modestly admitted that he had never thought about his own popularity, and Haruki, smiling, joked that Hokkaido is unimaginable without three things: bears, crabs, and Kagemitsu himself. He took it as a compliment, and Haruki asked why he needed him. Kagemitsu said that on the 10th floor of the Chikaho dungeon, there was a monster invasion, so he decided to invite Haruki to join the cleansing expedition. Haruki froze in surprise. Why was he chosen? Kagemitsu just smiled and replied that he had heard rumors. Supposedly, Haruki had dealt with an invasion on his own, so he suggested proving his strength. Haruki doubted, admitting that he had recently only raised his level with great difficulty, and stated that he was not strong enough yet and had not even reached the 10th floor. Kagemitsu, noticing the hesitation, sharply said that true strength is known only in battle, and insisted there is almost no time. The invasion threat must be stopped immediately. Haruki again gloomily refused, saying he would not manage, but Kagemitsu only smiled understandingly and said that if he worked on strategies, he would definitely become famous someday. After a short pause, Haruki unexpectedly agreed and asked to be accepted into the team, which greatly surprised Kagemitsu. Haruki set off to Kagemitsu's house, known as the residence of Hokkaido's leading ranker. He pressed the doorbell and a girl appeared at the door, looking confused at him. Haruki politely introduced himself as nobody. Inside, he was greeted by Kagemitsu himself, who sincerely welcomed the guest. Haruki greeted him and introduced himself again, and in his thoughts he noticed how impressively Kagemitsu shone, as if radiating light, while Haruki himself looked completely insignificant nearby. Kagemitsu friendly offered to introduce him to his team, and immediately began presenting each member. The first to appear was the archer Yoshirala, bowing shyly. Behind her was Becky, also an archer, who greeted much more confidently. Then Kagemitsu pointed to Van Gogh, the swordsman, who strangely resembled himself. And finally came Doroniko, the spear master. Haruki bowed respectfully and greeted everyone with joy. He wondered why such a powerful team looked so modest. It seemed completely inappropriate for their status. Kagemitsu explained that their reaction was because of his mask. He admitted that although he had heard about Haruki's abilities, seeing it with his own eyes was something entirely different. Haruki, understanding that it was about the mask, confirmed it was one of his features, and Kagemitsu exclaimed enthusiastically that it was a truly cool skill. But Haruki quietly objected, saying it was an exaggeration. When he removed the mask, the team froze as if he simply disappeared. Everyone was stunned, and Haruki explained that it was not a skill, but his innate trait. Kagemitsu, picking up the conversation, sincerely admitted he understood Haruki because since childhood he had dreamed of becoming a ninja. A childhood episode came to his mind. Hiding in the bushes, he heard girls mocking that he was easy to spot, and the team, smiling, noticed that Kagemitsu had again drifted into memories. Haruki ironically remarked that Kagemitsu was a lucky guy, and he smiled in response and said that Haruki could also be considered one. Becky reminded that it was time to start the meeting and suggested moving to business. Van volunteered to brew tea, and Doroniko immediately went to help him. Haruki and Kagemitsu agreed it was time to start the discussion. Kagemitsu explained the mission's goal. They were setting out to cleanse the dungeon of monsters. He said sternly, the main threat is man-eating monsters he had already encountered. For experienced team members used to fights on the 14th floor, this task should not be too difficult. But the problem could be their boss, a lizardman, a rare type of half-human who usually appears only on the 30th floor, so seeing him here was extremely strange. Hearing this, Haruki doubted again how could he possibly help in such a dangerous mission, and asked once more why they chose him. Kagemitsu answered without hesitation, only Haruki is capable of this. When Haruki was surprised, Kagemitsu added, he seeks fame, and also one of the few who would agree to such a risky adventure. Haruki was still frozen with shock, but Kagemitsu calmly continued to explain. He regretfully explained that most of the strongest warriors had gone to Shinjuku, and only novices who could not cope with the onslaught were left here. That is why they decided to weed out the participants, leaving only those who could truly endure the trial. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Haruki nodded. Kagemitsu emphasized that victory in battle is not mandatory. The main thing is to endure. Becky suggested taking breaks if it becomes too difficult, and Dorniko added that it is better to strike in short bursts to conserve strength. Haruki admitted that he had acted alone for a long time and would find it difficult to get used to teamwork immediately, but Kagemitsu assured him that others would support him. Haruki thought to himself, fighting side by side with the elite is incredible. After that, he agreed and inquired which specific instructions should be followed. Kagemitsu jumped for joy at his decision and suggested moving on to the plan, and Becky sincerely rejoiced that Haruki had become part of the team. Kagemitsu set his first task for himself to exterminate all the cannibals. Haruki asked in surprise, not believing his ears. He was outraged. Would he really have to deal with all the monsters himself? He called it suicide. Kagemitsu explained that he would act together with Yoshi. Their task was to distract the monsters, while the main group fought the lizardmen. In his thoughts, Haruki understood that it was about a diversion, and he barely smiled. Kagemitsu recalled that the team would always cover him. Their survival directly depended on his actions. Haruki was quite surprised. Although he was only an average adventurer, Kagemitsu spoke to him as an equal, without any arrogance, and then everything fell into place. This was why he was so respected and called the top ranker of Hokkaido. It was an opportunity to compare his own strength with the elite, and after some thought, Haruki agreed, beginning to prepare for the mission. Kagemitsu said that 7 days remained until the operation and suggested Haruki use this time to get used to the monsters of the 10th floor, starting tomorrow with the 8th. He emphasized that even preparation was no less important than the fight itself. Haruki nodded seriously, and Kagemitsu praised his determination. Haruki announced that he was temporarily leaving their dungeon and allowed Karen to explore it at any time. She thanked him, a little embarrassed. Having gathered his things, Haruki was about to leave when he heard Karen timidly and respectfully call him by name. He turned around in surprise. She, blushing, asked him, "Take care of yourself." In response, Haruki simply said goodbye and drove away in his car. On the first floor, the adventurers instantly surrounded Kagemitsu and bombarded him with questions: how deep he would go, whether he had fully recovered, and where Becky and Dorniko were. They were also worried. Going only the 3 of them was dangerous. Kagemitsu eased the tension. He explained that there was now a newcomer on the team and introduced Haruki. He briefly greeted them, but as soon as his mask floated nearby, everyone present got scared. Kagemitsu tried to calm the panic and jokingly asked them to stop being afraid. Haruki, surprised by their reaction, asked why they were afraid of him. Even next to Kagemitsu, he smiled and added that he even envied him. Haruki replied that he would rather switch places, but everyone immediately noted that Kagemitsu's very presence relieved tension and inspired confidence, and Van agreed. In the dungeon, Haruki suddenly saw the boss of the 9th floor and asked in surprise if he was really such a formidable opponent. Kagemitsu suggested fighting together, but Haruki decided to just observe to gain experience, and Kagemitsu calmly accepted his decision. Haruki mentally noted that Kagemitsu dealt with the previous boss so quickly that he didn't even have time to comprehend the fight. After that, Kagemitsu entrusted Yoshi and Van with burying the bodies of the monsters. This time, Haruki decided to be as attentive as possible. No detail would escape his attention. Watching the team's actions, he admired their incredible speed, yet still managed to notice the key moments of the battle. Van swiftly deflected the boss's strike. Yoshi shot an arrow even before he could react, and Kagemitsu ended the clash with one powerful swing of his long sword. Kagemitsu asked what Haruki thought of what he had seen, and he, clapping his hands, sincerely admitted it was impressive. Inside, he constantly replayed the frantic pace of the battle in his mind and felt a burning desire to throw himself into the fight. Later, casting his gaze over the mountains of monsters, Haruki asked with disbelief if this was really a parade. Kagemitsu confirmed and added, this time there were even more than last time. The realization struck Haruki like thunder. Indeed, more than 200 monsters stood before them. For a moment he wondered if it was really possible to handle such a horde, but instantly dismissed doubts. He had to act, glanced at Kagemitsu, and prepared for battle. Kagemitsu announced the start and warned, no recklessness otherwise they would be noticed immediately, and that would be the end. Confused, Haruki asked what to do in such a situation, and Kagemitsu calmly advised to just observe for now. Yoshi sharply drew the bowstring with a tied rope and released the arrow the plan had started. He noticed that several monsters had turned their attention, so he suggested gradually drawing them away from the group to reduce the risk. Kagemitsu gave Haruki the signal to start the attack, fight at full strength, but without unnecessary heroics. His death would complicate the entire mission. Haruki responded seriously, understood. He mentally noted Kagemitsu's straightforwardness, and again felt that the monsters, as always, focused their attention specifically on him. Looking at Rei, he asked for help, and filled with inspiration, exclaimed that he was ready for a new adventure. Kagemitsu, observing him, was quietly surprised. His fighting style was quite unusual. He voiced his thought, Haruki is an exceptionally interesting fighter. Yoshi agreed and noted that the typical dagger fighting style is a quick strike and retreat, but Haruki hardly moves from his spot, maintaining the same speed. Van admitted that he rarely saw masters of this style, but in Haruki, he noticed clear skills of a true expert. Yoshi added that he has excellent vision and accuracy, so he is a strong candidate for passing the 10th floor. Kagemitsu confirmed his words, but silently concealed his own unspoken opinion. Turning to Yoshi again, he asked how long has Haruki been fighting. Yoshi briefly replied, about a minute. Van bluntly said that for this situation it is too long. Kagemitsu agreed and explained that ideally such a fight should end in 5 seconds, adding that Haruki makes too many unnecessary moves. Yoshi, his voice trembling, asked what to do next because at this pace Haruki could die. Kagemitsu had a doubt in his mind, maybe it was worth looking for someone else. Yoshi noticed that Haruki was acting strangely and suggested that it was due to a level up. Kagemitsu waved off the guess and said that it was still too early for that, and Yoshi decided that he was just exhausted and resolutely declared that they needed to intervene. But suddenly Haruki destroyed all the monsters with one blow. Kagemitsu, Yoshi, and Van froze in amazement. Watching, they realized that he did it on his own. Haruki, without stopping, asked Yoshi to bring up the next group of monsters. Yoshi was initially confused, but eventually agreed. Then he turned to Kagemitsu and asked how much longer Haruki could hold out and whether the load was too great. Kagemitsu thought for a moment, then decided to stop him, called him by name, and said that it was enough already. But Haruki stubbornly insisted that he wanted to fight more, as if he could not stop. Kagemitsu mentally understood that he really enjoyed the fight and barely smiled. Then he ordered Yoshi to bring more monsters until Haruki ran out of strength. Yoshi initially objected, but when he heard the insistent order, he eventually agreed. Haruki continued to swiftly destroy the enemies, and Yoshi noticed in amazement that the battle time shortened to 20 and then to 15 seconds. Juan said thoughtfully, "This looks incredible." Kagemitsu nodded but added, "Haruki has just become a key figure in their plan." Suddenly, a light appeared before Haruki. It was so close that it seemed, just reach out your hand and he would get it. At that moment, Kagemitsu, with noticeable anxiety in his voice, asked if he was all right. Coming to his senses, Haruki tried to explain what had happened to him, and Kagemitsu noticed. He suddenly fell in the middle of the fight. It looked very strange. Haruki, with a guilty tone, admitted that he hadn't fought so intensely for a long time. Kagemitsu, a bit surprised, asked again what exactly he meant. Haruki suggested that perhaps Kagemitsu, despite his condition, was still keeping the situation under control. Kagemitsu confirmed this with a smile, praised him for excellent work, and even asked if Haruki thought he was already dead. Haruki answered calmly, with a hint of sarcasm. Such a thought did indeed cross his mind. Kagemitsu cheered him up, saying now everything is fine because they are together, and immediately asked about his impressions of the fight. Haruki admitted that fighting alongside the bandits, he felt as if he had mastered the subtleties of combat, but every minute with a weapon still exhausted him. Those who watched asked in surprise if he had known how to fight like that before, and Haruki explained that he had remembered the techniques of his comrades and practiced his own, adding that, focusing, he saw the light. After a short pause, Kagemitsu gently suggested that everyone return home. Haruki asked what time it was, heard that it was already 2 in the afternoon, and suddenly wanted to continue the hunt, which surprised Kagemitsu. Haruki inquired if the others had matters to attend to, could he go alone. Kagemitsu assured that they would go together if he really wanted to. Haruki's determination simply stunned Wan and Yoshi added that it was good to have such an ally nearby. A comment appeared in the chat. Someone doubted whether it was really Kagemitsu, ironically mentioned a masked man with daggers, wondering how one could fight with such weapons at all. Kagemitsu replied in the chat, openly calling the anonymous person to come out of the shadows. He stunned, appeared again, he did not expect a reaction, and did not believe that such a fight could last from 11 in the morning until 8 in the evening. The anonymous person suggested that perhaps there were long breaks. Kagemitsu objected, sharply explaining that the only pause happened only when Haruki fainted. He clarified, Haruki destroyed over 200 monsters, while their team barely managed 150, and if the revived were counted, the number exceeded 300, and the anonymous person asked in shock how many like Haruki actually exist. 2 days later in the dungeon, Haruki was already thinking about the decisive battle looming ahead. During this time he managed to train, but in his soul he was tormented by the feeling that there was still something important he wanted to do. During the day he did not raise his skills under the team's gaze the secret could leak. Now he fully focused on the divine gift. He asked Rhea if it was worth investing 2 points in this gift. Rhea silently nodded. Having studied it, Haruki understood. This is a gift from the god-bird patron of craftsmen, protector of minerals, and deity of vegetation, who is always depicted in green. He concluded there is a connection between Tak and Riend. He wondered what this means specifically for him. He was gnawed by the thought that if the gift developed, it would become so imperceptible that no one would see it anymore. He sharply rejected that thought, persuading himself that gods could not be so cruel. Finally, Haruki noticed. Rei's power had increased. He suggested checking it. Rhea aimed and fired a potato that pierced through 2 monsters at once. Haruki froze in shock. Her shot struck with incredible power. The speed remained unchanged, but the strength increased many times. It was a true super divine gift. Now their chances of survival sharply increased, and Haruki was convinced that they would not lose. Here came the day of the decisive battle. Haruki addressed Kagemitsu with a greeting. He answered and firmly confirmed that the supplies were theirs, explaining that one of the bags was full of medicinal potion. Haruki noticed that Becky and Doroniko were dressed in serious gear and looked completely focused. Kagemitsu addressed everyone. This battle is decisive, start preparing. Haruki watched with admiration as they set traps and recognized slippery eels among them. Kagemitsu suggested placing traps near the gates so that monsters could not block the entrance to the shelter. Then they laid them out in a line on the ground and built a clever funnel trap designed to drive enemies into tight ranks. Haruki admitted that the tactic really worked, but in his mind, doubt did not subside. Would everything go according to plan? He, not hiding his curiosity, asked how exactly they planned to lure the monsters into the trap. And he realized perhaps his role was not so important. Most of the monsters would just run past without noticing him. Kagemitsu, catching his doubts, offered a special device. Haruki looked at the object and was surprised. It was a pishak, a plush monster from the middle levels of the Nakatsunya dungeon, which attracts enemies. He nodded, understanding its usefulness, and asked what would happen to the boss. Kagemitsu quietly said he would take care of that himself. Then Haruki felt his role was different but not useless. When Kagemitsu reported that the eels were already set up, Haruki asked, how long will they be able to hold back the enemies? He replied, about 3 hours, and clarified that other adventurers had already tested this. They themselves were convinced of it. Haruki instantly realized there were only 3 hours left to destroy the monster parade, and if there were about 540 of them, they would have to destroy 3 to 4 per minute. He inquired whether it was possible to hit the boss from afar. Kagemitsu allowed it, and Haruki confidently said that they trusted each other. Today Rei would give it her all. Becky asked in surprise, how exactly, and Dorinka did not understand and asked again. Haruki confirmed, explaining with cold determination that Rei would not stop until she achieved her goal. Kagemitsu decided they must be ready for the monster parade, even if there were few of them. He admitted that perhaps they should have taken more fighters, but explained that mass recruitment would only lead to even greater losses. That is why there were only 6 of them, so they could better understand each other's strengths. He called everyone to courage, proudly emphasizing that before him were elite warriors worthy of their title, and added that even in case of defeat, they would rise and accept the challenge again. Kagemitsu gave a single task to survive, just survive, and by doing so they would protect the homeland instead of those who were now fighting in Shinjuku. They moved to the battlefield. Kagemitsu gave the order, and Haruki responded with a resolute confirmation. In his head reigned determination, and his heart burned with the anticipation of a new adventure. The monsters instantly rushed at the sound of the squeaker. Yoshi noticed this and asked what was happening, and Haruki instantly assessed the situation and resolutely replied that the squeaker was broken, so the only option left was to throw themselves into battle. Rhea did not stop and again she hurled potato projectiles at the enemies. Yoshi, with wide-open eyes, watched as she destroyed the monsters and could not hide his admiration. Haruki stopped her, said that it was enough for now, and asked Yoshi to cover him. Anxiety gnawed at his thoughts. He knew he had only 5 seconds to deal with each monster. He tried to estimate how many were left to kill and how long his body would endure such exhausting strain. Then fatigue accumulated in Haruki. Looking around, he noticed that Yoshi had probably gone to Kagamitsu, and then Haruki thought that he himself needed treatment. He noticed that the eel traps had begun to decompose, and suddenly realized 3 hours had already passed. They had been fighting the lizard man all this time. Realizing that there was almost no time left, he rushed to help. When he arrived, everyone was exhausted. The lizardman was still attacking, so Yoshi, Becky, and Dornico rushed to meet him together. The monster's tail, with one powerful strike, threw them to the ground. Kagamitsu also rushed to intervene and gave his all, but it was not enough. The lizard warrior hit Kagamitsu, and Haruki, unable to stand aside, immediately opened the panel with his stats. He was stunned when he learned that Kagamitsu's divine gift was the North Wind, and it turned out that his stats were lacking. Haruki carefully studied the panel, looking for any way to increase the chances of survival. He realized that endurance needed to be raised critically, since the sword, heavy armor, and recognition skills were upgraded, but the gift remained only at the first level. Thoughts raced in his head. He had only 5 points for development, and even if he gave them all to himself, it still would not be enough for victory. He recalled how rare at that moment became deadly. Her gift fully revealed itself, and he suddenly realized that the power of this ability might surpass everything he had imagined. He suddenly understood. Each point could decide the fate of the battle, and a mistake under such conditions would be fatal. Meanwhile, Kagamitsu, standing against the lizardman, felt his strength slowly slipping away. Every enemy strike seemed decisive, and thoughts about how strong this opponent was and what had happened to Juan and Dornico flashed like lightning in his mind. He felt his strength slowly leaving his body and the fight becoming increasingly difficult, but his determination did not allow him to give up. He was ready to stand until the end to protect his comrades. Doubt gnawed at him. Was he the last one who could still hold the blow? His strength was diminishing, and the burden of the battle seemed unbearable. But despite fear and exhaustion, a stubborn fire blazed in his heart. He did not wish for his own death nor the death of his comrades, and there would be no retreat even when darkness creeps from within. Old memories of Narumi flooded his consciousness, who had been chasing him and calling him to the club. Then, because he was too conspicuous, he had to flee to Sapporo. Once a dream to become invisible had now turned into despair in a real fight. He felt completely alone and frightened. Kagamitsu saw a swarm of monsters around him. Among them swarmed tree lice, and nearby lay the bodies of fallen people. Chaos unfolded before his eyes. He stood bewildered, not knowing where to run, and what tormented him most was anxiety for his family. Panic and helplessness tore his thoughts to pieces. At that moment, a monster lunged at the man, who was shielding a girl and a woman. Rage overwhelmed Kagamitsu. He shouted and rushed forward to draw the monsters onto himself. People rushed to help. They began throwing at the monsters everything that came to hand. Feeling his strength leaving him, Kagamitsu tried to retreat, but he was already surrounded, and then he noticed a woman who handed him a hammer and called him to fight. He hesitated. He did not know how to handle a weapon, but the girl insisted. If he did not strike, he would die. At that moment, he realized his cursed visibility could become a gift, and he must use it to protect what is most precious. He consciously took the blow upon himself so that others would have a chance to escape, and in battle, he gave his life for those he protected. The lizardman lunged at Kagamitsu, but suddenly a shot hit his eye from behind. The monster was distracted. Kagamitsu understood that this was his chance. Although the blows were weak, he did not stop and continued to attack to divert attention and give his comrades a chance for a decisive strike. He knew he would not last long, but he believed that help would come. Meanwhile, Haruki stubbornly struck at the lizardman's defense, but his blows caused almost no damage. Even Rei could not pierce the enemy's scales, and at that moment Haruki realized a different tactic was needed. He noticed, during the lizardman's attack, a shining point flashed for a moment, a place where a deadly blow could be delivered. In previous battles, he had already seen such a glow. It seemed to jump from body to body, and each time appeared in different places. Haruki understood. He had to strike exactly at these points, and the enemy would fall. This was a chance, and he decisively decided not to miss this moment. Grasping the moment, he broke through the scales and struck the monster's tail. The lizardman swung his claws, but Haruki, shouting Kagamitsu, told him to hit the neck and directed the strikes exactly to the right spot himself. The coordinated actions yielded results. The lizardman was knocked down. Everyone was filled with the joy of victory. Haruki opened the profile and was greeted by a new skill, painful gaze. The team joyfully celebrated, loudly arguing about who dealt the final blow and finished off the lizardman. Yessie remembered how nothing personally carved out a whole herd of monsters, and her eyes sparkled with frank joy and admiration for his power. Miki was amazed at how he so accurately understood that the neck had to be hit, and how quickly he figured out the situation. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a waitress who placed a plate of chicken in front of them, which they had not ordered. She explained that the chef was an ardent fan of their team, so he decided to treat them at his own expense. Miki noticed how quickly the food disappeared from the table and joked with laughter about the amazing speed with which nothing devours dishes. Yessie became worried and insisted that nothing was really there, while Juan, noticing an extra mug, decided to order a cocktail as well. Kagamitsu asked in surprise where Nishito had gone, and Yoshi noticed that he seemed to have disappeared, so Kagamitsu assumed that he was simply tired and went to sleep. But in reality, Haruki, who always stood nearby, remained completely unnoticed by others. As soon as Kagamitsu said that the festivities could continue tomorrow, Haruki once again plunged into his anxious thoughts. It hurt him to realize that no one paid attention to him, even when he stood right in front of them. Even in battle, they did not notice him, but when he was ignored both among people and in general, it hurt much deeper. He recalled the legend of divine protection. Beings wrapped in cloth became invisible, like the ancient Egyptian god who saw the weak spots of enemies. He was torn by doubt, who he really was and what this strange ability to disappear for others meant. Meanwhile, Karen immersed herself in thoughts about recent events and did not notice how quickly time flew in the dungeon. She could not comprehend how many days had already passed since Karaboshi set out on his mission. Hot discussions about the parade in Chikaho were raging on the internet. Everyone was only talking about the victory of the man with daggers, who managed to defeat the boss, whom even Kagamitsu could not subdue. Karen was sure that the mysterious masked warrior was Karaboshi, and this thought made her reflect on her own strength and dream of someday becoming just as strong, mastering the divine gift. She understood, to achieve this, she would have to work seriously, train a lot, sell loot, buy equipment, and develop skills. Then she visited Akami's shop, and she immediately remembered that Karen travels with the one who wears a mask. The girl could not be surprised that Akami still had not remembered her name. Despite the scorching heat, Akami, as if casually, offered to buy goods. She asked if Karen hunts alone. Upon hearing, yes, Akami smiled slyly and joked that she thought Karen was always hanging on Nothing's neck. Karen was confused and awkwardly asked what exactly she meant. Akami continued and inquired whether Karen was going to sever ties with Nothing anytime soon. She bluntly asked, who does Karen consider herself to be for Haruki, a friend or a true partner? Karen could not give a definite answer. Akami was stunned to notice that although Haruki is simple, he is growing at an incredible pace and harbors enormous potential as a hunter. She warned, over time Haruki might leave Karen behind, and then she will become a burden, so she should seriously think about her own fate and self-development. Karen barked indignantly that Akami had no right to speak like that, and at that moment the table in front of them cracked. Akami recoiled in surprise, and Karen froze, staring in shock at the shards and not understanding what had happened. She suddenly realized that she had inadvertently used magic outside the dungeon, possibly due to a new level or the influence of a divine gift. Akami, seeing the broken table, exploded with rage and accused Karen of the death of Mr. Mitsuru, as she called her table. She challenged Karen to a duel and promised to avenge the death of Mitsuru. Ordering her to go outside, Akami led her rival. It was time to settle things. Karen was momentarily confused, but realizing what had happened, she sincerely apologized. Akami brushed off the apologies, coldly stating that the table would not come back to life, and with a mocking smile asked if Karen would again turn to Nothing for help. Though her heart pounded with fear, Karen still accepted the challenge, and Akami announced the condition with a cold smile. If Karen wins, a box of the best mandarins would be hers. Although the girl knew how strong Akami was and had even previously studied information about her, she still agreed, fighting doubt in her heart. Akami was known as a warrior merchant, but her true strength was in her ability to reveal the talents of adventurers and cultivate them into fighters equal to rankers. For Karen, this was an opportunity to feel her strength and show that she was worthy to stand alongside Karaboshi. The fight began. Karen immediately unleashed magic and attacked Akami. A powerful blow knocked Akami back, and Karen apologized fearfully, asking in a trembling voice if she was all right. Akami called her a coward and indignantly added that it was unfair she did not know about Karen's magical weapon. She refused to acknowledge this fight as real, saying that such attacks do not count. Karen was stunned and did not understand what was going on. But suddenly Akami interrupted the duel, grabbed Karen by the hand and pulled her somewhere, and the confused girl only whispered, "Where are we going?" Akami led her into the dungeon, inviting, "Show your true strength in the hunt." She assured that with magic and experience Karen would become stronger and, even nothing, would be able to rely on her. Karen swallowed her insecurity. She did not believe in her own strength because Akami was much more experienced. Thoughts swirled in her head. Akami was clearly more suitable for the role of partner than she was. But Karen still sincerely thanked Akami for the support. Meanwhile at home, Haruki sighed with relief. Kagamitsu mentioned him in his blog, and 5 people bookmarked the page. This small victory filled him with the feeling that he was moving forward. Suddenly it occurred to him, Karen is now in the dungeon, so he decided to go there soon too. At first he went to the Akami store. Seeing the closed door, Haruki suddenly ran into Karen and Akami and exclaimed in surprise. Noticing their fatigue, he asked what had happened. Karen simply replied they and Akami had been training with different methods. Haruki nodded and did not ask further. Karen suddenly remembered that something strange was happening on the 10th floor of the dungeon, but Akami strictly asked not to talk about it. Despite her words, Haruki decided to go alone and check with his own eyes. When they headed down into the dungeon, Haruki couldn't help but ask why Akami was going with them. She only replied that there was nothing strange about it, and Karen jokingly reminded her not to let go of her hand. Haruki noticed that while he was away, Karen and Akami had noticeably grown closer, and the conversation quickly focused on Akami's equipment, made by the Banama company. He inquired whether she was forbidden from using competitors' products, and Akami simply explained that her company did not produce such products. Haruki asked what this equipment was for, and Akami answered, "This is a tonfa both offensive and defensive, with jet blades." She explained that initially the inventor wanted to make the tonfa under his own brand, but then couldn't resist and attached engines. That's how this bizarre weapon appeared. Haruki asked himself in surprise whether it was really safe, and Karen, hearing the name, joked that the shop was more like a club for eccentrics. Akami couldn't take her eyes off Haruki's armor, and asking with interest what it was made of, heard in response, "It is the scale of a man-lizard." She noted that such armor protects well against slashing blows, but due to the fabric base, it can be subjected to strong pressure, so she advised to study it in more detail. Haruki agreed and with a barely noticeable smile, added that it is better to test everything in battle, explaining that this armor dropped from a boss and only he could create such. Akami looked at him mockingly in the mask and scaled armor and asked where he was going dressed like that. Haruki replied that he decided to become a ranker, and with curiosity in his voice, asked why Karen and Akami went together into the dungeon. Akami admitted they had quarreled. When Haruki asked for clarification, she added that Karen hit her with magic, and he just couldn't believe how could that have happened. Akami explained that they decided to settle their relationship through hunting to understand who is stronger. In response to Haruki's question, she hinted that she sees hidden power in Karen. She also reported that the company, Mitsubishi, is considering Karen as a candidate for sponsorship, and this greatly surprised Haruki. He could not understand how an adventurer, who is not even a ranker yet, could become a candidate, but Akami explained it was all thanks to her magic. Haruki felt sharpness in her words but decided not to notice it. Akami, noticing his gaze, asked why he was looking like that. Haruki decided that she did not pose a threat to Karen, acted professionally and wisely, so he praised Karen for her determination. Karen apologetically said sorry, that only she was Chosench, so wanted luck to smile on both of them. Haruki calmly assured that everything was fine, and even suggested that Akami might throw him something useful. Hearing this, Akami, with a mocking smile, advised to launch an aerial advertising column. The hint was clear. No one lives here except Haruki, and they decided to stop the pointless chatter. On the 10th floor of the dungeon, Haruki impatiently asked if Akami and Karen were going further. Fear gripped their hearts, both of them were trembling, and Karen cautiously suggested that Karaboshi go first. She asked Akami not to push, but Akami indignantly snapped, "Karen, don't shove your behind into my back." When Haruki heard their quarrel, he froze for a moment in surprise. Suddenly a monster appeared. Haruki looked at it and said it looked cute. Akami and Karen instantly screamed in horror, considering him crazy. Haruki realized the monster's body was too tough and blows with blunt weapons were useless. The monster moved toward the girls. Akami warned that Karen's scream would only attract attention, but Karen, frightened, still called her name. Haruki decided to save them. Suddenly lightning split the sky. Haruki, stunned, asked, is Karen using thunder magic? Later, Haruki prepared the food, and Akami, looking surprised, asked if the dish would burn. He sharply interrupted her, noticing that she was already reaching for the chopsticks. At that moment, Karen regained consciousness, and Haruki remarked that it was impressive skill. Karen, looking at the remains of the monsters, felt nauseous and barely managed to ask if Haruki really intended to eat those worms. He assured her that it was not monster meat, but ryutsi. Ryutsi are sea creatures that are often washed ashore after a storm. In Ishikari, they are considered a delicacy, although they look disgusting. Their taste is incredible. Haruki handed Karen a piece, offered her to smell it. It smelled of the sea, and Haruki assured that it was a true delight. He gave her the first piece. Karen asked in surprise if he really wanted her to be the one to taste it. Haruki firmly said that her contribution to the battle was the most important, and she had the right to be first. Offended Akami hotly asked if she was any worse. Karen, although doubtful, still dared. Akami irritably declared that she also deserved a share. Haruki, noticing her dissatisfaction, emphasized that she had done nothing, and laughingly asked why she then hid like a mannequin, and Akami grumbled that it was fear. Karen tried the ryutsi. Haruki immediately asked about her impressions. The girl shyly admitted that she liked it. Akami, feeling hungry, said she also wanted to try, but Haruki replied, "He who does not work does not eat." The next day, Haruki asked Karen if she really used thunder magic yesterday, and the girl confirmed, though she herself was surprised. She explained that it all started from the day she received the divine gift. One day, she suddenly discovered that she could summon lightning. Haruki, impressed by her skills, asked why she revealed the secret to Akami. Karen blushed and quietly asked not to tell anyone. Haruki felt that there was a reason behind her actions, and although they had been together for a long time, he still knew too little about her, so he promised to keep her secret. Then he glanced at Karen's profile and noticed how the thunder was changing. He realized that improving the divine gift would also enhance her physical abilities, so he suggested Karen level up her skills. At first, Karen agreed, but suddenly refused and asked to stop. Haruki, surprised, asked why she changed her mind, and she quietly replied that she wanted to grow by her own strength and feel how hard power is gained, as if it were a real development streak. She also admitted that she was afraid of an overly easy path because, if a certain limit is crossed, no effort will bring progress anymore, and Haruki understood her motivation. He thought it was pointless to refuse power when it falls into your hands. Today's efforts could save them tomorrow when life presses them against the wall. Smiling, he suggested quickly testing it in practice and urged Karen to show her strength. Later, immersed in battle and seeing the boss, Haruki suddenly realized that he had gotten too carried away. Stunned, Karen asked how he could kill the boss with one strike if the monster's body was more than a meter in diameter. She asked in surprise if this was a new skill, and Haruki calmly replied that it was just a normal attack, the same as working with bamboo. Karen did not believe it and asked again if it was really an ordinary strike, and at that moment, deep thoughts flashed through Haruki. He realized his ability to see the weak spots of enemies was probably also connected with a divine gift, and admitted that it was already hard to call himself a mere mortal. He wondered why had Karen not confessed this ability until now. The reason was that his swordsmanship technique was still weak with excessive movements and flaws. Haruki decided he should find a dojo and train seriously. Karen, stunned, asked if he would really go there. A warrior awakened in Haruki's consciousness, but he immediately realized then Karen would have to hunt alone. Karen tried to calm him down, saying that in the dojo he would remain unnoticed, but Haruki sharply interrupted her and coldly asked her to repeat those words louder. Embarrassed, the girl hurriedly corrected herself, saying that there were other ways to learn, not only through the dojo. Haruki, hearing this, pondered and nodded, acknowledging her correctness. Karen gave an example. One can learn to play Go without playing oneself just by observing the games. Haruki praised her, impressed, calling her a genius and a good girl. Later, sitting at home with a laptop, Haruki again felt a surge of inspiration. These thoughts reminded him why he could not stop. Suddenly he remembered. Thanks to the imitation skill, he learned to hold the hilt properly and deliver accurate strikes. Suddenly he realized, this grip is much more effective. It expands the striking area and lengthens the trajectory on which the blade gains speed. He was stunned by how one small detail could overturn the entire fighting technique. Even the sound of sliced air became different, sharper, and more acute. Haruki suddenly realized, those he saw in the video had their own system. If you adopt it, you can win with one powerful jerk, without unnecessary movements. Trying to repeat the strike once more, he left a deep scratch on the floor. Understanding how difficult it was, he just gritted his teeth and decided to train again. Meanwhile, an unknown girl was throwing herself at the monsters, grumbling discontentedly. Where had the man in the mask gone? She was clearly looking for him, but instead met only new enemies. And Haruki himself, meanwhile, was practicing technique in the dungeon, slicing monsters with strikes and repeating the movements again and again. He shifted the emphasis, moved away from the style of the YouTuber he was imitating, and increasingly focused on the synchronization of hand and foot movements, which increased his effectiveness. Even after countless trainings, he was still dissatisfied with himself. He was convinced, until his movements become automatic, he was still far from a true master. Coming out of the dungeon, he froze. It was already dawn, and he still hadn't gone to sleep. Sad thoughts crept up on him, another sleepless night in pursuit of power. He glanced at the panel and froze with excitement. The level rose from 6 to 7, one-handed weapon from 3 to 4, and imitation from 2 to 3. He suddenly realized skills can be developed in two ways: by accumulating experience or by refining the technique itself. But if they are not used, they will never grow. His stealth was still at level 3. He thoughtfully considered where to allocate the points, but first decided to rest a bit because his body was tired. Waking up later, Haruki remembered that they had already defeated the level 11 boss and suggested to Karen to move on to the 12th. She agreed. Before them stretched a plain, and all the grass on it had turned yellow. Haruki was surprised and cautiously asked what this could mean. Rhea suddenly shuddered, and Haruki anxiously asked what was happening to her. He suddenly felt something unusual was happening, which he had never noticed before, and decided to expand the detection zone. Quickly ordering Karen to retreat, he tensed, listening. Dry weeds began to rustle around. From the dense thickets, without any warning, a huge swarm of monsters rushed out. Haruki instantly recognized them. It was locusts. They resembled ordinary earthly insects, but these creatures were 50 to 70 centimeters long, and because of this, they became truly terrifying. Haruki remembered that the locust was one of Rya's cursed enemies, and he knew, when she was enraged, she became incredibly dangerous. Despite the threat, he couldn't resist. He thought that locust tastes like shrimp, his mouth watering, and Karen, outraged and surprised, reproached him that thinking about food at such a moment was pointless. They rushed into battle, but Haruki immediately realized there were too many enemies, and the only way out was to retreat. Karen agreed, and they panicked and fled from the onslaught. Suddenly, Karen noticed something important, and when Haruki looked closely, he understood. The locust was not attacking, just like that it was destroying something special. He realized with horror that the monster's target was the rice harvest vital for the settlement. Karen exclaimed fearfully, asking what was happening. Haruki, full of determination, shouted loudly that the swarm had to be stopped, otherwise the harvest would be destroyed. Underground rice is true magic. The grains are bigger, and the taste is much better. When Haruki saw how the locust was destroying the fields, he growled that no one dared touch his dinner, calling the monsters brutes. When the fight ended, Karen praised their work and said with admiration that dishes made from such rice would be incredible. Haruki modestly replied that he hadn't tasted anything like it for a long time. He suggested to Karen to go to the hotel, but she smiled and declared that she wanted to hunt a little more. Haruki, surprised, remembered how much she loved the melon dessert from the 8th floor and warned her not to be late. Karen thought that Haruki had become much stronger, and although the distance between them seemed to be shrinking, in reality it was turning into an abyss again. It seemed that after their last meeting, his level shot up and grew faster and faster. She was eager to catch up with him, training to exhaustion, ready to fight all night long. But despite all her efforts, she still lacked strength, and the distance did not decrease at all. She shook her head, driving away dark thoughts, and firmly promised herself, "Not a step back, I will stand beside him in battle." In the dungeon, Karen suddenly felt a breath of wind and was quite surprised. Meanwhile, Haruki, destroying insects one by one, came across a small flytrap and wondered, should he destroy it too? The fast-moving plant instantly darted away, and Haruki, impressed by its agility, decided it was a rare specimen. The flytrap hid behind the stones. He smiled and shouted that he had caught it. But suddenly, Rhea threw a potato at him. Not understanding, he asked, "Is it really not worth harming this creature?" He said that flowers often make mistakes and was surprised by her anger. Rhea sternly declared that she did not want him to touch the flytrap. A bit stunned, Haruki asked if she was really ready to take care of it herself and what the plant itself thought about it. Flycatcher tilted its little head as if it truly understood what was said, and Haruki suggested, if she wants to become their friend, they will accept her, even though they don't quite understand. The plant rubbed against his hand. He laughed and asked it not to bite. She pressed even closer, touched his face, and Haruki couldn't help but admire her cuteness. After reviewing her panel, he held his breath. The starting skills turned out to be incredibly powerful: damage reduction, armor, and armor breaker. Haruki almost stood up in surprise. He had never seen such skills before, and immediately wondered what name to give the new ally. He jokingly suggested naming her Centipede, and at that moment, Ria threw a potato at him again, sharply bringing him back to reality. Haruki pondered for a long time over a name for the flycatcher. Seeing her red tint, he called her Red Pip, but after Ria's potato hits, he doubted and proposed Sure Shalkin. Another potato salvo made him give up. Finally, he exclaimed the name Vesta, after the ancient Roman goddess of the hearth, and gladly accepted her into the team. Acme, inhaling the freshness of the morning air, jokingly said that nothing could spoil such a morning. She, calling herself the goddess of puns, smiled and joked that she would take this biological misunderstanding for herself. But suddenly she turned pale. Before her appeared a Deathjo, a monster that should only live on the middle floors of Shinjuku. They were lightning fast, their jaws tore through any armor, and even experienced fighters died instantly from a single bite, so the appearance of a Deathjo on the surface seemed unthinkable. She rushed to wake Haruki, who, rubbing his eyes, glanced in surprise at the early noise, but Acme insisted, Deathjos must not appear here. Haruki, trying to calm her, quietly said that Vesta is an ally because flycatchers exterminate harmful critters. He added that Ria probably sided with Vesta because she feeds on locusts, the sworn enemy of plants. He knew without a doubt Vesta brought only benefits. Later, Haruki proudly introduced Vesta to Karen and said that now she is a new member of their team. Karen, noticing the addition, asked in surprise what had happened, and Haruki explained with a smile that this is a rare flycatcher, now she will guard their home. He smiled and joked that maybe Karen was expecting a wolf, but wolves attract too much attention, whereas a flycatcher is a much better guard. Karen, a bit confused, asked if a wolf wouldn't be a better choice, but Haruki firmly stood his ground. No cats, no dogs, only a flycatcher. Karen spoke as if it was obvious. He definitely needs constant supervision, so he doesn't make such strange choices. Haruki almost stumbled over her words but didn't manage to respond. On the 14th floor, he suddenly saw that Karen's divine gift had grown from the second level to the third. She asked in surprise again, and Haruki nodded. Probably it happened after the victory over the boss of the 13th floor, and one question lingered in his mind. What is the name of the deity that gave her this gift? On the way, Haruki suggested using resources, but Karen, unyielding, stubbornly decided to rely only on her own strength. He issued a warning about traps, and they moved on. The damp soil around hinted at the possible appearance of sea monsters, although Haruki hoped for harmless fish or frogs. Suddenly, a slippery eel-like creature, about a meter long with 4 pairs of eyes, surfaced before them. It was a black, slimy creature from the dungeon of the garage, completely unlike the ordinary eels sold at the market. Haruki immediately noticed and etched this difference in his memory. In a moment, he destroyed the monster and said with satisfaction that now for dinner runadin. Later, Acme, seeing that her yard was covered in slime, flared up with indignation, but Haruki convinced her that it was worth it. He suggested checking what trophy dropped from the boss on the 14th floor, but Acme was already wildly eager to try Unadon. She admitted, although eels are slimy, they have substances that repel monster sand. This effect is even stronger than in treated ones. Haruki handed Karen another portion, but she refused. He turned to Rie and at that moment received another potato strike. On the 15th floor of the dungeon, the air became dry like in a desert, and a bad premonition awoke in Haruki. Karen, her heart pounding, anxiously asked what it meant, and he grimly replied, "Nothing good." Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared before them, and Haruki immediately recognized it as a werewolf. He thought that after their first encounter, he would never want to fight again, but now he was glad for this opportunity. He was unbearably eager to test how much he had strengthened and whether he could now get close to the werewolf. Karen, watching him, noticed that Haruki looked alive and strong like a completely different person. Without hesitation, he decisively rushed to attack the beast. Karen summoned lightning, but the werewolf, although unharmed, froze for a moment. Yet despite this, its speed was still insane, and landing a blow was extremely difficult. Karen focused on the next strike, Haruki shouted, distracting the enemy himself. She agreed, and they rushed to prepare for the next attack. Haruki carefully studied every movement of the werewolf, waiting for the right moment. When the time came, he gave the signal and Karen unleashed thunder. The strike hit together, they managed to neutralize the monster. Haruki smiled and sincerely praised Karen for her accuracy, also noting Rei's success, and Karen modestly admitted that she wouldn't have managed without him. They sighed with relief, feeling that with each level the fights were becoming increasingly dangerous. Haruki saw that Rei and Karen were struggling, and quietly rejoiced that they no longer encountered werewolves. He advised not to stray far from the elevator. He sensed someone's presence. They finished off the remaining monsters without relaxing for a moment. After the fights, Haruki admitted that they had overdone it a bit, but in return gained invaluable experience and materials. He explained that each creature is unique. Some are stronger, some more cunning, each with its own technique. Karen was surprised. Who would have thought it was so captivating? Haruki, with fire in his voice, said he wanted to keep hunting. Within a week, they were already passionately discussing a new hunting ground and the search for the next boss. Suddenly, the dungeon was illuminated by a strange light, as if a scene after the death of the first boss. Karen and Haruki, embarrassed and confused, asked who killed him. Karen suggested that he died on his own, but Haruki doubted it. He was thinking about another monster. They knew the light would appear only after defeating the boss, and at that very moment, someone was approaching. To their surprise, it turned out to be Shinger, the top ranker. Karen could not believe her eyes, and Haruki froze in surprise. Shinger approached him, placed her hands on his shoulders, and whispered, "You're caught." Haruki did not understand what was going on, but Karen noticed how quickly she had come closer. When Shinger spoke about the rumors surrounding Haruki and mentioned his BDSM mask, he froze in shock and asked in surprise where such nonsense had come from. Karen, blushing, admitted that she had already seen something similar online, and now she was a little embarrassed. Shinger explained that rumors about Haruki were raging everywhere allegedly. He single-handedly defeated the monster parade on the upper levels and even fought side by side with Kagemitsu. Haruki awkwardly nodded. There was some truth in that, and he could not hide his surprise that his fame had reached even the top rankers. Then Shinger recalled even more incredible tales, as if he could fly, fight with tentacles, and his scales deflect blows. Haruki hastily denied it. "No, that's not me," but Karen, blushing, noted that the description did fit. Shinger said with interest that he was indeed the very BDSM mask, and Haruki, confused, confirmed it. In response, Shingura challenged him a fight. Haruki froze for a moment and thought that perhaps the time had truly come. His heart fluttered with the desire for a trial. Karen anxiously asked if he really agreed to the duel. Haruki quietly replied that Shingura had come a long way for this meeting, so he could not refuse. Karen indignantly reminded him that adventurers are forbidden to fight. But Haruki gently reassured her. Everything would look like an ordinary game, and added that fighting a top ranker was a rare chance. He noticed her sword and, not believing his eyes, asked in surprise, "Is this really the legendary Bloody Sakura?" In his thoughts, he admired the blade. Its cold shine and sharpness enticed like a dark temptation. Haruki knew the katana is a weapon for masters because it requires special skill. Shingura explained that the sword is 5 shaku long, and the name Bloody Sakura came about by accident. Haruki nodded with surprise. Now everything was clear to him. She confessed that she even liked the name. Haruki asked Rhea to give the signal to start the fight, and she asked in surprise why it had to be her, looking warily at the stranger. Haruki already thought that the duel would pass quickly, but he very much wanted to catch a glimpse of the opponent's movements to learn. Rhea gave the signal, and the fight instantly flared up. Shingura instantly touched him with her sword, and Haruki froze in shock. Lost in thought, he did not understand what had happened, while Karen asked in despair what was going on. Sighing confusedly, Haruki admitted that he had lost. In his soul, he felt that this place did not even give a chance to copy her movements. Shingura's level was incomparably higher, and he did not even manage to realize the attack. But she did not stop and immediately suggested continuing the duel. Haruki asked in surprise why it was necessary, but Shingura did not back down. She insisted that he get up and continue. Yielding, he agreed and took the stance again. And the result was the same the second time Shingura won, but for a moment she felt that Masuka had indeed managed to react to her first strike. She noticed that even Masatsugu could not do this on the first try, and Haruki not only tried to parry, he almost dodged. Shingura realized, if then his dagger had aimed straight at her, she would have lost. This thought ignited curiosity in her, and she sincerely wished Haruki a successful duel. Shingura hesitated in his thoughts. Was it just luck, or did Haruki really possess some special power? Karen, observing, felt as if a chasm had opened between their skills. She did not take her eyes off, waiting for this game to end, and suddenly noticed that Shingura began to tire, but even then Haruki managed to block her strike. In the depths of consciousness, Shingura admitted, he was truly special. He managed to keep up with her movements. But Haruki was gasping for air, and she thought that this was probably the limit of his abilities. Shingura remembered how since childhood she studied Aigato and set off on adventures, becoming an adventuress to hone her skills. The heavy sword is her element. She relentlessly sought new ways to elevate her combat skills even higher. The dungeon became her best forge here. She tempered her body and expanded the limits of her strength. She left the team in Chibai and set off on a journey to seek experience and truly master her craft. In her travels, she heard many conversations, and one day a rumor about a boy in a mask reached her ears. They said he single-handedly cleared the upper levels of the Chikaho dungeon, and now, during the monster parade, he even managed the middle floor. This news stunned people. Almost no one could believe that such a thing was possible. Shingura directly asked him to tell a story. A genuine interest awakened in her heart. She could not understand where so many rumors about him came from. Even Masatsugu had heard his name. Now she began to understand the reason, and a thrill ignited within her. She really became interested. She sharply declared that she wanted to continue the fight and challenged him to another round. Later, Karen approached closer and saw how exhausted Haruki was lying on the ground. She anxiously supported him and respectfully said, "Karaboshi-san." Shingura poured water on his face and, worried, asked if he was okay. Haruki shuddered and, stunned, exclaimed, "This can't be," and Shingura calmly explained, "This is a recovery potion. It will restore strength faster." Haruki, embarrassed, said he was not worthy of such care. She had spent a precious elixir, but Shingura insisted. Even if she had only hit him with the hilt, she still overdid it, and this was her price for the apology. Haruki smiled gratefully and admitted that in this fight he had learned many things. Shingura smiled and thanked him, sincerely confessing that the fight was both useful and interesting for her, after which she said goodbye. Haruki asked with lively interest if she had been to Tokyo, and she replied that she had not even reached Chikaho yet. Then he asked if she would participate in the operation to liberate Shinjuku. Shingura instantly came to life and asked again with a sparkle in her voice what was happening there. Haruki clearly and thoroughly explained everything from the outside. Shingura was confused, lowered her eyes, and admitted that she had no idea about such an operation. Haruki was surprised the information was already spreading on the internet, and he assumed that Masatsugu was saved by Bagan, so she could take a train to Shinjuku and join. He asked what she would decide, but Shingura said she was going to Chikaho. Haruki froze at her choice and thought to himself how hard it was to understand her. She added that her initial plan was exactly Chikaho, and if Masatsugu was there, that would be enough. Haruki insisted that the more people the better, but Shingura confidently stated that Masatsugu was a true expert in battles with monsters, and her presence here was unnecessary. After thinking, Karen and Haruki realized that Shingura had probably fought Masatsugu once, and she was the one who won. A thought suddenly flashed through Haruki's mind. Masatsugu had always been a master of level clearing, while Shingura was unmatched in duels. He suddenly realized, if these two joined forces, they would not only free Shinjuku, they could do much more. Shingura warmly thanked for the conversation, said goodbye, and set off on her way. Haruki doubted whether she was all right, and suddenly anxiety gripped him. He did not understand what had happened. At that very moment Akame approached. Seeing his condition, she smiled and joked that now he would have to somehow endure the humiliation from Shinguru, and she was curious about what he thought after such an incident. Haruki asked in surprise what she was doing here. Akame smiled and replied that she was preparing for winter, stocking up in summer, and recalled that Kedora was nearby as well. She offered a discount if he bought something, but Haruki simply suggested Karen prepare dinner and clearly did not want to continue the conversation. Akame did not back down, came closer and asked him not to ignore her, admitted that she had gone too far, and added that she had an important task for him. She confirmed that she was asking seriously, and Haruki asked with interest what it was about. He made a guess. Maybe it was about collecting heat stones, and hit the mark. Akame decisively explained that in the dungeon Nakasasani, there are mines where such stones are extracted. It was precisely for them that she wanted to send him. Haruki was surprised. Why didn't she ask the local adventurers? Akame replied, most are now in Shinjuku participating in a liberation operation. Haruki guessed that because of this operation, most mid-level quests were postponed, and she confirmed it. She said she did not object to the liberation of Shinjuku, otherwise monsters would spread all over Honshu, but immediately reminded that other tasks were not cancelled. At that moment Haruki noticed a freckle on her face and fell silent. Akame continued explaining, heat stones are vitally necessary for making armor. If Shinjuku is not liberated, there will be fewer adventurers, and the stones will not be collected in sufficient quantity. Without this, blacksmiths will have nothing to make weapons and armor from, and dungeon exploration across the country will stall. Haruki agreed with a heavy sigh. This was indeed a big problem. Akame confirmed his words and sternly emphasized that this was exactly why she was entrusting him with this task. Gathering courage, Haruki asked how much needed to be collected. Akame replied 100 kilograms. Haruki was stunned by what he heard and asked Karen if she would go with him. She hesitated a little, but before answering, Akame reminded her that today Karen was supposed to raise her level. Karen agreed. Haruki took on the task and said goodbye to them. Before he left, Karen asked, "Be careful." As soon as he disappeared from sight, Akame noticed they were running late, urged them to hurry, and promised to be nearby during the training. Karen thanked her, but Akame mentally decided, "I will raise her so that no one can claim her achievements, and the girl will owe only me." Karen felt that Akame's presence filled her with inspiration, but she decided not to let her control her too much. Suddenly, Akame screamed in the dungeon, calling Karen for help, and the girl managed to think that the situation looked hopeless. Meanwhile, Haruki found himself in the Nakasasani dungeon and could not believe his eyes. There were people here. He expected emptiness, but it turned out that mostly novices and adventurers were here, and only a few were of medium rank. Wishing one of them luck, Haruki only scared him with his appearance. The other adventurers instantly panicked, whispering and exclaiming, "What kind of creature is this before them, a cursed artifact or an evil spirit, and who is he anyway?" At that moment, Haruki decided it was time for his allies to act, and decisively ordered Rei to take control of the situation. Meanwhile, new rumors about Haruki flared up in the chat. Adventurers were fervently discussing his strange appearance. They painted with words a mask hanging in the air, a flower in the backpack behind his back, scales and tentacles growing from the knapsack, and even a centipede crawling over his body. Someone in the chat mentioned Cthulhu. Others recalled how this creature literally destroyed the Black Note, but in the end, it turned out to be surprisingly friendly. Haruki apologized for scaring the adventurers, wished them luck in battles, and ordered Rei and West to calm down, but an even scarier comment appeared in the chat saying his friendliness only made his image even stranger. Haruki mentally noted that in just 2 days, he had already descended to the 10th floor of the dungeon and was moving quite fast. But he noticed that West's ability, Divine Protection, had not yet manifested, and this saddened him a little. He assumed the dungeon level was still too low for this gift to work. Approaching West, he asked which skill he wanted to develop. West replied that he wanted to become even more resilient, and Haruki nodded approvingly, suggesting they move on. He noticed that the heat stones should be somewhere nearby, and suddenly a dull roar of battle came from afar. At that time, Karen could not contain her excitement. Akame sent Haruki alone to collect the stones. Akame confidently said that this was not a problem for him at all. Karen, after rereading the forums, frowned and doubted whether he could really manage alone, but Akame explained. He had 2 advantages: a magical backpack that weighed nothing and sharp eyesight with lightning-fast reaction, which she had seen during his sparring with Shingura. Karen recalled how Haruki seemed to read every move of Shinguru during the fight, and admitted that it was truly impressive. Akame added that Haruki had become an adventurer only a few months ago, but had already reached a level where he could keep up with Shinguru. It was almost unbelievable. She was convinced that the secret of his rapid growth lay in his eyes, so finding the heat stones would be a breeze for him. Akame smiled and remarked that it was a typical resource-gathering quest, and she would tally everything after returning, and Karen supported her, saying that everything would go well. Meanwhile, Haruki suddenly found himself in an unpleasant predicament. The police took him in for questioning. The officers froze in confusion when the mask on his face suddenly spoke, and one of them sharply demanded that he remove it. As soon as Haruki did so, something strange happened. The police decided that he had simply disappeared. After checking his ID, they confirmed it was genuine and instantly connected it to rumors on the forums. Haruki asked to finish the paperwork quickly so he could retrieve his belongings, and the frightened police apologized for the delay. They wished him success and promised to monitor his progress. This pleasantly surprised him. Haruki was still pondering the situation and felt that after removing the mask, the police began treating him more kindly. Their good luck wishes even embarrassed him. He felt that they truly cared about him, and that pleased him. The thought that people on the streets were beginning to recognize him sparked joy in him, and he decided to throw a party in honor of this event. A lively conversation flared up in the chat. One of the participants declared that he had finally met the mysterious owner of the mask, and admitted that he had worried for nothing. The guy turned out to be quite normal, though a bit strange. What impressed them the most was how Haruki took off the mask and instantly disappeared, then strangely jumped after a wish of good luck. Yet everyone agreed he seemed like a good person. Others mocked, accusing the narrator, saying that he was the one making Haruki behave so strangely. Someone added that in the evening, when the shop was almost closed, a cursed mask suddenly appeared before him and hung in the air. In fact, it was Haruki. He brought as much as 25 kilograms of thermal stones, an incredible haul for one person. It turned out that he was completely alone, and this sparked even more questions and guesses among those present. Someone admitted that they understood nothing at all of what was happening, and to calm down, took chicken with soy, jokingly calling it a typical Nakatsunya case. Meanwhile, Haruki, completely unaware of the heated discussions, calmly prepared food. The admin of the temporary chat opened access, and participants began to connect, Masatsugu entered first, followed by Bikan, and then Shingura joined. Bikan greeted everyone, Shingura responded in kind, and Masatsugu joined with his greeting. Bikan was glad he hadn't seen Shingura for a long time and was happy that she was in good health. She smiled and agreed, saying she was also glad to meet. Bacon asked where she was now, and he shuddered with surprise when she replied that she was already in Shinjuku. He was sure she would refuse. Shingura explained that it was all because of a comrade. He scolded her for forgetfulness and threatened to take away her sword collection if she forgot to charge her phone again. That is why she did not hesitate and immediately joined. Masatsugu got to the point and warned about the boss they would have to face, saying he looked like a rare deer from the 24th floor. He added in a hushed voice, "The enemy has a special attack that paralyzes the target." Bacon shook his head and confirmed he himself once felt it and still feels ashamed of that incident. Interested, Shingura asked to explain in more detail what that feeling was like. Bacon described how the body suddenly becomes completely immobile, comparing it to muscle rupture. Shingura admitted that she did not quite understand and suggested that it might be a curse. Masatsugu confessed that he was not sure himself, but leaned toward the idea that it was hypnosis, since only the panacea could cope with it. Suddenly, Bacon jokingly said that it was not about hypnosis but protein. Masatsugu sharply interrupted him, "Don't be silly," and Bacon only agreed ironically. Still full of curiosity, Shingura asked how long this effect would last, and Masatsugu explained that recovery takes a lot of time and always requires a supply of panacea. Then she inquired about the exact role she was supposed to play. Masatsugu explained that she would be the attacker, and their plan was to simultaneously surround the boss and attack him from different sides. Bacon added an important piece of advice: under no circumstances approach the purple liquid flowing from the deer's mouth. Masatsugu resolutely said, "If additional monsters appear, other adventurers will deal with them." Bacon warned Shingura not to underestimate small enemies, hinting that he himself had once suffered from them, and she skeptically asked, "Did he not lose to one of them?" Masatsugu returned the conversation to the plan and summarized everything once again. Shingura confirmed her readiness, and Bacon, in a joking military tone, also assured that he was ready. The conversation ended. Shingura left the chat, and Bacon followed her out. Masatsugu said he would save all the conversations in a diary if something went wrong. These lines would become a guide for future generations. Finally, he urged everyone not to lose heart and to look forward, added that he trusted the future of Japan to their hands, and after that also left the chat. At that time in the dungeon, Akame and West screamed in horror upon encountering a slippery eel, while Haruki watched them and thought that this monster was the worst enemy for the merchant and the stubborn beetle. But despite everything, he was impressed by West's fighting spirit. He knew how to break shields and destroy armor. Haruki involuntarily thought that increasing West's speed was a strange decision, and Karen impressed him by stopping trying to destroy enemies with one blow, as before. She began to control her own power, changed her fighting style, and gradually learned to master her abilities. This made Haruki wonder, why couldn't Karen and Akame handle the enemies on their own? In the heat of the battle, Akame shouted, calling Son of Nothing, while Karen begged Karaboshi-san to save her. Later, when they finally cleared the 14th floor, Karen joyfully celebrated the victory and asked Akame to confirm it. Akame immediately agreed. Suddenly, Akame asked, "Haruki, don't you feel anything strange?" He realized that the air had changed. The cold bit the skin, and he couldn't understand why it happened. After that, he suggested postponing the training, and Akame quietly agreed. Karen, understanding nothing and completely confused, asked what was happening. Akame guessed that a rare monster had appeared nearby. Haruki asked what to do next and heard from Akame one quite logical advice: to run away. He picked up her idea and decisively added, "If this is really a rare species, it should be left for stronger players." Akame agreed, but suddenly Haruki sharply shouted to everyone, "Lie down." Nearby, their eyes fell on the monster, a deer. Akame warned it is a serious threat. Haruki skeptically asked, "Are you sure?" She shrugged and explained, "This monster belongs to another dungeon and usually appears on the 24th floor, although she was not sure if it was exactly him." Haruki was stunned to hear about the 24th floor and thought that those inhabitants' monsters would be in trouble. He asked Akame if she could handle such an enemy. She honestly admitted she herself could not cope, but with a fighter of her level, the chances would be there. Haruki suggested immediately submitting a request to eliminate the threat, but Akame coldly reminded him that this was Oiso's business and not hers for now. He nodded and stepped back, not insisting. Karen, with her heart in her throat, asked what role she would have to play. Haruki entrusted her to become the liaison, and this surprised her greatly. Akame asked with interest if he was going to stay. Haruki firmly confirmed that he would watch over the deer, despite Karen's objections, who considered it too dangerous. He assured that there were no werewolves here, but intuition whispered something was wrong. Later, left alone, Haruki awkwardly noticed that the deer was doing nothing special. He decided to gather as much information as possible in order to accurately allocate his points later. Thoughts turned to west. He received a divine gift, the blessing of the god of destruction Shinshu, which inspired Haruki to move forward. Having risen to a new level, he saw that West had received a new gift, the status of junior god beetle, and stunned Haruki exclaimed that he had gained another deity. He suddenly remembered that Shinshu is revered as the protector of the country from epidemics, and noticing the new skill, quarantine, he decided to level up both Rei and West simultaneously. Suddenly, a werewolf appeared. The deer released some strange liquid, and Haruki saw with fear how it struck the werewolf and began to corrode its body. The monster died, and the purple slime from the deer's mouth turned out to be deadly. Haruki suddenly realized that the deer had leveled up its power, had now reached threatening limits. He understood this was a serious danger over time. No one would be able to cope with such an opponent. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind to throw all skills into battle without hesitation to defeat the monster. But he restrained himself. Keeping a cool head even with a full skill gauge victory was not guaranteed. Meanwhile, deep in the dungeon, Karen was replaying the last 3 days in her memory and firmly believed that Karaboshi-san was alive. Suddenly fear gripped her heart. What if he had died? But at that moment, Haruki appeared and calmly said that he was just resting. Karen sighed with relief and said that everything was fine, but in her heart she repeated, "I believe in him." She approached him, and Haruki, without taking his eyes off the skill panel, was tormented by the choice endurance, attack, or speed. Suddenly seeing Karen, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hello," not even waiting for her to return. She asked embarrassedly if he had slept at all, and Haruki smiled. 3 sleepless days, a trifle after the old job. Karen, with anxiety in her voice, begged him to rest. In danger, all strength is needed. He reassured her, saying Akame gave a wonderful tonic, although he suspected it might have been her playful prank. Karen announced, "The request to destroy the monster is accepted." Haruki asked in surprise, "By whom exactly?" It turned out that only one person had signed up for the quest, and Haruki doubted if that would be enough. Karen added, soon the operation to liberate Shinjuku would begin. Haruki rejoiced. She specified that Masatsugu, Bikan, Shigeru, and other top fighters had already joined. He declared that the strongest adventurers had gathered, so victory was now real. Karen confidently agreed. Haruki decided to continue following the deer, and Karen asked him to report everything. Suddenly Karen again felt a strange voice in her head, and meanwhile Haruki offered Vesta to try tonic. Suddenly both felt their bodies sway from a wild thirst for blood. Haruki realized it was coming from the deer, but there was no time to think. Action was needed immediately. He ordered Karen to run to Akame, and suddenly a deer appeared right in front of them. From the creature's mouth, a purple liquid was about to burst out. Haruki without hesitation stood between Karen and that deadly spit. The drop hit his body exactly and began to slowly eat away the flesh. Karen screamed in horror, seeing that the newcomer took the blow instead of her again. She was gripped by panic. She did not know what to do because he sacrificed himself again. Meanwhile, the deer relentlessly approached. Each of its steps threatened Karen with death. It spat slime again. Karen managed to dodge, but this sticky liquid burned Haruki again. She dashed off running, confused and frightened, realizing that under such conditions fighting was impossible, and Haruki was once again on the brink of death. The deer did not retreat. It pursued Karen, and his footsteps echoed dully in the darkness of the dungeon. In the girl's head, accusations and doubts thundered. She always hid behind others and could not stand up for herself. It seemed to her as if time had frozen. She was still weak, and memories threw her into the past, to the day of farewell with friends. Then she, clearly confused, turned to the teacher and asked about the strange actions of their squad when they were leaving the school. The teacher evaded the answer and only sternly ordered, "Do not break formation and hurry." At that moment, Karen felt a sharp smell that immediately aroused suspicion in her. Suddenly monsters appeared and mercilessly began to devour people. Karen froze in shock and looked at the teacher, seeking at least some explanation. She looked around in panic, not believing that this was really happening. She begged for help, her voice trembling. She was terribly frightened. And suddenly the voice of her mother sounded. She whispered with relief that they had finally found her. Seeing her parents, Karen rushed to them, calling Mom, Dad, and the father, realizing the danger, sharply ordered her to run away with her mother. But in a moment the monsters pounced on him and tore him to pieces, giving him no chance. The mother, sensing the inevitability of the end, begged Karen to run and confessed that she had always loved and would always love her. In an instant, the monsters reached the mother as well, leaving the girl without her last support. Overcome with panic, Karen rushed to flee from the deer and did not look back until she stumbled and fell in the darkness. A thought flashed in her mind. She no longer wanted to lose anyone. She vowed that she would not allow any of her loved ones to perish. And then a voice pierced the silence and asked if she had already stopped crying and mourning the losses, and if she would stop there. Karen looked around confusedly, trying to understand who was standing before her. The stranger said, even at the decisive moment, she is not ready to take risks neither to destroy the monster nor to save someone's life. Karen felt that she had heard this voice very recently. The man continued, reproaching her. She treats everything as a game and is unable to rise above it. Karen vehemently denied this, trying to prove the opposite, but he again asked what she was so afraid of. She confessed because of her weakness, she loses everyone dear to her. The stranger persistently urged her to gather her strength and asked if she was ready to sacrifice everything for the call of the heart. Karen asked with distrust what exactly sacrifice everything meant. He said it meant putting on the line her body, life, and even soul, and asked if she still desired power. Karen froze for a moment, considering his words, then resolutely replied that she wanted to become stronger to protect her loved ones. The stranger accepted her decision, called it selfish love, fear, and weakness, but promised to take all of it together with her. He extended his hand to her and sternly ordered her to grab it and stand up to look despair straight in the face. Karen, burning with determination, exclaimed that she would never lose again and would not allow her loved ones to perish before her eyes. She swore this time she would definitely protect those she loves. Karen summoned magic and struck the deer. She defeated the monster and could hardly believe it herself. Still slightly stunned, she whispered that she managed to do it and suddenly remembered the newcomer. Haruki appeared behind and, smiling, praised her. "You are truly amazing." Karen asked in horror, "Why is he alive?" She was sure he had died. Haruki at first did not understand her words, and then remembered how he lay unconscious, drenched in purple liquid. Karen, unable to contain her emotions, told how her heart clenched with excitement when she saw him motionless in the dark mud. Tears of joy flowed from her eyes. She confessed that she was happier than anything because he was alive. Haruki, with a grateful and slightly guilty tone, thanked her for her care. She, trembling, asked, "How did you manage to survive?" Haruki sighed and explained that he was saved by West, a tiny creature with quarantine ability that enveloped and protected his body. Karen smiled and noticed that he was truly incredibly lucky. Haruki asked Karen in surprise how she was able to use magic so quickly, since before she needed time to concentrate. She said confusedly that nothing had changed, and Haruki reminded her how immediately after waking up she struck with lightning. Suddenly it occurred to Karen, she remembered an important detail. She told about a strange man and a voice that accompanied her every time in the dungeon. Haruki cautiously asked again, and Karen admitted that as soon as she responded to that voice, her magic immediately became much stronger, which interested Haruki. He opened her skill panel and, not believing his eyes, saw that Karen had activated the divine gift of the thunder god Okikurumi. Haruki praised her efforts and noted that the gift had reached the maximum level, and Karen, impressed, asked again if it was true. Haruki confirmed and explained that Okikurumi is a hero among the deities of new myths, the creator of the world and a warrior who fought for the future of humanity. He added that this gift perfectly suits an adventurer from Hokkaido, although in his thoughts he was sorry that his own was connected with the Egyptian gods. Suddenly the deer stood up again, and this shocked Karen. She realized that the enemy was still alive. Haruki admitted that even after a powerful lightning strike, he was still standing and called him incredibly resilient. Karen resolutely asked Haruki to invest all her skill points into magical power. He asked again if she was really ready for this, and Karen firmly confirmed. She knows about the difficulties of control, but is ready to endure. Haruki mentally noted that Karen had really changed before she was afraid of fights. Impressed by her determination, he invested all the points into magic and secretly added one more into luck. After this, he allowed her to act, and Karen nodded gratefully. Together, they rushed into battle against the deer. Haruki, assessing the situation, noticed that the enemy's skin was too tough. His strikes simply had no effect. He knew for sure that with Karen's new abilities they could win, as long as they didn't stop. Suddenly the deer made a strange sound, and Haruki froze, listening to understand what was happening. Karen spotted movement below and warned Haruki. He glanced in that direction and saw monsters beginning to emerge from the ground. Haruki recognized with fear that they were werewolves, suddenly bursting out from beneath the earth. He noticed that their color matched the same purple liquid and suspected that the deer was not just killing, it was turning victims into puppets. Seeing the deer's predatory smile, he mentally felt its disgusting malice. Haruki instantly decided and resolutely told Karen that they needed to break through to the stairs, asking her to cover him. Karen agreed. They continued the fight, but Haruki noticed the enemies were not decreasing at all. Every time they killed a monster, new ones grew in its place and everything got worse and worse. He cursed through his teeth, feeling that the enemies were increasing and control over the battle was slipping away. At this tense moment, the smiling Kagamitsu appeared and said, "It seems too fun here." He asked worriedly if everything was all right with Haruki. Haruki froze at the unexpected appearance and asked why he was here. He replied that he heard someone needed help and came to rescue. Haruki asked if Kagamitsu had also taken this quest, and he confirmed, adding that he hoped for a reward. Haruki jokingly said that even despite close relations, he would still have to pay a commission. Kagamitsu agreed, slightly irritated. At that moment, he saw Karen's powerful attack and, surprised, asked, "What was that?" Haruki explained, "That is magic." Kagamitsu could not believe his ears and asked again if it was really magic. Haruki confirmed and asked to keep it a secret, reassured that Kagamitsu was unlikely to spill the secret, and he promised to keep quiet, though admitted he still did not believe in the reality of magic. Suddenly, Kagamitsu asked if it was not difficult for Haruki to carry his strange companion with him. Haruki enthusiastically replied that this is their new ally West, and emphasized that he is incredible. Kagamitsu pondered how useful he looks here. He felt that Karen's strength and rank had become truly serious, and with an ally like West, even the weak can become formidable. But what impressed him the most was how Haruki himself had changed. Kagamitsu noticed, after that battle with the lizard, the young man became noticeably faster and more resilient. He felt with all his heart that he could not afford to relax for a moment, otherwise defeat would be inevitable. Meanwhile, Kagamitsu was intently staring at that deer, now their main enemy. Its features exactly matched that rare species previously mentioned by Masatsugu and others. For a moment he wondered why such rare creatures began appearing in Tokyo as often as in Hokkaido, but quickly dismissed the thought now was not the time for reflection. Kagamitsu noticed that the number of werewolves was no longer increasing and concluded that their summoning was not infinite. If not for the poisonous purple saliva, the strength of this deer would equal that of the lizard. He decided, united with Haruki, they could win. Before aiming at the boss, Kagamitsu decided to deal with the werewolves first. He suggested taking on the werewolves. Haruki was initially surprised, but quickly understood that his comrade was simply giving him a chance to attack the boss. He sincerely thanked Kagamitsu in his heart and vowed to fight to the end. After all, the path to victory already lay before him. Suddenly, Haruki noticed a glow that marked the vulnerable points of the werewolves. Suddenly he realized the light lines connect these points, and he clearly understood exactly where to strike. He mentally encouraged himself and resolutely decided to strictly follow the plan. Together with Ria and West, he rushed through the crowd of monsters, using the new knowledge. Haruki did not lose concentration. He clearly felt that now he had to be even more attentive. Karen watched as he rushed forward alone and could not understand why he chose the path of a lone wolf. She guessed that Haruki was breaking through to the boss, but noticed that the werewolves had closed in a tight wall. Suddenly, she was overwhelmed by the desire to help and find a way to support him. In her head, the words of Akim Shimbus sounded again. She said that her role was to cover the rear and act from afar. Karen felt that despite her lack of experience in strategy, she believed in her abilities and could make her contribution to the fight. Kagamitsu, without taking his eyes off her, mentally noticed that Karen was preparing for a dangerous shot. At that very moment, she concentrated all her magic and unleashed a powerful strike that covered all the werewolves. Haruki noticed her action with surprise and realized that Karen had brilliantly handled the task. She responded only with a look that silently said, "I did everything possible to support." Seeing the chance, Haruki rushed to attack the deer. He fought with all his might, and although it was not easy, he managed to deliver a decisive blow. He apologized to his comrades for the delay, but in his heart he understood. Karen's attack was incredibly powerful. Her will and strength could not be ignored. Meanwhile, the deer launched its counterattack. Kagamitsu was stunned by its unbreakable resilience and powerful strength, and he felt that the situation had gone beyond all limits. Rhea and West rushed to help Haruki. Rhea hit the deer right in the eye, and Haruki praised her, saying she did an excellent job. But the deer, defending itself with its antlers, knocked one of his daggers out of his hand. Left with only one blade, Haruki held his breath, waited for the right moment, and pierced the monster's heart. At the decisive moment, Haruki severed the enemy's head with one stroke, and the fight finally ended. After the victory, he was overwhelmed by absolute exhaustion. The intoxication from the fight with the deer overwhelmed him, his vision blurred, and he barely stayed on his feet while Karen and Kagemitsu rushed to him, worried about his condition. Meanwhile, Akim thought that more than an hour had passed since Karen went into the dungeon. She noticed that Kagemitsu had also entered there, so she calmed down. It seemed they were both fine. Having decided to follow them down, Akim appeared and loudly announced that they had been waiting for her, because now, strong and beautiful, she had come to save them. Kagemitsu restrained his emotions and calmly replied that everything was already over. Akim, stunned by his words, asked in amazement, could the fight really be over, and how could it have happened without her help? Kagemitsu calmly added that everyone had survived, even though she was late. At first, Akim thought it was a joke, but instantly realized her dramatic entrance was in vain. Kagemitsu dryly noted that she was late and had not helped at all. Outraged, Akim directly asked, "Do you really consider me unnecessary?" Kagemitsu confirmed that he was simply telling the truth. Akim tried to hide her disappointment with laughter and sadly admitted that her grand entrance had turned out to be pointless. She sighed and complained that everything went off plan, adding that she had no intention of being a set destroyer. Kagemitsu mentally noted that Akim was acting strangely again and wondered why she had come at all. Meanwhile, Haruki sincerely thanked Karen and added that he was already feeling better. He decided that it was absolutely necessary to cheer up Akim. She clearly needed it, and at the same time, honestly admitted that he had a serious conversation to have with Kagemitsu. Agreeing, Karen left them alone. Haruki addressed Kagemitsu with passionate, sincere gratitude for the support. He waved his hand as if to say they were even now, but immediately asked why Haruki decided to rush at the boss alone. When he heard the reproach, Haruki was confused, began to justify himself, and whispered that Kagemitsu himself asked him to leave it to him. However, Kagemitsu, flaring with anger, sharply said that he never gave permission to recklessly rush at the boss, and emphasized that his words did not mean to act without a plan. Haruki asked in shock, and Kagemitsu explained that if they gradually reduced the number of werewolves, even without powerful attacks, they could win. Haruki tried to brush it off, but Kagemitsu sharply stopped him, not letting him continue to justify himself, and reminded him that the victory was brought by Karen's magic. The conversation focused on Karen's power. Kagemitsu reminded that he had already warned about the danger of her potential, and Haruki, grimly agreeing, only confirmed his fears. Kagemitsu added that Haruki, risking it, jumped right into the very zone of her magic. Haruki laughed and explained, he completely trusts Karen, she never misses, so he was confident in safety. Kagemitsu looked at him with distrust and asked if he was really serious. Haruki waved it off and said he didn't need praise. In response, Kagemitsu pinched his cheek and dryly noted that he never intended to praise him. Haruki yelped in pain, and Kagemitsu just sighed and said it was time for him to leave. Haruki asked in surprise, where exactly? Kagemitsu said he had urgent matters, but before leaving asked Haruki, don't tell anyone about what happened, and don't spread this information. Haruki agreed that magic should be kept secret, tried to object, but Kagemitsu didn't let him finish, said goodbye, and left the rest of the worries to him. Haruki shouted that for Kagemitsu it was just a joke, but he was already gone. When Akim approached and asked where Kagemitsu had gone, Haruki replied that he left. Akim was surprised by his upset appearance, but immediately declared that she should be the one crying. Her dramatic appearance turned out to be in vain. Karen grimly noted that werewolf fur is unlikely to bring great profit, and Akim explained that the price depends not only on quality, but also on color, so it is currently impossible to determine the true value. She added, I can't redeem the fur, so it would be fair to sell it cheaply, although it might become a problem in the future. Haruki briefly considered the situation. Suddenly it occurred to him that there would be a reward from Kagemitsu, and enough money for a deal with Akim. He decided that despite the long hunt they would manage to overcome difficulties, and after that Haruki agreed to let Akim thoroughly assess the loot. Akim noticed that the main find this time was incredibly strong, very hard fur, which is very difficult to obtain, so it has great value. Haruki satisfactorily confirmed her words. Akim noticed the horns and thought they were completely useless, they lacked the necessary strength. Haruki was surprised just recently, these very horns had been breaking his swords. To prove her point, Akim showed how easy it is now to cut the horns. Haruki asked confusedly why this happened, and Akim suggested that after the defeat the properties of the horns had changed. It seemed strange to her. Haruki, however, admitted with regret that he had hoped to create a quality weapon from them. Suddenly he caught a sharp, spicy aroma, and, unable to contain his joy, announced that for the first time in several years, everyone would have the chance to taste this dish. Akim froze from his unexpected words. Meanwhile, in that hidden room called Vetrova, Kagemitsu was greeted by Masatsuzu. He noticed that Kagemitsu's request was quite unusual, and, a little surprised, asked what was the reason for the appeal, and Kagemitsu replied that he wanted to discuss a matter related to Shinjuku. He clarified the operation was successful, but the boss was not found. Masatsuzu confirmed this and explained he only released his subordinates' colorless monsters. Kagemitsu frankly admitted that he has a guess about the boss of this level and promised to speak only the truth. He explained the missing deer was found in the Hokkaido dungeon, and to defeat it, they had to unite with Masuka's team. Moreover, Kagemitsu said that the first samples of werewolves with purple coloration will be sent to the ITBC headquarters for research. Masatsuzu agreed and replied that he would ask for confirmation, to which Kagemitsu asked if he doubted his words. He replied that after everything that happened in the dungeons, nothing surprises him anymore, and he recalled the sky, which looks the same everywhere. Kagemitsu, with curiosity in his eyes, asked if Masatsuzu meant the intermediate levels. He confirmed and suggested that the same sky might mean that all the dungeons are connected to each other. Kagemitsu joked ironically, comparing it to occultism. Masatsuzu calmly noted that there is no proof, but it cannot be denied either not everything about the dungeons is known. Kagemitsu agreed, and Masatsuzu added that if the boss is really the same, that is good news, but this information should be spread carefully to avoid causing chaos. Kagemitsu waved his hand as if brushing it off, and said he would entrust this to Masatsuzu. Masatsuzu was stunned, and reminded him that such a step could undermine trust in Kagemitsu himself and his people. Kagemitsu objected. He said that travelers, knowing about monsters capable of moving between dungeons, would not be against it. Masatsuzu only expressed hope that this would be the case. Kagemitsu asked to pass something to Haruki's team from him, and sadly admitted he regrets it since he himself received nothing, even after the fight with the Shinjuku boss. Masatsuzu promised to think it over, and asked what kind of team Haruki was, which he mentioned. Later, Masatsuzu sat at the computer and entered the name Haruki. The words of Kagemitsu surfaced in his memory. He recalled that they had already met in Chikaho, and imagined a team member as a disguised boy with a dagger. Then Masatsuzu suddenly realized before him was the same person whose development pace exceeds all expectations and already poses a real threat. He headed to the warehouse, determined to do everything possible to convince this boy to join his team. Despite his own strength, Masatsuzu decided that this would not be a problem for him. He pondered what gift to give this boy, and at the same time how to hide the details of the operation and the elimination of the boss. Having made sure that Kagemitsu would remain silent, Masatsuzu decided to move forward with the meeting. Haruki exclaimed in surprise when he found out he had received a package. It had a warning: do not wet and do not place anything heavy on top. Haruki asked why Masatsuzu had sent it, and Akame replied confusedly that she did not know and advised not to ask her such questions. Haruki opened the package. Before him lay 2 boxes, each with a name written on it. He suggested Karen open hers first. The girl was initially a little upset, but still agreed, and inside she found a bullet. Haruki lingered his gaze on her uniform, and Karen noticed a note. After reading it, she explained that this was a new item, but when they tried to appraise it, the result turned out to be completely unknown. Akame, surprised, could not believe it. She asked again if the appraisal really showed nothing, and Haruki curiously asked what was so unusual about it. Akame explained that the appraisal always gives at least some data, but she had encountered complete unknown for the first time. Karen added that the note only explained how to open the bullet, and what was inside remained a mystery. Akame guessed that the sender himself tried to find out what this item was. When Haruki compared the sphere to those toys from vending machines, she agreed and slyly remarked that even her own assessment probably wouldn't have helped. Haruki's proposal to open the sphere was made. Karen agreed. It seemed empty inside, but Karen suddenly felt a hidden object. Haruki and Akame froze. The item looked like a real magical pouch. Karen pulled out a bracelet. Akame looked at the find in surprise, and Haruki asked if she knew its purpose. Akame shrugged and honestly admitted she had no idea. Karen felt the effect of the bracelet and guessed that it helps to properly direct mana, the power evenly spread throughout her body. Haruki noticed that this bracelet would become a useful protective item. He was delighted, expecting to find a weapon in his package, but Akame mockingly reminded him that his expectations were too high. When he opened his box, a mask awaited him inside. Karen froze in surprise, and Akame remarked that it looked creepy. Haruki immediately understood. It was cursed. Karen found a letter mentioning Shigegama and his company, who once caused him trouble. The sender hoped that Haruki would accept the artifact as an apology, and added that after completing the mission in Shinjuku, he would like to meet personally to sincerely apologize. Haruki grumbled that his name was not Makesuka, but Haruki, but admitted that recognition from Masatsuzu meant a lot. Karen, holding her breath, continued reading the mask's instructions. Its name is Hidden Image, type mask, rarity legendary, purpose special, effect makes the wearer invisible. Haruki sharply ordered Akame to get rid of the mask, but she objected. It was a gift from the hero Masatsuzu. Throwing it away would be disrespectful. Haruki cut in, saying that the very thought of wearing such an item disgusted him. Akame sincerely tried to convince him that the gift was given with good intentions. In the letter, Masatsuzu confessed. He decided to send the mask because he believed Haruki was a collector of such artifacts. Haruki irritably said that he did not need this gift at all. Akame gently suggested still trying the mask, reminding him that it was sent with care. Karen picked up on this idea, but Haruki categorically refused even to consider such a possibility. In the end, the mask remained with him. Karen noted that werewolves are among the strongest bosses. Haruki nodded in agreement, acknowledged their strength, but reminded that after the last battle their level had increased. He confidently said that now they would be able to handle it, and suggested testing their strength on the way to the goal. Karen supported him, and added that this time everything around had changed. Haruki opened the skills panel and thoughtfully looked into the new possibilities. The interface had changed. The skill graph showed hidden functions that could only be unlocked after fulfilling certain conditions. Among them was the ability to use the journal. He could not explain exactly what had changed, but the very unknown captivated him. Inside, a desire burned to satisfy his curiosity and taste something new. Karen called out to him and brought him back to reality. Haruki apologized and suggested stretching a bit. She agreed. They rushed into battle with the werewolves. During the fight, Haruki noticed that Rei's and Karen's attacks had become much stronger. He felt that he himself had become stronger, and suddenly a sharp pain pierced his body. Looking around, Haruki noticed a glow flare up on the werewolf's body. It clearly indicated its weak spot. Karen anxiously asked what had happened, and Haruki honestly admitted that he didn't understand anything himself. After a moment, the pain subsided, and he suggested continuing the fight. But soon, in the heat of the clash, the pain returned with new strength. Karen, noticing his condition, instantly rushed to help him. When they reached Akame, she sternly asked what happened. Haruki, embarrassed, replied that he was simply hit. Akame, angry at his carelessness, barked at him, emphasizing that such behavior causes problems for the whole group and he should be grateful to his comrades for their support. Haruki turned to her for advice and confessed. In normal movements he was fine, but in battle the pain returned. Akame clarified what kind of pain it was, and Haruki, gritting his teeth, compared it to an electric shock that pierces the body like taut nerves. He compared it to sciatica that tormented him during his work at the corporation, but later he fully recovered. He explained that sciatica is pain radiating along the sciatic nerve, from barely noticeable discomfort to burning or dull pain. Haruki asked Akame for a remedy that would help cope with this condition. Suddenly Akame asked if he was ready to leave the ranks of adventurers. Haruki froze in surprise and asked again if she really meant his resignation. Karen also froze at what she heard, and Haruki, angry, ordered to stop joking, but Akame seriously replied that it was no joke at all. When he demanded explanations, she pointed to the reason: his current condition. Haruki categorically rejected the idea of resignation, but Akame added that he could still change his mind if he realized he was no longer human. Haruki froze in confusion and asked for an explanation. Akame explained that this is a side effect of a sudden level jump. According to her, ordinary beings who grow power too quickly gradually turn into monsters. Karen froze in shock and refused to believe what she heard. Akame reminded that after leveling up, Haruki's body noticeably strengthened, and added that monsters in dungeons also harden their bodies. Why this happens is still unknown. She explained that experiments on animals showed sudden changes can also turn them into monsters. She thought that the changes in Haruki's body resembled those that occurred in the test subjects. Haruki, stunned by what he heard, suddenly realized that he himself could start becoming a monster. Karen, overwhelmed with despair, prayed that it was not true. Akame repeated her advice once more, urging him persistently to leave the adventurer's path to avoid complete transformation. Haruki asked if anyone else had experienced similar symptoms. Akame replied that there were few such people because most, like him, leveled up quickly. Haruki inquired if there was a way to cure it. Akame answered sternly and simply, "There is no cure because it is not a disease or injury, so no medicine will help." Karen whispered confusedly, "This cannot be." At that moment Haruki realized his condition is incurable. Akame asked directly, "What are you going to do next?" Haruki resolutely declared that he wants to remain an adventurer. Akame anxiously asked if he understands the seriousness of his words and warned that pain would make him unable to fight, and later he might turn into a monster and harm Karen or other comrades. She asked again if he really intends to continue. Haruki stood silently, and Akame thought that she had always considered him a fool, but did not think he was so stubborn. She admitted that she understands his feelings, but added that she has some information. Hearing this, Haruki anxiously asked if she really knows something important. Akame unfolded a map and pointed to the town of Asahikawa, where the Kamui hot springs were located. She quietly explained that these springs are located right above a dungeon, and there are rumors. Bathing in them can save from turning into a monster. The exact mechanism is unknown, but perhaps the hot water disperses excess energy. Haruki sincerely thanked her for this information. Akame warned him, do not place too much hope on this method. Haruki replied that he understood, and suggested immediately starting preparations. Karen caught him, and said that she would go too. Haruki asked in surprise why she decided to join, and Karen explained that maybe she herself would start changing, so it is worth visiting the springs, but in Haruki's thoughts flashed that this is impossible, since she had not accelerated her level growth. She added that if left alone, he might stay in the water too long, so she decided to watch over him. Haruki laughed and assured that if needed, he would drink water and even do something else to recover faster. Akame asked Karen to look after Haruki, and Karen confidently replied that she could handle it. When Karen arrived, she was captivated by the beauty of the hot springs. Haruki reminded her of their goal, and she agreed without hesitation, firmly stating that the springs were the dwelling of the deity Kamui. They were greeted by an elderly man who inquired whether this service was needed for only one person. Karen quickly explained that there were two of them. Haruki thought with surprise, when will someone finally notice that he is here? In his thoughts, he gathered himself and decided to focus and begin treatment at the springs, despite all the misunderstandings. When Haruki approached the spring, he recalled what it was capable of, healing muscle pain, relieving fatigue, easing pain, and improving skin condition. He allowed himself to think that even movement disorders could be healed here, and with hope, imagined a speedy recovery. Immersed in the hot water, Haruki felt an amazing relief, as if something in his body and head was slowly dissolving. He froze for a moment, hesitating whether to drink the water from the spring, thinking it might speed up the healing. After the first sip, he felt the effect was too small, so he drank more and thought that a massage would also be appropriate. Suddenly, he felt West's gaze on him. He was watching him closely. Haruki asked in surprise if he really cared about his safety. Later, Karen saw Haruki drinking water from the spring, and she was filled with anxiety. He confirmed that he really tried to drink the water, so Karen decided to watch him more closely. She learned with relief that the springs had eased Haruki's pain. Karen suggested not to rush and to wait for a full recovery, and Haruki agreed. But in his thoughts, he felt that the body would get used to this over time, so he decided to spend his free time learning to better care for his weapons. Karen looked at him and thought that they would be able to travel again when Karaboshi fully recovered, and this thought warmed her heart. They noticed a bright announcement on the wall near the springs. A campaign to destroy dungeons in Asahikawa was calling adventurers to visit Kamui Cotton. Haruki pointed to it, and Karen nodded yes. It was really an announcement about the campaign. An old man, noticing them, asked if they were going to participate in the expedition to the Kamui Cotton dungeon. He explained that an expedition had been organized before, but due to the difficult terrain, the area remained unexplored, and many monsters still hid inside. The old man added with a spark in his voice that the authorities promised rewards to participants, and asked if they wanted to try. Haruki quietly confessed that he was interested in it, but he came here to be treated, not to participate in the campaign. The old man sighed with regret. Soon other adventurers appeared nearby and immediately declared their participation. The old man sincerely thanked them, and they proudly said that Kagamitsu himself would be in their team. One of them added that their participation would definitely be mentioned in blogs, a great opportunity to gain popularity. They explained that blog attention attracts sponsors, and victory in the campaign would greatly increase their fame. The mention of blogs suddenly made Haruki freeze in thought. Karen, noticing this, anxiously asked if he was also going to participate. Haruki answered decisively that he would do everything possible to fully recover and prepare for the campaign. Karen was surprised, but he calmly assured her that he would be fine. When the time came, Karen once again took the floor and tried to dissuade him, reminding him of his condition, but Haruki calmly and confidently said that after 2 weeks of treatment in the springs, his body had significantly recovered. Karen still expressed doubts. They did not know how strong those monsters were and how many there were in total. Haruki gently placed his hand on her head and calmed her. He promised that Kagamitsu and his team would stand by, back him up, and ensure safety, and Haruki promised to be careful and not put himself or Karen at risk. Karen watched as Haruki prepared for the campaign and thought that he was going to do something incredible again, and Haruki, as if sensing her anxiety, asked her to take care of him and their team. The next day, a crowd of adventurers gathered, and with sparks in their eyes, began preparing for the expedition. Becky, glancing at the participants, enthusiastically noted how many people had gathered, and added that this was quite expected after such a large-scale announcement. Her companion Yoshi smiled, and said that mentioning Kagemitsu's name in blogs turned out to be a successful move for gaining popularity. Becky jumped in surprise when she noticed Kagemitsu himself hiding behind a tree. The girls around instantly recognized him and whispered with admiration, while Yoshi asked confusedly whether he really sought fame or, on the contrary, was trying to avoid attention. Hiding behind the tree, Kagemitsu thought to himself, there are many more people here than he had expected. Meanwhile, several people from the campaign recognized Haruki, called him the mysterious mask, and began whispering. To dispel the tension, Kagemitsu loudly addressed everyone and warned that unknown monsters might appear in the dungeon. He urged everyone to be extremely careful and asked if everyone was ready. Meanwhile, Haruki swore to himself that this time he would definitely take first place. Nearby, among the trees by the hot springs, stood an unknown black figure in armor silently observing. Kagemitsu addressed the gathered again, promised to explain the rules once more, and fervently urged everyone to listen carefully. He announced that he would take control and manage the start, while the score counting was assigned to Becky. Becky greeted the participants warmly. Kagemitsu described the hunting grounds, the vast Kamuakaten forest, where monsters roamed within a 2-kilometer radius. Yoshi, Dorinizo, and Juan were given the task to ensure that no monster escaped and to watch the teams so that no one cheated. He strictly announced 3 main rules: do not disturb others and do not steal their prey, do not allow monsters to leave the territory, and do not use magic or magical items. Then he clarified that points for each defeated monster would be awarded to both individual participants and teams. The top 3 will receive prizes, and exactly 1 day is given to complete the task until evening. After the briefing, he raised his hand, gave the signal to start, and sincerely wished everyone to be careful. At the command start, all hunters like arrows rushed into the forest. Making their way through the trees, Haruki felt his body fill with lightness and agility, the result of treatment in the hot springs. Strength returned to him, and the first trophy was already in his hands. He mentally noted with joy that Karen and the others acted skillfully on their own, without his constant instructions. Haruki sent West and Rhea hunting together with Karen, and she took it as another one of his strange ideas. She warned West and Rhea their transformation might confuse other participants, even if they hide behind masks. In her thoughts, she decided that Rhea was simply mocking her words. Meanwhile, Karen came across a monster, a giant brown bear. Magic was forbidden, so she remembered Haruki's advice, to enchant the staff and use it like an ordinary stick. She hesitated, was not sure if it would work, but still dared to try. Gathering all her strength, Karen struck with the staff and, surprisingly, defeated the monster. Soon a girl appeared. She smiled and warmly congratulated Karen on the victory, apologizing for not introducing herself earlier. She called herself Dorinizo, and Karen, looking at her, could not hide her surprise when had she managed to approach, since she had not noticed her before at all. Examining the fallen bear, Dorinizo noticed, this is a special prey, extra points are awarded for it. Karen asked in surprise if that was really so. Dorinizo explained that although the bear was ordinary, because of the eaten monster, its smell had changed and became similar to the scent of a predator. The girl added that if Karen took the carcass to the starting point, she would get extra points, and wishing her luck, she walked away. Karen briefly nodded in response and hoped to herself that Kabuki was all right. Meanwhile, Haruki was confused, not knowing what to do next, when suddenly his attention was drawn to a strange movement in the water. From the depths emerged a monster, like a giant salmon. Looking closely at it, Haruki thought it looked quite appetizing and immediately decided to act. Then suddenly the fish spoke with a human voice and introduced herself as the Salmon Princess Chep. She declared that she was both a mermaid and a spirit. Haruki was surprised but did not back down. Although she could speak, to him she remained a monster. He grabbed Chep, but she pleaded, "Stop and at least listen." The monster begged for mercy for the first time, and this shocked Haruki. He agreed to listen, and Chep stated that her words were connected to his fate. Haruki patiently warned that after the story, he would still cook and eat her. Outraged, Chep exclaimed that he was the real monster and mentioned the Kamui cliff, asking if he knew about it. Haruki confirmed it was the same huge rock visible from afar. Chep explained resolutely she must get there at all costs. To his question why, she proudly declared, "I am the best princess." However, Haruki remained indifferent and only asked if something important was happening there. Offended by his coldness, Chep did not have time to explain further, and Haruki thought that if her entire clan gathered on the cliff and Kagemitsu with others went there, the situation would become serious. He became interested. Here one could not only collect points but also obtain food. Deciding to act, he firmly grabbed Chep and said he was taking her to the cliff. She, resisting, suspected evil intentions in him. Haruki said that the path through the dense forest would be difficult, but he had already made a plan. He skillfully climbed the tree and began to deftly move along the branches. Chep asked fearfully what he was doing, and Haruki only exclaimed excitedly, "Cool." Impressed by his agility, she doubted whether he was even human. Finally, they reached the cliff. Haruki looked around. A rock towered before him, and there was not a single other salmon nearby. He told Chep that they had arrived. She sighed with relief, as if she had barely survived the journey. Haruki indifferently asked not to exaggerate. At the summit, he anxiously asked what she intended to do. Chep solemnly declared that she would sacrifice herself to God. Surprised, Haruki asked which one exactly, and then she explained. According to legend, the Kamui Cliff is the site of the battle between the evil deity Devyati and the hero Saimakuru, and that rock is the mark of his devastating blow. Haruki suddenly realized, the best salmon here sacrifices itself by performing an ancient ritual. But suddenly Chep began to behave strangely and something gigantic fell from the sky. Haruki at the last moment barely dodged the blow. The rock split and a gigantic monster loomed before him. He appeared like a barefoot man from the dungeon, and Haruki instantly tensed, preparing for the inevitable battle. Kagemitsu inquired with Becky about the situation. She replied that things were not very good, but a large loot had just been delivered. Kagemitsu, full of curiosity, asked which team had managed it, and Becky explained that it was Mask Kun's group. The girl with the staff brought the trophy, and once again reminded everyone how unpredictable Mask Kun's actions could be. Kagemitsu suddenly remembered that phone conversation with Masatsugu, where he talked about Mask Kun's plans. Masatsugu confidently said that with his abilities, he would succeed even in Tokyo, and Kagemitsu got angry, suspecting that Masatsugu deliberately called the Hokkaido level simple. Recalling that moment, Kagemitsu called Masatsugu an idiot to himself and regretted not responding to him more sharply. Becky, noticing his irritation, asked what had happened, but Kagemitsu waved his hand and, as if nothing, assured that everything was fine. However, he noted that it was troubling since large specimens only ended up with Mask Kun, and Becky agreed with his conclusion. But suddenly a loud, eerie roar swept through the air. Becky trembled with anxiety, but Kagemitsu calmly pointed out that the sound was coming from the Kamui cliffside. He instantly felt a new monster had appeared, so without hesitation, he ordered to gather the squad and find the person responsible for communication to get all the details. Meanwhile, Haruki, standing before the giant monster, froze and intently examined its appearance. The creature resembled a morphok, but overall looked more like a deer, a boss from the dungeon. The monster suddenly lunged into an attack, and Haruki barely managed to defend himself. He realized the enemy somehow senses his presence and probably uses magic. The danger only fueled Haruki's excitement, making the fight even more thrilling. During the battle, he realized with horror that inflicting significant damage on this monster was extremely difficult. In his thoughts, he admitted, he barely touched it and everything became threatening. He did not dare to get closer and already doubted whether he could defeat this creature at all. Despite terrible difficulties, Haruki still managed to kill the monster. Feeling relief and satisfaction, he thought, this really was a great fight. Kagemitsu watched in horror as the Kamui cliff began to crumble. He could not believe his eyes and kept repeating that it was impossible. Becky added that the feeling of the monster's presence had disappeared, and this worried him even more. Kagemitsu sharply demanded explanations, and Becky immediately asked what the next steps would be. After considering everything, Kagemitsu ordered the group to return to headquarters and monitor the situation, while he himself headed to the Ravenine case of the wounded. Becky anxiously asked him to be careful. Meanwhile, Haruki stood frozen in shock, looking at the ruins of the legendary Shrineth's sacred land of the Ainu, the ancient people of the Japanese islands. Suddenly, a black ball burst out from the body of the defeated monster and flew straight at him. Haruki felt the bullet pierce his body, and horror burst out of him. It was impossible to restrain it. He stood as if lost, not understanding what this phenomenon was and what to do next, until suddenly he noticed Chep was alive. Haruki, happily seeing Chep, immediately grabbed her, suspecting her of being connected to the monster, but she angrily ordered him to curb his desire to kill her. In response to his accusation, Chep decisively said that it was the opposite. the monster committed crimes in Kamui Muku Konten, and she was to become a victim to the god to stop it. She passionately emphasized that only thanks to Haruki was the monster defeated. Haruki felt doubt. The monster appeared right after her prayer, and a suspicion arose in his mind that she was its follower. Chep became angry at that rudeness, but still humbly forgave him, saying that he saved the beautiful place Kamui Cotton, which is especially enchanting in the rays of the sunset. Hearing about the sunset, Haruki immediately recalled Kagemitsu's words, "The competition will last only until evening." Realizing that very little time was left, he hastily suggested returning and ordered Cheppu to run at full speed. Impressed, she asked why he was even dragging her along, but Haruki did not explain. He clearly felt that they needed to act quickly. Soon, exhausted Haruki returned to the people, and Karen, noticing him, immediately exclaimed in surprise. Haruki, barely holding on, uttered her name. Fatigue trembled in his voice. Karen shouted, "Where have you been?" reminded him that the competition had long ended, and asked him to hold on. At that very moment, Kagemitsu approached the Kamui cliff. His gaze caught on Haruki's mask, and he wondered in surprise what was he doing here. Karen recalled that she was third in the individual ranking. Haruki laughed sadly and asked her to stop because he felt exhausted. He looked sad, so Karen, to cheer him up, nicknamed him Karaboshi. Haruki replied that he understood it was just a competition, but honestly admitted, to defeat the monster, he had spent a lot of energy. Interested, Karen confessed she herself would like to learn more about this beast. Haruki took a deep breath and whispered Kagemitsu's name, and he, hearing it, asked again if Haruki really climbed the cliff to fight the monster. Haruki confirmed and asked if he could get points for his victory, and Kagemitsu coldly explained that the time had passed, so everything was over, and advised to accept it. Suddenly, he clearly understood why exactly Haruki destroyed the Kamui cliff. He admitted that he had miscalculated, and Kagemitsu, stunned, asked how such a thing could have happened at all. He thanked them for defeating the monster, but with a firm voice added that he could not praise such recklessness. Haruki was confused. Kagemitsu explained that they were not in a dungeon, there were many adventurers nearby, so they could have fought together. Recalling the fight with the deer, he advised being more cautious in decisions, and sharply emphasized, courage is not the same as recklessness. Haruki nodded and agreed, and Kagemitsu sternly told him to go. The girl was worried, so Haruki immediately obeyed. Left by the monster's body, Kagemitsu froze what to do next. When Haruki returned, Karen impatiently asked what Kagemitsu said. He replied that he reproached him for recklessness and scolded him. Seeing his condition, Karen became worried and asked if he was feeling bad again. Haruki pulled out Chep, gently reassured her that everything was fine, and asked how long she intended to stay inside. Chep coquettishly replied that she did not care how enchanted he was by her beauty, but he would not succeed in claiming her. A little confused, Haruki admitted that he was just waiting for the right moment to introduce her. Chep indignantly ordered him not to rush and not to be frivolous. Karen, noticing Chep, exclaimed in surprise and immediately added, "Before us is a merfolk, a monster." Haruki, a little confused, asked to stop and promised to explain everything, but added that he felt pain and asked Rhea to wait a little. At that time, Kagemitsu posted an update with the tournament results and sincerely thanked everyone for participating, honestly admitting that it was his first experience as an organizer and that the rules still needed adjustment, but he still hoped the participants had fun. Then he announced the winners. In the individual ranking, the top 3 places were taken by Gats, Bart, and Karen. In the team ranking, first place went to Dengati, second to Bengama Sentai, and third to Dokyu. Kagemitsu congratulated everyone and urged those who did not win to participate again. One of the commentators smiled and said that the tournament was really fun, although mostly unknown people participated. The strong ones still ended up in the top 3, and he admitted that he dreams of fame, although he fears loneliness. The same commentator added that he saw a Wondera mask hanging in the air, covered with scales and carrying a salmon. He jokingly suggested that it was a ghost. Someone replied that anything could be expected from Mr. Mask. He had previously searched for monsters, crawling on all fours and releasing potatoes from his eyes. If that surprises, then they are still very far from his level. At that very moment, Akame appeared, and Kagemitsu noticed that she could enter quietly without attracting unnecessary attention. Kagemitsu said that she had indeed come, to which Akame replied with a smile that her charisma cannot be hidden, and Kagemitsu coldly remarked that he had noticed nothing of the sort. Akame added that she came to watch over her favorite student, and even pretended to be an ordinary resident. She asked, "What is the problem?" Kagemitsu gestured toward the situation, and Akame approached and offered to take a closer look. After assessing what she saw, she blurted out that it was a Class B half-human. Kagemitsu asked in surprise what this rank meant, and Akim explained that the creature's level was the same as that of the deer they had seen earlier. She looked at the monster in shock and asked where it had come from. Kagemitsu honestly admitted that he had no idea. Akim suggested using Becky's clairvoyance she could sense and find enemies. Kagemitsu confessed that everything had happened too suddenly. Akim assessed the creature once more and said with a trembling voice that it was unique and extremely strong at the level of the Kamui Cotton dungeon, and Kagemitsu only confirmed that he had expected this himself. She asked if Haruki had defeated the monster. Kagemitsu did not hide his surprise at her knowledge. Akim replied that the only marks on the body were wounds from his attack. She added that it was time to act because events could unfold further. Kagemitsu asked if the one who defeated the monster could handle this one as well. Akim decisively said yes, and passionately emphasized that this sprout must be protected, and Kagemitsu agreed and added that if anything happened, she should immediately contact headquarters. Then Akim looked thoughtfully and quietly asked if he could get sponsorship. Kagemitsu replied that he was not sure. Meanwhile, Chep looked at Rhea and sincerely admitted that she was happy to spend time in her company, and Karen noticed that she had been acting like this since yesterday. Haruki explained that he had brought Chep she seemed safe, and he also asked what use her strange skirt was. Chep called herself the first princess whom the barbarian had forcibly kidnapped, and Haruki, surprised, decided that the word forcibly sounded somewhat strange here. Chep, with eyes shining with admiration, looked at Rhea and exclaimed, admiring the beauty of the flower and calling it a divine image. Haruki noticed that it really looked as if Rhea could be equated to the queen. Chep, Karen, surprised by her strange gaze, asked what was wrong with her, and Chep proudly replied that mere mortals are incapable of understanding the majestic beauty of the queen. Karen sighed and said that it had become very noisy here lately, then asked what their plans were for today. Haruki replied that they were going to clear the Kamui Cotton dungeon. Karen said that quite a few people had gathered. Haruki suggested going down to a less crowded level to train and test their skills. Karen agreed and they set off for the dungeon. Haruki noticed that it was quiet here, activity was low, and there were no strong monsters. Karen also noted that this place was rarely visited. Haruki explained that this level had only 10 floors. Suddenly a message flashed on the panel, messenger of the evil god defeated. The hero received 3 skill points, the quest was completed, and the demo version was activated, unlocking 3 new upgrades. Haruki guessed that a new function had been unlocked, and Karen, leaning in with curiosity, asked how it worked. He assumed it was related to improving the skill tree, but honestly admitted that more trials were needed to be sure. Karen suggested using glasses for her magic, and Haruki, a little embarrassed, did not know if it would work. She was ready to take the risk. Karen assured him, even if the experiment failed, there would be no harm. She was ready to earn those 3 points again, so it was better to try now than regret it later. Haruki admitted that he feared losses more than he valued gains, and because of this fear, he often avoided risks. He added that Karen began to resemble a true adventurer. She blushed and modestly denied his opinion. Haruki was the first to dare to test his new skills, and Karen agreed. After the attempt, she asked how he felt and if he was in pain. Haruki replied that he felt the changes, but physically, there were no problems. He said everything was fine, and now it was time to hone Karen's skills. Using the sphere, the girl suddenly felt the power distributed easily and obeyed her better than before. Meanwhile, Rhea jokingly threw a few potatoes at Haruki, and he, smiling, reminded her that he had not forgotten the little ones. Chep, staring intently, exclaimed with admiration, Rhea shines even more beautifully than yesterday. In her characteristics, strange entries impressed: cursed fish, divine guardian, hero of Sankuru, princess and protector. Haruki, stunned, admitted that he did not understand anything at all. Surprised by the status of princess, he recalled that among Chep's skills were protection and the title hero of Sankuru Karo. It seemed strange why the god blessed an ordinary salmon. He decided to just observe for now. After that, Haruki suggested moving on. Karen agreed. Making their way through the dungeon, after several battles, when fatigue began to show, Karen noticed that the enemies here were weak, but the roots of the giant tree made her wary. Haruki noticed that there was no boss on this floor, and nothing tasty had happened, so he guessed that the ruler with more interesting trophies might be sitting on the top level. He smiled. No delicacies were found, but there is mutton. Let's cook jingisuken at home, a Japanese dish of thinly sliced and fried meat. On the top floor, a giant tree suddenly grew before them. Karen, stunned by its size, exclaimed in surprise, and Haruki realized that this was the ruler of the last floor. He froze. The branches began to rise, and at first it seemed to him that it was the roots they had been following. Soon the tree came to life and lunged at them with its roots. Haruki sharply gave the order to strike, and Karen decisively confirmed that she was ready. After a long and exhausting battle, both barely stayed on their feet. Haruki reluctantly admitted that the enemy turned out to be far from simple, and Karen added that she was exhausted to the limit. He decided that today they would not be able to defeat the ruler, so he suggested returning tomorrow. Karen agreed, and Chep, sighing, also said she would postpone prayers and come back tomorrow. Then they prepared dinner, and Karen sincerely thanked Haruki for the dish. He smiled and said that now they could finally enjoy Jingisuken. The old cook sincerely thanked them and admitted that he had not cooked mutton for a long time, and Haruki, as a true resident of Hokkaido, suddenly felt nostalgic for that taste. After dinner, Haruki immersed himself in the hot springs and felt that this was exactly what he had been missing. He noticed that this time during the fight, he did not feel any pain, as if his body had fully recovered. Filled with optimism, he imagined tomorrow the day when he would be able to overcome the giant tree and move further into the dungeon. Suddenly he heard a woman's voice, and I immediately understood. These were communal baths for men and women. He could not believe that his presence in such a place could cause such an awkward situation. Suddenly someone shouted, "Is anyone here?" and Haruki hurriedly excused himself as if it was just an accident. Chep, hearing him, exclaimed in surprise, "It's only Haruki." She explained that she came to the spring alone because hot water is good for the skin. Haruki was embarrassed by his pointless worries, but quickly remembered that they could be seen. The next day they dived into the dungeon again. Haruki resolutely decided to try once more, and soon they achieved victory. During the exploration, he suddenly realized that the boss's trophy was still missing, so he decided to sell the branches and roots, assuming that furniture craftsmen from Asahikawa would buy them. Karen pointed at something in the distance, and Haruki, looking closely, noticed a strange object. He approached closer, felt the smoothness of polished stone, and only later realized it was an artifact. Karen exclaimed in amazement. The find truly captivated her. Haruki confirmed that it was a flat rectangular object without any seam, and admitted that he had never seen anything like it in the dungeons. At first, Karen thought it was an ordinary thing, but upon looking closely at the spot, she screamed loudly from surprise. Haruki saw a black imprint on the artifact, a mark left by his hand. He was surprised and even frightened, but quickly composed himself and told Karen that everything was fine, although he himself could not explain what exactly had happened. A record flashed on the skill panel. They defeated the Dark Tree Giant and earned 3 points. Haruki was surprised, and a moment later a new message flashed on the screen. The dungeon core is absorbed. The item enhancement function is unlocked. Stunned, he realized the core is the key to many possibilities. Karen froze in surprise when he confirmed that it was a real core that powers the dungeon with energy. She recalled articles where the core was depicted as a gemstone, but Haruki replied that no one had ever actually seen it and wondered how such a simple core could have gone unnoticed. Karen was surprised. When she touched him, she did not feel any reaction. Haruki suddenly felt a mighty power, and a message about absorbing the core's energy appeared again on the panel. He began to think about how to use this resource. Karen noticed that the effect worked only on him. Then Haruki asked if it was possible, by accumulating this power, to destroy all the dungeons in the world. Karen did not understand his words and asked him to explain. He said that a message about energy absorption appeared on the panel. If it is completely drained, the dungeon will perish. Karen anxiously warned that an excess of energy could harm his body, but Haruki, without hesitation, firmly replied that this was his chance to protect his native Hokkaido, and even despite limited powers, he was ready to fight. Karen, feeling her own powerlessness, nevertheless promised to stand by him until the very end. When Haruki drained the core's energy, she anxiously asked what had happened. He replied that the dungeon was not destroyed, but the core temporarily lost its power. Haruki realized that the core was directly connected to the breakthroughs, and now he managed to postpone the next one, stopping the dungeon's development. Karen understood he would have to continue absorbing the core's energy. Haruki thought this was too great a burden for one person. Managing the breakthroughs and strengthening others seemed simply incredible to him. He got scared. If they find out about this, they will turn him into a powerless creature and use him mercilessly. Karen asked if there was a new message. Haruki said that an item enhancement feature had appeared. A strange object called the potato stone caught his attention. He realized that items above a certain level do not get enhanced, but he couldn't resist and decided to test the potato stone. Rhea threw the stone at a giant tree, testing its strength. Haruki froze in amazement when it pierced the sturdy trunk. Karen flared up with anger and asked what he was doing, and he only explained that it was just a test and added that he shouldn't attract attention. He asked if she noticed even the slightest changes after he spent 2,000 points improving the mask. Karen was stunned, repeated the same number, and asked what this was about. She suggested first checking what exactly this mask can do. Haruki felt a dim light embrace his body, and from Rhea and Chep it shone even stronger. Karen whispered that it was magic and confirmed she had always seen such a glow. Haruki wondered, would he ever be able to master the magical sword? Then suddenly a magical circle flared on the wall, and he sharply ordered everyone to duck. They saw a door, and Karen was surprised because it was not in any reference books. Haruki decided the reward must be there. Opening the door, they froze. Stairs were visible before them. Karen, having climbed up, shouted with delight. A forest spread around. Haruki realized that the stairs led upward, but there was no reward here. Suddenly a voice sounded in the air, a plea for help. Haruki saw a fish on the ground, and suddenly his heart clenched. He was afraid it was Chep. He called her, but there was no answer. Instead, a black knight in heavy armor appeared right before them. It was the dungeon spirit, created to test the worthy. It appeared only when needed and instantly vanished like a soap bubble. Chep was also a spirit, but due to a divine trick, she gained her own self and stood out among others. Chep pondered for a long time about her mission. It remained unchanged even after she developed her own eye. Her heart whispered to her that she had met a man with unprecedented strength, perhaps her destiny. But at the same time, his strange mask and rough manners troubled her. He even took her for a monster. Next to him, the girl seemed to become completely different. It was so easy to walk with her. And there was also the charming lady, Rhea. Her grace enchanted everyone. Rhea and her mischievous brother gave Chep such joyful moments that one wished to stretch them into infinity. Suddenly, a monster appeared before them. Karen screamed, and the tense Haruki immediately noticed how unexpected its appearance was. They noticed that the creature's body radiated magic more powerful than anything they had seen so far. But the monster did not hurry to attack. It stood completely still. Haruki, doubting, suggested retreating, and Karen quietly agreed. Haruki addressed Chep, but she was silent, as if she were not there. Under Haruki Karen's feet, she noticed a magic circle. This meant only one thing: the monster was preparing for battle. Haruki realized everything was becoming dangerously serious. The monster attacked first, but Haruki deflected the dagger strike, and Karen loudly shouted his name. Suddenly, irritation flared in Haruki's mind. He hadn't even managed to notice the enemy's movement. Riene tried to shoot a stone, but in vain. The monster dodged and lunged at Haruki again. He twisted under a barrage of blows, but once one knocked him off his feet, clutching the daggers into the ground, he slowed his fall. Haruki understood. Even Riene's enhanced stone did not penetrate the monster's defense. Simple deflections would not stop it. This enemy was completely unlike all those before him. It seemed he acted intelligently and cunningly, exhausting them. Karen released magic, diverting the monster's attention. Haruki shouted at her to stop, but she calmly and confidently replied that she was holding its attention. Haruki felt that the situation was becoming critical and shouted, "Retreat." But suddenly a sharp pain pierced his body. He buckled and fell to the ground. Surprised, he felt he had not yet fully recovered. Meanwhile, the monster suddenly targeted Karen and struck her. Seeing her fall, Haruki shouted her name. He tried to get up, but his body stubbornly did not obey. At that moment, the monster lunged at Haruki. A hand rose to deliver a deadly blow. But at the last moment, West threw himself in front of him and took the blow. Haruki cried out his name in horror as he realized his comrade was taking the full force of the attack. Meanwhile, Rhea rushed to strike the enemy, but the monster with one cruel move threw her aside. Seeing this, Haruki shouted her name. Pain pierced both his body and heart. A new wave of pain swept through him, and he suddenly realized this creature was on a completely different level. In his thoughts, he cursed himself for his helplessness and felt that the catastrophe was imminent. But as soon as a voice begging to live sounded in his consciousness, strength flared within him, and he managed to rise, dodging the blow. The same voice sounded again. He instantly recognized Chep, although there was no time to think. Looking around, he saw seals on the ground and immediately understood this was part of the dungeon. Memories surfaced of tales about Kamui Cotton, where an evil god drowned the Ainu in the river. To stop him, Samikuru, shoulder to shoulder with spirits and Ainu, rose against the dark deity. Since then, people have brought the gods the best salmon as sincere gratitude. Haruki suddenly connected the legend with the present fight and felt that this clash was not over yet. Here on Kamui Rock, a fierce battle once flared between the hero and evil. According to Chep, he suddenly realized the current monster is a messenger of that sinister deity. And Chep herself sacrificed herself to call the victor. Her voice sounded again in his consciousness, begging to be given a chance to live. Haruki suddenly realized their squad had become the new Samikuru and his allies. Assessing the situation, he opened the skill panel and understood he had a chance to change everything. The monster attacked unexpectedly. Haruki managed to dodge, but the pain twisted him again and threw him to the ground. He felt exhaustion and wounds binding his entire body. Clenching his teeth, he reminded himself he was the only one who could still fight. He shouted loudly to Rei, trying to find out if she was okay. His gaze instantly fell on the cracks on West's body, but he still urged him to continue. Gathering himself, Haruki rushed into attack, but his blows seemed to shatter into emptiness and caused no harm. Seeing West tense up, he immediately warned him, "Don't overexert yourself." Despair choked Haruki's thoughts. Their attacks were futile. Looking for another way out, he ordered Rei to strike the body, while he aimed at the head. Later he realized the monster reacted more to Rei's actions than to his own blows. The thought stunned him, and he immediately ordered Rei to aim all strikes at the monster's head. Haruki himself relentlessly distracted the enemy with his lightning speed, allowing Rei to hit more accurately and powerfully. His suspicion was confirmed, although at first he doubted whether such a strategy would work at all. Deciding to unleash the full potential of the team, Haruki ordered a simultaneous attack. At that moment, Karen suddenly burst into the fight and delivered a devastating blow. When she appeared, Haruki was surprised and immediately asked if she was okay after such a rush. Before that, Karen had regained consciousness, tormented by hellish pain. Her body seemed to be falling apart, and the only thing she could move was her fingers. A roar thundered in her ears, and she saw that Haruki was still fighting the monster alone. She felt that she had survived, though she was wounded. Suddenly a thought spun in her head. She was saved by the bracelet or the armor. Karen realized that her magic was useless here, and she was overwhelmed by helplessness. But she refused to give up and frantically started looking for another way out. The words of Akami sharply surfaced in her memory. She taught her to control the situation from afar. Her task is to keep a cool head and accurately read the situation even in the worst conditions. Examining the monster's shell, Karen remembered why magic didn't work. The armor blocked everything. She assumed that the armor works the same way as her bracelet, stopping magical strikes. Then she focused all her energy into the staff and struck directly. Finding strength within herself, Karen filled the staff with all her energy and unleashed a devastating blow on the enemy. The strike was incredible. The monster's head was torn off. Haruki, shocked, immediately ran up and anxiously asked if she was okay. Karen hoarsely replied that she used thunder and was almost exhausted, barely standing on her feet. Haruki saw blood on her head and instantly decided that moving her now was too dangerous. Karen, barely holding back, pointed to the monster's armor. She explained that the armor was covered with an energy shell that stops magic and weak blows, but Rei's shots worked because she put everything into each explosion. Karen asked Haruki to put all his strength into the staff, just as she had done. Understanding the tactic, he thanked her for the hint, ordered her to rest and put on protective armor. Suddenly Karen disappeared from his sight. He, stunned, called it a monstrous ability. Haruki looked at her again and felt that in this battle she shone with true power. Only one unbreakable truth spun in his thoughts: he had no right to lose. Haruki felt Karen's strike hit the monster and deal serious damage, but even without a head it still kept moving. His movements were filled with rage, impatience, and aggression almost human, and this gave Haruki hope to find a pattern and a chance to win. He turned to Rei, and she unleashed an attack filled with energy. Shoulder to shoulder, they managed to cut off the monster's arm. After that, Haruki called West, and suddenly he was struck again by a glow that highlighted the enemy's weak spot. Although he barely understood how to handle the energy, he still decided to repeat that successful move. For the first time in the entire fight, he managed to truly wound the monster, but suddenly his strength began to leave him. Exhausted, he felt that both of them were barely holding on, but the fight still captivated him. He felt that the finale was near, but that was not enough to end the battle. The pain only pushed him to move forward. Recalling Karen's strike, he tried to replicate her technique. Gathering all his strength in one surge, Haruki delivered the decisive blow. The monster was destroyed. After the victory, a dazzling light flashed, and Chep appeared before them again, bowing low. And then she disappeared, leaving behind the feeling that the mission was finally complete. Haruki carefully splashed water on her face, trying to bring Karen to consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes. Worried, he whispered if she was okay. Noticing her wounds, he warned her not to move abruptly and apologized for not helping sooner. Karen tried to calm him, thinking that the discomfort from the sudden level jump was worse than anemia, but now her pain had a completely different meaning. She asked if they had one, and Haruki, breathing a sigh of relief, confirmed in response came. "That's good." Then she inquired if he was okay, and he smiled and assured her that he was fine. But inside he felt that he could barely stand. Seized by the thirst for victory, he did not notice his wounds and was now paying the price for it. Suddenly Karen sharply exclaimed and pointed at West. Her words turned out to be true. West's body was covered with cracks. Seeing this, Haruki sternly ordered him not to move to avoid worsening the condition. Karen noticed that West had shed his fur, and Haruki sighed with relief. He was simply scared. She asked where Chep was. Haruki replied that she had disappeared because her role in this story was over. Karen asked in surprise what he meant. Haruki quietly explained that it was all connected to the ancient legend of Kamui Katendai, on which their battle was based. At first, he blamed Chep, thinking she was summoning monsters, even Murfok and the Black Knight, but later, looking into her skill panel, he saw the spirit entry. This convinced him Chep only pushed the events forward, not controlled them. Karen realized that she disappeared exactly when everything ended and admitted that her departure left an emptiness in her heart. Haruki pondered, why did Chep have the princess skill? A thought came to his mind. Maybe it was connected to the legend of sacrificial salmons. They were offered to spirits so that they would overcome evil. He noted that Chep's disappearance was only a supposition because no one knew what really happened. Karen sighed heavily and admitted she would miss Chep as she was a living being. Haruki agreed such feelings were quite natural. Karen quietly called him by name and asked what was next. Haruki, gathering himself, suggested returning before sunset and assembling the armor himself. She did not object. At that moment, his gaze suddenly froze on a strange inscription on the stone. Haruki froze, intently staring at the strange inscription. Karen, noticing his surprise, guessed that it was a message from Chep. He confirmed her guess. On the stone was carved what seemed like her last confession. She thanked for the memories, and most of all for the moment when she first saw Lady Rhea, calling it the best moment of her life. And then, like thunder in the silence, the letter unexpectedly contained a reminder. Rhea wakes up at 5 in the morning, so one must get up at 4 to bring her water and sing a song. Haruki sighed confusedly, wondering when Chep had managed to write such a long nonsense, and even felt sorry for Rhea for such a life. Karen noticed a carved fish with a bow on the back and shouted, calling Chep. Haruki froze in amazement. She guessed that Chep was inside the bracelet, more precisely, in the stone embedded in it. Suddenly Chep responded, joyfully exclaiming that it was surprisingly cozy inside the bracelet. Haruki, irritated, almost threw the bracelet into the abyss, but Chep begged fearfully not to do it. He grumbled that she should return the lost emotions to them and admit her deception. She confirmed with a slight smile that the stone really had absorbed her. Karen, however, confessed confusedly that she did not understand when Chep had managed to tie the ribbon. Chep explained, having completed her mission, she disappeared, but some unknown force seemed to have pulled her here, and before she could come to her senses, she found herself in a new form. Having little time, she left a farewell letter. Haruki sighed heavily, recalling that the bracelet was a rare item from Masatsugu himself. He added that with Chep nearby, the bracelet became less valuable, and jokingly shifted the responsibility for her onto Karen. Karen was outraged, but Chep asked so sweetly to take care of herself that she confused the girl. Meanwhile, Haruki opened the skill panel and froze in surprise. Chep had 25 skill points, and the class was now called Cursed Fish. Haruki could not understand why she gained such power without participating in battles. He assumed it was the will of the gods or a reward for completing the mission. He became curious about what Chep would do now. After all, she would not return to the forest. He asked if she could fight and advised her to try shamanism. Chep, not understanding what it was, asked again, but Haruki coldly cut her off. She had to figure it out herself. Lost in thought, Chep suddenly began to glow. She, with a trembling voice, asked, what should she do next? Haruki showed the direction and advised her to direct the light there. And suddenly, Chep aimed the beam right at him. He screamed, not understanding why it was directed at him, but instantly realized he would not have time to dodge. The beam did not harm, on the contrary. The pain receded, and his body was filled with an incredible lightness, which he compared to bathing in the hot springs of Kamui Cotton. Impressed, he acknowledged Chep's power and called it amazing. Pleased, she joked that maybe she was not a princess, but a saint. Haruki laughed and sincerely rejoiced for her. Karen felt relief in her soul. She had long suspected that Haruki was hiding pain, and now she saw his relieved state. Without hesitation, Haruki suggested distributing skill points, and Karen supported him. But opening the panel, he came across a new inscription, Divine Energy, and it surprised and intrigued him. Suddenly Karen called him by name, and he looked up. Akim stood before them and indignantly asked, how much longer are you going to drag this out? Akim warmly greeted him, rejoicing at his return, and immediately noticed the bright light from Haruki and asked in surprise what had happened to him. Haruki, barely calming the storm inside him, whispered that too much had happened, and the words stuck in his throat. Akame sharply interrupted him, sternly ordered him not to sniffle right at the entrance, and pointing to the glowing mask, advised him to take it off. She took the mask in her hands and examined it carefully, noticing that its glow was too strong for an ordinary dungeon artifact. In Haruki's mind, an answer instantly flashed, a new skill, divine energy, the very source of that powerful glow. He remembered how he first saw it on the panel. The mask suddenly flared up upon activation, and since then he was called the Ghost of Kamui Cotton. Akame laughed to tears while listening to this story, then quickly asked if his body had recovered. Haruki confirmed he had miraculously healed. Akame, still smiling, admitted that she used to think it was cheap tricks, but now she was ready to admit everything was completely different. Karen sighed with relief, and Akame gently advised her to relax. But she felt that they had come with a different purpose. Haruki nodded, and they laid out all the materials collected in the dungeon. Akame could not believe her eyes when she found out that these were the remains of the dungeon lord. Haruki asked her to start processing them. He specified he needed a new sheath. Akame, surprised to notice the determination burning in his eyes, asked what exactly he had in mind. A bold idea had long been maturing in her mind, to make a mechanism from the sheath that would allow instant weapon drawing. Haruki froze in dreams, imagining himself as a swordsman of lightning speed. In his fantasies, the movements became insanely fast, and people didn't even have time to notice the blade. He dismissed this thought and stubbornly insisted on ordinary sheaths, and Akame shrugged and agreed, though she did not understand his stubbornness. She joked that it was just a desire to make an impression, and Haruki seriously replied, "This is a matter of life and death." At that moment, Karen handed over another material, and Akame, looking at it in shock, anxiously asked where they got it from. Haruki explained that it was the shell shed by West. A genuine interest lit up in Akame. She laughed and noted that such a thing could cost at least 50,000 yen. Haruki froze at the price, but Akame calmly explained, "Such shells resemble the exoskeletons of deathbitters, extremely valuable monsters. This sample is a bit worse, but nothing terrible." When she asked what he was going to do with it, Haruki replied that he wanted to create armor for Karen. He noticed that in the previous battle, Karen was too vulnerable. He could dodge, but for her, dodge training was too difficult, so the armor would become her best protection. Akame, with a grateful smile, asked Karen if she could trust her in this matter, and Karen responded with a confident nod. Then Haruki pulled out the next trophy, the remains of the Black Knight. Akame studied the material for a long time, and then honestly admitted she was unable to evaluate it. Haruki was prepared for such an answer. Images from Asahikawa surfaced in his mind, where similar remains also could not be evaluated. Akame, full of curiosity, asked about his plans. Haruki, in turn, asked if it was possible to make armor without prior evaluation. Akame replied that it was quite possible, but strictly emphasized, the properties of the material must be studied, otherwise it will not be possible to use it to the fullest advantage. Realizing that saving was pointless, Haruki insisted that 2 materials be sent for detailed evaluation from Merfolk and the Black Knight, and Akame approved his decision, calling it prudent. When they left, Akame pondered and realized, Haruki is rapidly becoming a strong rival, capable of challenging anyone. Not long ago he was a novice, and now he overcomes creatures at the level of monsters. From the depths of the 35-40 dungeon floors, even experienced fighters could not believe it. She could not wait for his new achievements, and believed that over time he would overcome even the problem of his weak presence. Fire of ambition ignited in Akame's heart. She imagined her name loudly echoing throughout Japan, and bringing her the fame of the best craftswoman. In her fantasies, Yuzuki Akame shone like a true star blacksmith, and success with a career, rise finally freed her from the exhausting work she had to endure now. Meanwhile, that night Haruki had a strange dream, a gigantic golden egg and Akame joyfully dancing on a giant frying pan and smiling in his sleep. He thought that she was definitely having fun.